Section 17 of The History of Rome, Vol.1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Vol.1, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 3, Chapters 22 to 31. Chapter 22. The consuls elected were Quintus Fabius Vibulanus, for the third time, and Lucius Cornelius Maluginensis. In that year the census was taken, and owing to the seizure of the capital and the death of the consuls, the lustrum was closed on religious grounds. During their consulship matters became disturbed at the very beginning of the year. The tribunes began to instigate the plebs. War with the Volscians and Aequi. The Latins and Hernici reported that war on an immense scale was commenced by the Volscians and Aequi. The Volscian legions were already at Antium, and there were grave fears of the colony itself revolting. With great difficulty, the tribunes were induced to allow the war to take precedence of their law. Then, their respective spheres of operation were allotted to the consuls. Fabius was commissioned to take the legions to Antium. Cornelius was to protect Rome and prevent detachments of the enemy from coming on marauding expeditions, as was the custom of the Aequi. The Hernici and Latins were ordered to furnish troops in accordance with the treaty. 2/3 of the army consisted of allies, the rest of Roman citizens. The allies came in on the appointed day, and the consul encamped outside the Capanne gate. When the lustration of the army was completed, he marched to Antium and halted at a short distance from the city and from the enemy's standing camp. As the army of the Aequi had not arrived, the Volscians did not venture on an engagement, and prepared to act on the defensive and protect their camp. The next day, Fabius formed his troops round the enemy lines, not in one mixed army of allies and citizens, but each nation in a separate division, he himself being in the center with the Roman legions. He gave orders to carefully observe his signals, that all might commence the action and retire, should the signal for retirement be sounded, at the same moment. The cavalry were stationed behind their respective divisions. In this triple formation he assaulted 3 sides of the camp, and the Volscians, unable to meet the simultaneous attack, were dislodged from the breastworks. Getting inside their lines, he drove the panic-struck crowd, who were all pressing in one direction, out of their camp. The cavalry, unable to surmount the breastworks, had so far been merely spectators to the fight. They now overtook the enemy and cut them down as they fled in disorder over the plain, and so enjoyed a share of the victory. There was a great slaughter both in the camp and in the pursuit, but a still greater amount of spoil, as the enemy had hardly been able to carry away even their arms. Their army would have been annihilated had not the fugitives found shelter in the forest. Chapter 23. Whilst these events were occurring at Antium, the Aequi sent forward some of their best troops, and by a sudden night attack captured the citadel of Tusculum. The rest of the army they halted not far from the walls, in order to distract the enemy. Intelligence of this quickly reached Rome, and from Rome was carried to the camp before Antium, where it produced as much excitement as if the capital had been taken. The service which Tusculum had so recently rendered, and the similar character of the danger then and now, demanded a similar return of assistance. Fabius made it his first object to carry the spoil from the camp into Antium. Leaving a small force there, he hastened by forced marches to Tusculum. The soldiers were not allowed to carry anything but their arms, and whatever baked bread was at hand. The consul Cornelius brought up supplies from Rome. The fighting went on for some months at Tusculum. With a portion of his army, the consul attacked the camp of the Aequi. The rest he lent to the Tusculans for the recapture of their citadel. This could not be approached by direct assault. Ultimately, famine compelled the enemy to evacuate it, and after being reduced to the last extremities, they were all stripped of their arms and clothes and sent under the yoke. Whilst they were making their way home in this ignominious plight, the Roman consul on Algidus followed them up and slew them to a man. After this victory, he led his army back to a place called Colomen, where he fixed his camp. As the walls of Rome were no longer exposed to danger after the defeat of the enemy, the other consul also marched out of the city. The 2 consuls entered the enemy's territories by separate routes, and each tried to outdo the other in devastating the Volscian lands on one side and those of the Aequi on the other. I find it stated in the majority of authorities that Antium revolted this year, but that the consul Lucius Cornelius conducted a campaign and recaptured the town, I would not venture to assert, as there is no mention of it in the older writers. Chapter 24. Internal disturbances. peace concluded with the Aequi. When this war had been brought to a close, the fears of the patricians were aroused by a war which the tribunes commenced at home. They exclaimed that the army was being detained abroad from dishonest motives. It was intended to frustrate the passing of the law. All the same, they would carry through the task they had begun. Lucius Lucretius, the prefect of the city, succeeded, however, in inducing the tribunes to defer action till the arrival of the consuls. A fresh cause of trouble arose. Aulus Cornelius and Quintus Servilius, the quaestors, indicted Marius Volscius on the ground that he had given what was undoubtedly false evidence against Caeso. It had become known from many sources that after the brother of Volscius first became ill, he had not only never been seen in public, but he had not even left his bed, and his death was due to an illness of many months' standing. On the date at which the witness fixed the crime, Caeso was not seen in Rome, whilst those who had served with him declared that he had constantly been in his place in the ranks with them and had not had leave of absence. Many people urged Volscius to institute a private suit before a judge. As he did not venture to take this course, and all the above-mentioned evidence pointed to one conclusion, his condemnation was no more doubtful than that of Caeso had been on the evidence which he had given. The tribunes managed to delay matters. They said they would not allow the quaestors to bring the accused before the assembly unless it had first been convened to carry the law. Both questions were adjourned till the arrival of the consuls. When they made their triumphal entry at the head of their victorious army, nothing was said about the law. Most people, therefore, supposed that the tribunes were intimidated. But it was now the end of the year, and they were aiming at a 4th year of office, so they turned their activity from the law to canvassing the electors. Though the consuls had opposed the tribunes' continuance in office as strenuously as if the law had been mooted solely to impair their authority, the victory remained with the tribunes. In the same year, the Aequi sued for and obtained peace. The census, commenced the previous year, was completed, and the lustrum, which was then closed, is stated to have been the 10th since the beginning of the city. The number of the census amounted to 117,319. The consuls in that year won a great reputation both at home and in war, for they secured peace abroad, and though there was not harmony at home, the commonwealth was less disturbed than it had been on other occasions. Chapter 25. War with the Aequi and Sabines. The new consuls, Lucius Minucius and Caius Nautius, took over the 2 subjects which remained from the previous year. As before, they obstructed the law. The tribunes obstructed the trial of Volscius, but the new quaestors possessed greater energy and greater weight. Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, who had been thrice consul, was quaestor with Marius Valerius, the son of Valerius and the grandson of Volusus. As Caeso could not be restored to the house of the Quinctii, nor could the greatest of her soldiers be restored to the state, Quinctius was bound in justice and by loyalty to his family to prosecute the false witness who had deprived an innocent man of the power to plead in his own defense. As Virginius, most of all the tribunes, was agitating for the law, an interval of 2 months was granted the consuls for an examination of it, in order that when they had made the people understand what insidious dishonesty it contained, they might allow them to vote upon it. During this interval, matters were quiet in the city. The Aequi, however, did not allow much respite. In violation of the treaty they made with Rome the year before, they made predatory incursions into the territory of Libyci and then into that of Tusculum. They had placed Gracchus Cloelius in command, their foremost man at the time. After loading themselves with plunder, they fixed their camp on Mount Algidus. Quintus Fabius, Publius Volumnius, and Aulus Postumius were sent from Rome to demand satisfaction under the terms of the treaty. The general's quarters were located under an enormous oak, and he told the Roman envoys to deliver the instructions they had received from the Senate to the oak under whose shadow he was sitting, as he was otherwise engaged. As they withdrew, one of the envoys exclaimed, "May this consecrated oak, may each offended deity hear that you have broken the treaty. May they look upon our complaint now, and may they presently aid our arms when we seek to redress the outraged rights of gods as well as men." On the return of the envoys, the Senate ordered one of the consuls to march against Gracchus on Algidus. The other was instructed to ravage the territory of the Aequi. As usual, the tribunes attempted to obstruct the levy, and probably would, in the end, have succeeded, had there not been fresh cause for alarm. Chapter 26. An immense body of Sabines came in their ravages almost up to the walls of the city. The fields were ruined, the city thoroughly alarmed. Now the plebeians cheerfully took up arms. The tribunes remonstrated in vain, and 2 large armies were levied. Nautius led one of them against the Sabines, formed an entrenched camp, sent out, generally at night, small bodies who created such destruction in the Sabine territory that the Roman borders appeared in comparison almost untouched by war. Minucius was not so fortunate, nor did he conduct the campaign with the same energy. After taking up an entrenched position not far from the enemy, he remained timidly within his camp, though he had not suffered any important defeat. As usual, the enemy were emboldened by the lack of courage on the other side. They made a night attack on his camp, but as they gained little by a direct assault, they proceeded the following day to invest it. Before all the exits were closed by circumvallation, 5 mounted men got through the enemy's outposts and brought to Rome the news that the consul and his army were blockaded. Nothing could have happened so unlooked for, so undreamt of. The panic and confusion were as great as if it had been the city and not the camp that was invested. The consul Nautius was summoned home, but as he did nothing equal to the emergency, they decided to appoint a dictator to retrieve the threatening position of affairs. By universal consent, Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus was called to the office. It is worthwhile for those who despise all human interests in comparison with riches, and think that there is no scope for high honors for this virtue except where lavish wealth abounds, to listen to this story. The story of Cincinnatus. The one hope of Rome, Lucius Quinctius, used to cultivate a 4-acre field on the other side of the Tiber, just opposite the place where the dockyard and arsenal are now situated. It bears the name of the Quinctian Meadows. There he was found by the deputation from the Senate either digging out a ditch or ploughing, at all events, as is generally agreed, intent on his husbandry. After mutual salutations, he was requested to put on his toga that he might hear the mandate of the Senate, and they expressed the hope that it might turn out well for him and for the state. He asked them, in surprise, if all was well, and bade his wife, Rasilia, to bring him his toga quickly from the cottage. Wiping off the dust and perspiration, he put it on and came forward, on which the deputation saluted him as dictator and congratulated him, invited him to the city, and explained the state of apprehension in which the army were. A vessel had been provided for him by the government, and after he had crossed over, he was welcomed by his 3 sons, who had come out to meet him. They were followed by other relatives and friends, and by the majority of the Senate. Escorted by this numerous gathering and preceded by the lictors, he was conducted to his house. There was also an enormous gathering of the plebs, but they were by no means so pleased to see Quinctius. They regarded the power with which he was invested as excessive, and the man himself more dangerous than his power. Nothing was done that night beyond adequately guarding the city. Chapter 27. The following morning, the dictator went, before daylight, into the forum and named as his master of horse Lucius Tarquitius, a member of a patrician house, but owing to his poverty he had served in the infantry, where he was considered by far the finest of the Roman soldiers. In company with the master of the horse, the dictator proceeded to the assembly, proclaimed a suspension of all public business, ordered the shops to be closed throughout the city, and forbade the transaction of any private business whatever. He ordered all who were of military age to appear fully armed in the Campus Martius before sunset, each with 5 days' provisions and 12 palisades. Those who were beyond that age were required to cook the rations for their neighbors, whilst they were getting their arms ready and looking for palisades. So the soldiers dispersed to hunt for palisades. They took them from the nearest places. No one was interfered with. All were eager to carry out the dictator's edict. The formation of the army was equally adapted for marching, or, as circumstances required, for fighting. The dictator led the legions in person. The master of the horse was at the head of his cavalry. To both bodies, words of encouragement were addressed suitable to the emergency, exhorting them to march at extra speed, for there was a need of haste if they were to reach the enemy at night. A Roman army with its consul had been now invested for 3 days. It was uncertain what a day or a night might bring forth. Tremendous issues often turned on a moment of time. The men shouted to one another, "Hurry on, standard-bearer! Follow up, soldiers!" to the great gratification of their leaders. They reached Algidus at midnight, and on finding that they were near the enemy, halted. Chapter 28. The dictator, after riding round and reconnoitering as well as he could in the night the position and shape of the camp, commanded the military tribunes to give orders for the baggage to be collected together, and the soldiers, with their arms and palisades, to resume their places in the ranks. His orders were carried out. Then, keeping the formation in which they had marched, the whole army, in one long column, surrounded the enemy's lines. At a given signal, all were ordered to raise a shout. After raising the shout, each man was to dig a trench in front of him and fix his palisade. As soon as the order reached the men, the signal followed. The men obeyed the order, and the shout rolled around the enemy's line and over them into the consul's camp. In the one, it created panic. In the other, rejoicing. The Romans recognized their fellow citizens' shout and congratulated one another on help being at hand. They even made sorties from their outposts against the enemy and so increased their alarm. The consul said there must be no delay. That shout meant that their friends had not only arrived, but were engaged. He should be surprised if the outside of the enemy's lines was not already attacked. He ordered his men to seize their arms and follow him. A nocturnal battle began. They notified the dictator's legions by their shouts that on their side too the action had commenced. The Aequi were already making preparations to prevent themselves from being surrounded when the enclosed enemy began the battle. To prevent their lines from being broken through, they turned from those who were investing them to fight the enemy within, and so left the night free for the dictator to complete his work. The fighting with the consul went on till dawn. By this time they were completely invested by the dictator, and were hardly able to keep up the fight against one army. Then their lines were attacked by Quinctius's army, who had completed the circumvallation and resumed their arms. They had now to maintain a fresh conflict. The previous one was in no way slackened. Under the stress of the double attack, they turned from fighting to supplication, and implored the dictator on the one side and the consul on the other not to make their extermination the price of victory, but to allow them to surrender their arms and depart. The consul referred them to the dictator, and he, in his anger, determined to humiliate his defeated enemy. He ordered Gracchus Cloelius and others of their principal men to be brought to him in chains, and the town of Corbio to be evacuated. He told the Aequi he did not require their blood. They were at liberty to depart. But as an open admission of the defeat and subjugation of their nation, they would have to pass under the yoke. This was made of 3 spears, 2 fixed upright in the ground, and the third tied to them across the top. Under this yoke, the dictator sent the Aequi. Chapter 29. Their camp was found to be full of everything, for they had been sent away with only their shirts on, and the dictator gave the whole of the spoil to his own soldiers alone. Addressing the consul and his army in a tone of severe rebuke, "You soldiers," he said, "will go without your share of the spoil, for you all but fell a spoil yourselves to the enemy from whom it was taken. And you, Lucius Minucius, will command these legions as a staff officer, until you begin to show the spirit of a consul." Minucius laid down his consulship, and remained with the army under the dictator's orders. But such unquestioning obedience did men in those days pay to authority when ably and wisely exercised, that the soldiers, mindful of the service he had done them rather than of the disgrace inflicted on them, voted to the dictator a gold crown, a pound in weight, and when he left they saluted him as their patron. Quintus Fabius, the prefect of the city, convened a meeting of the Senate, and they decreed that Quinctius, with the army he was bringing home, should enter the city in triumphal procession. The commanding officers of the enemy were led in front, then the military standards were borne before the general's chariot. The army followed, loaded with spoil. It is said that tables spread with provisions stood before all the houses, and feasters followed the chariot with songs of triumph and the customary jests and lampoons. On that day the freedom of the city was bestowed on Lucius Mamilius the Tusculan amidst universal approval. The dictator would at once have laid down his office had not the meeting of the assembly for the trial of Marius Volscius detained him. Fear of the dictator prevented the tribunes from obstructing it. Volscius was condemned and went into exile at Lunuvium. Quinctius resigned on the 16th day the dictatorship which had been conferred upon him for 6 months. During that period the consul Nautius fought a brilliant action with the Sabines at Aratum, who suffered a severe defeat, in addition to the ravaging of their fields. Fabius Quintus was sent to succeed Minucius in command at Algidus. Towards the end of the year, the tribunes began to agitate the law, but as 2 armies were absent, the Senate succeeded in preventing any measure from being brought before the plebs. The latter gained their point, however, in securing the re-election of the tribunes for the 5th time. It is said that wolves pursued by dogs were seen in the capital. This prodigy necessitated its purification. These were the events of the year. Chapter 30. The war with the Aequi and Sabines. The number of plebeian tribunes doubled. The next consuls were Quintus Minucius and Caius Horatius Pulvillus. As there was peace abroad at the beginning of the year, the domestic troubles began again, the same tribunes agitating for the same law. Matters would have gone further, so inflamed were the passions on both sides, had not news arrived, as though it had been purposefully arranged, of the loss of the garrison at Corbio in a night attack of the Aequi. The consuls summoned a meeting of the Senate. They were ordered to form a force of all who could bear arms and march to Algidus. The contest about the law was suspended, and a fresh struggle began about the enlistment. The consular authority was on the point of being overborne by the interference of the tribunes when a fresh alarm was created. A Sabine army had descended on the Roman fields for plunder and were approaching the city. Thoroughly alarmed, the tribunes allowed the enrollment to proceed, not, however, without insisting on an agreement that since they had been foiled for 5 years and but slight protection to the plebeians had so far been afforded, there should henceforth be 10 tribunes of the plebs elected. Necessity extorted this from the Senate with only one condition, that for the future they should not see the same tribunes in 2 successive years. That this agreement might not, like all the others, prove illusory, when once the war was over, the elections for tribunes were held at once. The office of tribune had existed for 36 years, when for the first time 10 were created, 2 from each class. It was definitely laid down that this should be the rule in all future elections. When the enrollment was completed, Minucius advanced against the Sabines, but did not find the enemy. After massacring the garrison at Corbio, the Aequi had captured Ortona. Horatius fought them on Algidus, inflicting great slaughter, and drove them not only from Algidus, but also out of Corbio and Ortona. Corbio he totally destroyed, on account of their having betrayed the garrison. Chapter 31. Marius Valerius and Spurius Virgilius were the new consuls. There was quiet at home and abroad. Owing to excessive rain, there was a scarcity of provisions. A law was carried making the Aventine a part of the state domain. The tribunes of the plebs were re-elected. These men in the following year, when Titus Romilius and Caius Verturius were the consuls, were continually making the law the staple of all their harangues, and said that they should be ashamed of their number being increased to no purpose, if that matter made as little progress during their 2 years of office as it had made during the 5 preceding years. Whilst the agitation was at its height, a hurried message came from Tusculum to the effect that the Aequi were in the Tusculan territory. The good services which that nation had so lately rendered made the people ashamed to delay sending assistance. Both consuls were sent against the enemy and found him in his usual position on Algidus. An action was fought there. Above 7,000 of the enemy were killed. The rest were put to flight. Immense booty was taken. This, owing to the low state of the public treasury, the consuls sold. Their action, however, created ill feeling in the army, and afforded the tribunes material on which to base an accusation against them. When, therefore, they went out of office, in which they were succeeded by Spurius Tarpeius and Aulus Eternius, they were both impeached. Romilius by Caius Calvius Cicero, plebeian tribune, and Veturius by Lucius Alienus, plebeian aedile. To the intense indignation of the senatorial party, both were condemned and fined. Romilius had to pay 10,000 asses, and Veturius 15,000. The fate of their predecessors did not shake the resolution of the new consuls. They said that while it was quite possible that they might also be condemned, it was not possible for the plebs and its tribunes to carry the law. Through long discussion, it had become stale. The tribunes now threw it over and approached the patricians in a less aggressive spirit. They urged that an end should be put to their disputes, and if they objected to the measures adopted by the plebeians, they should consent to the appointment of a body of legislatures, chosen in equal numbers from the plebeians and patricians, to enact what would be useful to both orders and secure equal liberty for each. The patricians thought the proposal worth consideration. They said, however, that no one should legislate unless he were a patrician, since they were agreed as to the laws, and only differed as to who should enact them. Commissioners were sent to Athens with instructions to make a copy of the famous laws of Solon, and to investigate the institutions, customs, and laws of other Greek states. Their names were Spurius Postumius Albus, Aulus Manlius, Publius Sepulchrius Camerinus. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Jacobi. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 3, Chapters 32 to 41.
Chapter 32. Pestilence in Rome. The Decemvirs. As regards to foreign war, the year was a quiet one. The following one, in which Publius Curiatius and Sextus Quintilius were consuls, was still quieter, owing to the continued silence of the tribunes. This was due to two causes. First, they were waiting the return of the commissioners who had gone to Athens, and the foreign laws which they were to bring. And secondly, two fearful disasters came together, a famine and a pestilence which was fatal to men and fatal to cattle. The fields lay waste. The city was depleted by an unbroken series of deaths. Many illustrious houses were in mourning. The Flamen Quirinalius Servius Cornelius died. Also the augur Gaius Horatius Pulvius, in whose place the augurs chose Gaius Veturius all the more eagerly because he had been condemned by the plebes. The consul Quinctilius and 4 tribunes of the plebes died. The year was a gloomy one, owing to the numerous losses. There was a respite from external enemies. The succeeding consuls were Gaius Menenius and Publius Setius Capitolinus. The year was also free from war abroad, but commotions began at home. The commissioners now had returned with the laws of Athens. The tribunes, in consequence, were more insistent that commencement should at last be made in the contemplation of the laws. It was decided that a body of 10, hence called the Decemvirs, should be created, from whom there should be no appeal, and that all other magistrates should be suspended for the year. There was a long controversy as to whether plebeians should be admitted. At last they gave way to the patricians on condition that the Aecilian law concerning the Aventine and other sacred laws should not be repealed. Chapter 33. For the second time, in the 301st year from the foundation of Rome, was the form of government changed. The supreme authority was transferred from consuls to decemvirs, just as it had previously passed from kings to consuls. The change was less noteworthy, owing to its short duration, for the happy beginnings of that government developed into too luxuriant a growth. Hence, its early failure and return to the old practice of entrusting to men the name of authority and consul. The decemvirs were Appius Claudius, Titus Genusius, Publius Setius, Lucius Veturius, Gaius Julius, Aulus Manlius, Publius Sulpicius, Publius Curiatius, Titus Romilius, and Spurius Postumius. As Claudius and Genusius were the consuls designate, they received the honor in place of the honor of which they were deprived. Cestius, one of the consuls the year before, was honored because he had, against his colleague, brought that subject before the Senate. Next to them were placed the 3 commissioners who had gone to Athens, as a reward for their undertaking so distant an embassage, and also because it was thought that those who were familiar with the laws of foreign states would be useful in the compilation of new ones. It is said that in the final voting for the 4 required to complete the number, the electors chose aged men to prevent any violent opposition to the decisions of others. The presidency of the whole body was, in accordance with the wishes of the plebes, entrusted to Appius. He had assumed such a new character that from being a stern and bitter enemy of the people, he suddenly appeared as their advocate and trimmed his sails to catch every breath of popular favor. They administered justice each in turn. The one who was presiding judge for the day was attended by the 12 lictors. The others only had a single usher each. Notwithstanding, the singular harmony which prevailed amongst them, a harmony which under other circumstances might be dangerous to individuals, the most perfect equity was shown to others. It will be sufficient to adduce a single instance as proof of the moderation with which they acted. A dead body had been discovered and dug up in the house of Cestius, a member of a patrician family. It was brought into the assembly, as it was clear that an atrocious crime had been committed. Gaius Julius, a decemvir, indicted Cestius, and appeared before the people to prosecute in person. Though he had the right to act as sole judge for the case, he waived his right in order that the liberties of the people might gain what he surrendered of his power. Chapter 34. Whilst highest and lowest alike were enjoying their prompt and impartial administration of justice, as though delivered by an oracle, they were at the same time devoting their attention to the framing of the laws. These eagerly looked for laws were at length inscribed on 10 tables, which were exhibited in an assembly specially convened for the purpose. After a prayer that their work might bring welfare and happiness to the state, to them, and to their children, the decemvirs bade them go and read the laws which were exhibited. As far as the wisdom and foresight of 10 men admitted, they had established equal laws for all, for highest and lowest alike. There was, however, more weight in the intelligence and advice of many men. They should turn over each separate item in their minds, discuss them in conversations with each other, and bring forward for public debate what appeared to them superfluous or defective in each enactment. The future laws for Rome should be such as would appear to have been no less unanimously proposed by the people themselves than ratified by them on the proposal of others. When it appeared that they had been sufficiently amended in accordance with the expression of public opinion on each head, the laws of the 10 tables were passed by the assembly of centuries. Even in the mass of legislation today, where laws are piled one upon another in a confused heap, they still form the source of all public and private jurisprudence. After their ratification, the remark was generally made that 2 tables were still wanting. If they were added, the body, as it might be called, of Roman law would be complete. As the day for elections approached, this impression created a desire to appoint decemvirs for a second year. The plebeians had learnt to detest the name of consul as much as that of king, and now, as the decemvirs allowed an appeal from one of their body to another, they no longer required the aid of their tribunes. Chapter 35. But after notice had been given that the election of decemvirs would be held on the 3rd market day, such eagerness to be amongst those elected displayed itself, that even the foremost men of the state began an individual canvass as humble suitors for an office which they had previously with all their might opposed, seeking it at the hands of that very plebes with which they had hitherto been in conflict. I think they feared that if they did not fill posts of such great authority, they would be open to men who were not worthy of them. Appius Claudius was keenly alive to the chance that he might not be re-elected, in spite of his age and the honors he had enjoyed. You could hardly tell whether to consider him as a decemvir or a candidate. Sometimes he was more like one who sought office than one who actually held it. He abused the nobility and extolled all the candidates who had neither birth nor personal weight to recommend them. He used to bustle about the forum, surrounded by ex-tribunes of the Duilius and Silius stamp, and through them made overtures to the plebeians, until even his colleagues, who till then had been wholly devoted to him, began to watch him, wondering what he meant. They were convinced there was no sincerity about it. It was certain that so haughty a man would not exhibit such affability for nothing. They regarded this demeaning of himself and hobnobbing with private individuals as the action of a man who was not so keen to resign office as to discover some way of prolonging it. Not venturing to thwart his aims openly, they tried to moderate his violence by humoring him. As he was the youngest member of their body, they unanimously conferred on him the office of presiding over the elections. By this artifice, they hoped to prevent him from getting himself elected, a thing which no one except the tribunes of the plebes had ever done, setting thereby the worst of precedents. However, he gave out that, if all went well, he should hold the elections, and he seized upon what should have been an impediment as a good opportunity for effecting his purpose. By forming a coalition, he secured the rejection of the two Quinti, Capitolinus and Cincinnatus, his own uncle, Gaius Claudius, one of the firmest supporters of the nobility, and other citizens of the same rank. He procured an election of men who were very far from being their equals, either socially or politically, himself among the first, a step which respectable men disapproved of, all the more because no one had supposed that he would have the audacity to take it. With him were elected Marcus Cornelius Maluginensis, Marcus Sergius, Lucius Minucius, Quintus Fabius Vibulanus, Quintus Poetilius, Titus Antonius Merenda, Caeso Duilius, Spurius Oppius Cornicen, and Manlius Rebulius.
Chapter 36. The Second Duumvirate. This was the end of Appius' assumption of a part foreign to his nature. From that time, his conduct was in accordance with his natural disposition, and he began to mold his new colleagues, even before they entered on office, into lines of his own character. They held private meetings daily. Then, armed with plans hatched in absolute secrecy for exercising unbridled power, they no longer troubled to dissemble their tyranny, but made themselves difficult of access, harsh and stern to those to whom they granted interviews. So matters went on till the middle of May. At that period, May 15, was the proper time for magistrates to take up their office. At the outset, the first day of their government was marked by a demonstration which aroused great fears. For, whereas the previous Decemvirs had observed the rule of only one having the fasces at a time, and making this emblem of royalty go to each in turn, now all the 10 suddenly appeared, each with his 12 lictors. The forum was filled with 120 lictors, and they bore the axes tied up in the fasces. The Decemvirs explained it by saying that, as they were invested with absolute power of life and death, there was no reason for the axes being removed. They presented the appearance of 10 kings, and manifold fears were entertained not only by the lowest classes, but even by the foremost of senators. They felt that a pretext for commencing bloodshed was being sought for, so that if anyone uttered, either in the Senate or amongst the people, a single word which reminded them of liberty, the rods and axes would instantly be made ready for him, to intimidate the rest. For not only was there no protection in the people now that the right of appeal to them was withdrawn, but the Decemvirs had mutually agreed not to interfere with each other's sentences, whereas the previous Decemvirs had allowed their judicial decisions to be revised on appeal to a colleague, and certain matters which they considered to be within the jurisdiction of the people, they had referred to them. For some time, they inspired equal terror in all. Gradually, it rested wholly on the plebes. The patricians were unmolested. It was the men in humble life for whom they reserved their wanton and cruel treatment. They were solely swayed by personal motives, not by the justice of a cause, since influence had with them the force of equity. They drew up their judgments at home and pronounced them in the forum. If anyone appealed to a colleague, he left the presence of the one to whom he had appealed bitterly regretting that he had not abided by the first sentence. A belief, not traceable to any authoritative source, had got abroad that their conspiracy against law and justice was not for the present only. A secret and sworn agreement existed amongst them, not to hold any elections, but to keep their power. Now they had once obtained it, by making the Decemvirate perpetual. Chapter 37. The plebeians now began to study the faces of the patricians, to catch haply some gleam of liberty from the men from whom they had dreaded slavery and thought that dread had brought the commonwealth into its present condition. The leaders of the Senate hated the Decemvirs and hated the plebes. They did not approve of what was going on, but they thought that the plebeians deserved all that they got and refused to help men who, by rushing too eagerly after liberty, had fallen into slavery. They even increased the wrongs they suffered, that through their disgust and impatience at the present conditions, they might begin to long for the former state of things and the 2 consuls as of old. The greater part of the year had now elapsed. 2 tables had been added to the 10 of the previous year. If these additional laws were passed by the Comita Centuriata, there was no reason why the decemvirate should be any longer considered necessary. Men were wondering how soon notice would be given of the election of consuls. The sole anxiety of the plebeians was as to the method by which they could re-establish that bulwark of their liberties, the power of the tribunes, which was now suspended. Meantime, nothing was said about any elections. At first, the decemvirs had bid for popularity by appearing before the plebes, surrounded by ex-tribunes. But now, they were accompanied by an escort of young patricians, who crowded round the tribunals, maltreated the plebeians, and plundered their property, and, being the stronger, succeeded in getting whatever they had taken a fancy to. They did not stop short of personal violence. Some were scourged, others beheaded, and that this brutality might not be gratuitous, the punishment of the owner was followed by a grant of his effects. Corrupted by such bribes, the young nobility not only declined to oppose the lawlessness of the decemvirs, but they openly showed that they preferred their own freedoms from all restraints to the general liberty. Chapter 38. The 15th of May arrived. The decemvirs' term of office expired, but no new magistrates were appointed, though now only private citizens. The decemvirs came forward as determined as ever to enforce their authority and retain all the emblems of power. It was now in truth undisguised monarchy. Liberty was looked upon as forever lost. None stood forth to vindicate it, nor did it seem likely that anyone would do so. Not only had the people sunk into despondency themselves, but they were beginning to be despised by their neighbors, who scorned the idea of sovereign power existing where there was no liberty. The Sabines made an incursion into Roman territory in great force, and carrying their ravages far and wide, drove away an immense quantity of men and cattle to Aretum, where they collected their scattered forces and encamped in hope that the distracted state of Rome would prevent an army from being raised. Not only the messengers who brought the information, but the country people who were flying into the city created a panic. The decemvirs, hated alike by the Senate and the plebes, were left without any support, and whilst they were consulting as to the necessary measures, fortune added a fresh cause of alarm. The Aequi, advancing in a different direction, had entrenched themselves on Algidus, and from there were making predatory incursions into the territory of Tusculum. The news was brought by envoys from Tusculum who implored assistance. The panic created unnerved the decemvirs, and seeing the city encompassed by 2 separate wars, they were driven to consult the Senate. They gave orders for the senators to be summoned, quite realizing what a storm of indignant resentment was awaiting them, and that they would be held solely responsible for the wasted territory and the threatening dangers. This, they expected, would lead to an attempt to deprive them of office, unless they offered a unanimous resistance, and by a sharp exercise of authority on a few of the most daring spirits repress the attempts of others. When the voice of the crier was heard in the forum, calling the patricians to take the Senate House to meet the decemvirs, the novelty of it, after so long a suspension of the meetings of the Senate, filled the plebeians with astonishment. What, they asked, has happened to revive a practice so long disused? We ought to be grateful to the enemy who are menacing us with war for causing anything to happen, which belongs to the usage of a free state. They looked in every part of the forum for a senator, but seldom was one recognized. Then they contemplated the Senate House and the solitude round the decemvirs. The latter put it down to the universal hatred felt for their authority. The plebeians explained it by saying that the senators did not meet them because private citizens had not the right to summon them. If the plebes made common cause with the Senate, those who were bent on recovering their liberty would have men to lead them, and, as the senators when summoned would not assemble, so the plebes must refuse to be enrolled for service. Thus, the plebeians expressed their opinions. As to the senators, there was hardly a single member of the order in the forum, and very few in the city. Disgusted with the state of matters, they had retired to their country homes and were attending to their own affairs. Having lost all interest in those of the state, they felt that the more they kept away from any meeting and intercourse with their tyrannical masters, the safer it would be for them. As, on being summoned, they did not come, the ushers were dispatched to their houses to exact the penalties for non-attendance and to ascertain whether they absented themselves of a set purpose. They took back word that the Senate was in the country. This was less unpleasant for the decemvirs than if they had been in the city and had refused to recognize their authority. Orders were issued for all to be summoned for the following day. They assembled in greater numbers than they themselves expected. This led the plebeians to think that their liberty had been betrayed by the Senate, since they had obeyed men whose term of office had expired, and who, apart from the force at their disposal, were only private citizens, thus recognizing their right to convene the Senate. Chapter 39. This obedience, however, was shown more by their coming to the Senate House than by any servility in the sentiments which we understand that they expressed. It is recorded that after the question of the war had been introduced by Appius Claudius, and before the formal discussion began, Lucius Valerius Potitus created a scene by demanding that he should be allowed to speak on the political question, and on the decemvirs forbidding him in threatening tones to do so, he declared that he would present himself before the people. Marcus Horatius Barbatus showed himself an equally determined opponent, called the decemvirs 10 Tarquins, and reminded them that it was under the leadership of the Valeri and the Horati that monarchy had been expelled from Rome. It was not the name of king that men had now grown wary of, for it was the proper title of Jupiter. Romulus, the founder of the city, and his successors were called kings, and the name was still retained for religious purposes. It was the tyranny and violence of kings that men detested. If these were insupportable in a king or a king's son, who would endure them in 10 private citizens? They should see to it that they did not, by forbidding freedom of speech in the house, compel them to speak outside its walls. He could not see how it was less permissible for him, as a private citizen, to convene an assembly of the people than for them to summon the Senate. They might find out whenever they chose how much more powerful a sense of wrong is to vindicate liberty than greedy ambition is to support tyranny. They were bringing up the question of the Sabine War, as if the Roman people had any more serious war to wage than one against men who, appointed to draw up laws, left no vestige of law or justice in the state, who had abolished the elections, the annual magistrates, the regular succession of rulers, which formed the sole guarantee of equal liberty for all, who, through simple citizens, still retained the fasces and the power of despotic monarchs. After the expulsion of the kings, the magistrates were patricians. After the secession of the plebes, plebeian magistrates were appointed. What party did these men belong to, he asked? The popular party? Why, what have they ever done in conjunction with the people? The nobility? What? These men, who have not held a meeting of the Senate for nearly a year, and now that they are holding one, forbid any speaking on the political situation? Do not place too much reliance on the fears of others. The ills that men are actually suffering from seem to them much more grievous than any they may fear in the future. Chapter 40. Whilst Horatius was delivering this impassioned speech, and the decemvirs were in doubt how far they ought to go, whether in the direction of angry resistance or in that of concession, and unable to see what the issue would be, Gaius Claudius, the uncle of the Decemvir Appius, made a speech more in the nature of entreaty than of censure. He implored him, by the shade of his father, to think rather of the social order under which he had been born than of the nefarious compact made with his colleagues. It was much more, he said, for the sake of Appius than of the state that he made the appeal, for the state would assert its rights in spite of them, if it could not do so with their consent. But great controversies generally kindle great and bitter passions, and it was what these might lead to that he dreaded. Though the Decemvirs forbade the discussion of any subject save the one they had introduced, their respect for Claudius prevented them from interrupting him. So he concluded with a resolution that no decree should be passed by the Senate. This was universally taken to mean that Claudius adjudged them to be private citizens, and many of the consulars expressed their concurrence. Another proposal, apparently more drastic, but in reality less effective, was that the Senate should order the patricians to hold a special meeting to appoint an interrex. For, by voting for this, they decided that those who were presiding over the Senate were lawful magistrates, whoever they were, whereas the proposal that no decree should be passed made by them private citizens. The cause of the Decemvirs was on the point of collapsing when Lucius Cornelius Maluginensis, the brother of Marcus Cornelius the Decemvir, who had been purportedly selected from among the consulars to wind up the debate, undertook to defend his brother and his brother's colleagues by professing great anxiety about the war. He was wondering, he said, by what fatality it had come about that the Decemvirs should be attacked by those who had sought the office, or by their allies, or, in particular, by these men, or why, during all the months that the Commonwealth was undisturbed, no one questioned whether those at the head of affairs were lawful magistrates or not. Whereas now, when the enemy was almost at their gates, they were fomenting civic discord, unless indeed they supposed that the nature of their proceeding would be less apparent in the general confusion. No one was justified in importing prejudice into a matter of such moment, whilst they were preoccupied with much more serious anxieties. He gave it as his opinion that the point raised by Valerius and Horatius, namely, that the Decemvirs had ceased to hold office by May 15, should be submitted to the Senate for decision after the impending wars had been brought to a close and the tranquility of the state restored. And further, that Appius Claudius must at once understand that he must be prepared to make a proper return of the election, which he held for the appointment of the Decemvirs, stating whether they were elected only for a year or until such time as the laws which were still required should be passed. In his opinion, every matter but the war should for the present be laid aside. If they thought that the reports of it which had got abroad were false, and that not only the messengers which had come in, but even the Tuscan envoys which had invented the story, then they ought to send out reconnoitering parties to bring back accurate information. If, however, they believed the messengers and the envoys, a levy ought to be made at the earliest possible moment. The Decemvirs should lead the armies in whatever direction each thought best, and nothing else should take precedence. Chapter 41. Whilst a division was being taken and the younger senators were carrying this proposition, Valerius and Horatius rose again in great excitement and loudly demanded leave to discuss the political situation. If, they said, the faction in the Senate prevented them, they would bring it before the people, for private citizens had no power to silence them, either in the Senate House or in the Assembly, and they were not going to give way before the fasces of a mock authority. Appius felt that unless he met their violence with equal audacity, his authority was practically at an end. It will be better, he said, not to speak on any subject, but the one we are now considering. And as Valerius insisted that he should not keep silent for a private citizen, Appius ordered a lictor to go with him, Valerius ran to the doors of the Senate house and invoked the protection of the Chierites. Lucius Cornelius put an end to the scene by throwing his arms round Appius as though to protect Valerius, but really to protect Appius from further mischief. He obtained permission for Valerius to say what he wanted, and as this liberty did not go beyond words, the Decemvirs achieved their purpose. The consulars and senior senators felt that the tribunician authority, which they still regarded with detestation, was much more eagerly desired by the plebes than the restoration of the consular authority, and they would almost rather have the Decemvirs voluntarily resigning office at a subsequent period than that the plebes should recover power through their unpopularity. If matters could be quietly arranged and the consuls restored without any popular disturbance, they thought that either the preoccupation of war or the moderate exercise of power on the part of the consuls would make the plebes forget all about their tribunes. The levy was proclaimed without any protest from the Senate. The men of age for active service answered to their names, as there was no appeal from the authority of the Decemvirs. When the legions were enrolled, the Decemvirs arranged among themselves their respective commands. The prominent men amongst them were Quintus Fabius and Appius Claudius. The war at home threatened to be more serious than the one abroad, and the violent disposition of Appius was deemed more fitted to repress commotions in the city, whilst Fabius was looked upon as more inclined to evil practices than to be any permanent good to them. This man, at one time so distinguished both at home and in the field, had been so changed by office and the influence of his colleagues that he preferred to take Appius as his model rather than be true to himself. He was entrusted with the Sabine War, and Manlius Rebulius and Quintus Poetilius were associated with him in its conduct. Marcus Cornelius was sent to Algidus, together with Lucius Minucius, Titus Antonius, Caius Duilius, and Marcus Sergius. It was decreed that Spurius Oppius should assist Appius Claudius in the defense of the city, with an authority coordinate with that of the other Decemvirs. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts, Book 3, Chapters 42 to 54. Chapter 42. War with the Equi and Sabines. The military operations were not any more satisfactory than the domestic administration. The commanders were certainly at fault in having made themselves objects of detestation to the citizens, but otherwise the whole of the blame rested on the soldiers, who, to prevent anything from succeeding under the auspices and leadership of the Decemvirs, disgraced both themselves and their generals by allowing themselves to be defeated. Both armies had been routed, the one by the Sabines at Eretum, the other by the Equi on Algidus. Fleeing from Eretum, in the silence of the night, they had entrenched themselves on some high ground near the city between Fidene and Crustumeria. They refused to meet the pursuing enemy anywhere on equal terms, and trusted for safety to their entrenchments and the nature of the ground, not to arms or courage. On Algidus they behaved more disgracefully, suffered a heavier defeat, and even lost their camp. Deprived of all their stores, the soldiers made their way to Tusculum, looking for subsistence to the good faith and compassion of their hosts, and their confidence was not misplaced. Such alarming reports were brought to Rome that the Senate laying aside their feeling against the Decemvirs, resolved that guards should be mounted in the city, ordered that all who were of age to bear arms should man the walls and undertake outpost duty before the gates, and decreed a supply of arms to be sent to Tusculum, to replace those which had been lost, whilst the Decemvirs were to evacuate Tusculum and keep their soldiers encamped. The other camp was to be transferred from Fidene on to the Sabine territory, and by assuming the offensive deter the enemy from any project of attacking the city. 43. The assassination of Siccius. To these defeats at the hands of the enemy have to be added two infamous crimes on the part of the Decemvirs. Lucius Siccius was serving in the campaign against the Sabines. Seeing the bitter feeling against the Decemvirs, he used to hold secret conversations with the soldiery and threw out hints about the creation of tribunes and resorting to a secession. He was sent to select and survey a site for a camp, and the soldiers who had been told off to accompany him were instructed to choose a favorable opportunity for attacking and dispatching him. They did not effect their purpose with impunity. Several of the assassins fell around him whilst he was defending himself with a courage equal to his strength, and that was exceptional. The rest brought a report back to camp that Siccius had fallen into an ambush and had died fighting bravely, whilst some soldiers had been lost with him. At first, the informants were believed, but subsequently a cohort which had gone out by permission of the Decemvirs to bury those who had fallen found, when they reached the spot, no corpse despoiled, but the body of Siccius lying in the centre, fully armed, with those around all turned towards him, whilst there was not a single body belonging to the enemy, nor any trace of their having retired. They brought the body back and declared that, as a matter of fact, he had been killed by his own men. The camp was filled with deep resentment, and it was decided that Siccius should be forthwith carried to Rome. The Decemvirs anticipated this resolve by hastily burying him with military honors at the cost of the state. The soldiers manifested profound grief at his funeral, and the worst possible suspicions were everywhere entertained against the Decemvirs. 44. The story of Virginia. This was followed by a second atrocity, the result of brutal lust, which occurred in the city and led to consequences no less tragic than the outrage and death of Lucretia, which had brought about the expulsion of the royal family. Not only was the end of the Decemvirs the same as that of the kings, but the cause of their losing their power was the same in each case. Appius Claudius had conceived a guilty passion for a girl of plebeian birth. The girl's father, Lucius Verginius, held a high rank in the army of Algidus. He was a man of exemplary character both at home and in the field. His wife had been brought up on equally high principles, and their children were being brought up in the same way. He had betrothed his daughter to Lucius Icilius, who had been tribune, an active and energetic man whose courage had been proved in his battles for the plebs. This girl, now in the bloom of her youth and beauty, excited Appius' passions, and he tried to prevail on her by presents and promises. When he found that her virtue was proof against all temptation, he had recourse to unscrupulous and brutal violence. He commissioned a client, Marcus Claudius, to claim the girl as his slave, and to bar any claim on the part of her friends to retain possession of her till the case was tried, as he thought that the father's absence afforded a good opportunity for this illegal action. As the girl was going to her school in the forum, the grammar schools were held in booths there, the decemvir Spander laid his hands upon her, declaring that she was the daughter of a slave of his, and the slave herself. He then ordered her to follow him, and threatened, if she hesitated, to carry her off by force. While the girl was stupefied with terror, her maid's shrieks, invoking the protection of the Quirites, drew a crowd together. The names of her father Virginius and her betrothed lover Icilius were held in universal respect. Regard for them brought their friends. Feeling of indignation brought the crowd to the maiden's support. She was now safe from violence. The man who claimed her said that he was proceeding according to law, not by violence. There was no need for any excited gathering. He cited the girl into court. Her supporters advised her to follow him. They came before the tribunal of Appius. The claimant rehearsed a story already perfectly familiar to the judge, as he was the author of the plot. How the girl had been born in his house, stolen from there, transferred to the house of Virginius, and fathered on him. These allegations would be supported by definite evidence, and he would prove them to the satisfaction of Virginius himself, who was really most concerned, as an injury had been done to him. Meanwhile, he urged it was only right that the slave girl should follow her master. The girl's advocates contended that Virginius was absent on the service of the state. He would be present in 2 days' time, if information was sent to him, and it was contrary to equity that in his absence he should incur risk with regard to his children. They demanded that he should adjourn the whole of the proceedings till the father's arrival, and in accordance with the law which he himself had enacted, grant the custody of the girl to those who asserted her freedom, and not suffer a maiden of ripe age to incur danger to her reputation before her liberty was imperiled. 45. Before giving judgment, Appius showed how liberty was upheld by that very law to which the friends of Virginia had appealed in support of her demand. But he went on to say it guaranteed liberty only so far as its provisions were strictly adhered to as regarded both persons and cases. For, where personal freedom is the matter of claim, that provision holds good, because anyone can lawfully plead, but in the case of one who is still in her father's power, there is none but her father to whom her master need renounce possession. His decision, therefore, was that the father should be summoned, and, in the meanwhile, the man who claimed her should not forego his right to take the girl and give security to produce her on the arrival of her reputed father. The injustice of this sentence called forth many murmurs, but no one ventured on open protest until Publius Numitorius, the girl's grandfather, and Icilius, her betrothed, appeared on the scene. The intervention of Icilius seemed to offer the best chance of thwarting Appius, and the crowd made way for him. The lictor said that judgment had been given, and as Icilius continued loudly protesting, he attempted to remove him. Such rank injustice would have fired even a gentle temper. He exclaimed, "I am, at your orders, Appius, to be removed at the point of the sword, that you may stifle all comment on what you want to keep concealed. I am going to marry this maiden, and I am determined to have a chaste wife. Summon all the lictors of all your colleagues. Give orders for the axes and rods to be in readiness. The betrothed of Icilius shall not remain outside her father's house." Even if you have deprived us of the two bulwarks of our liberty, the aid of our tribunes and the right of appeal to the Roman plebs, that had given you no right to our wives and children, the victims of your lust, vent your cruelty upon our backs and necks. Let female honor at least be safe. If violence is offered to this girl, I shall invoke the aid of the Quirites, here for my betrothed, Virginius, that of the soldiers for his only daughter. We shall all invoke the aid of gods and men, and you shall not carry out that judgment except at the cost of our lives. Reflect, Appius, I demand of you, whither you are going. When Virginius has come, he must decide what action to take about his daughter. If he submits to this man's claim, he must look out another husband for her. Meantime, I will vindicate her liberty at the price of my life, sooner than sacrifice my honor. 46. The people were excited and a conflict appeared imminent. The lictors had closed around Icilius, but matters had not got beyond the threats on both sides when Appius declared that it was not the defense of Virginia that was Icilius' main object. A restless intriguer, even yet breathing the spirit of the tribuneship, was looking out for a chance of creating sedition. He would not, however, afford him material for it that day, but that he might know that it was not to his insolence that he was making a concession, but to the absent Virginius. To the name of father and to liberty he would not adjudicate on that day, or issue any decree. He would ask Marcus Claudius to forego his right, and allow the girl to be in the custody of her friends till the morrow. If the father did not then appear, he warned Icilius and men of his stamp that neither as legislator would he be disloyal to his own law, nor as decemvir would he lack firmness to execute it. He certainly would not call upon the lictors of his colleagues to repress the ringleaders of sedition. He should be content with his own. The time for perpetrating this illegality was thus postponed, and after the girl's supporters had withdrawn, it was decided, as the very first thing to be done, that the brother of Icilius and one of Numitor's sons, both active youths, should make their way straight to the gate and summon Virginius from the camp with all possible speed. They knew that the girl's safety turned upon her protector against lawlessness being present in time. They started on their mission, and riding at full speed brought the news to the father. While the claimant of the girl was pressing Icilius to enter his plea and name his sureties, and Icilius kept asserting that this very thing was being arranged, purposely spinning out the time to allow of his messengers getting first to the camp, the crowd everywhere held up their hands to show that every one of them was ready to be security for him. With tears in his eyes, he said, "It is most kind of you. Tomorrow I may need your help. Now I have sufficient securities." So Virginia was bailed on the security of her relatives. Appius remained for some time on the bench, to avoid the appearance of having taken his seat for that one case only. When he found that owing to the universal interest in this one case no other suitors appeared, he withdrew to his home and wrote to his colleagues in camp not to grant leave of absence to Virginius, and actually to keep him under arrest. This wicked advice came too late, as it deserved to do. Virginius had already obtained leave and started in the first watch. The letter ordering his detention was delivered the next morning, and was therefore useless. 47. In the city, the citizens were standing in the forum in the early dawn, on the tiptoe of expectation. Virginius, in mourning garb, brought his daughter, similarly attired, and accompanied by a number of matrons, into the forum. An immense body of sympathizers stood around him. He went amongst the people, took them by the hand, and appealed to them to help him, not out of compassion only, but because they owed it to him. He was at the front day by day, in defense of their children and their wives. Of no man could they recount more numerous deeds of endurance and of daring than of him. What good was it all, he asked, if, while the city was safe, their children were exposed to what would be their worst fate if it were actually captured? Men gathered around him, whilst he spoke as though he were addressing the assembly. Icilius followed in the same strain. The women who accompanied him made a profounder impression by their silent weeping than any words could have made. Unmoved by all this, it was really madness rather than love that had clouded his judgment, Appius mounted the tribunal. The claimant began by a brief protest against the proceedings of the previous day. Judgment, he said, had not been given owing to the partiality of the judge. But before he could proceed with his claim or any opportunity was given to Virginius of replying, Appius intervened. It is possible that the ancient writers may have correctly stated some ground which he alleged for his decision, but I do not find one anywhere that would justify such an iniquitous decision. The one thing which can be propounded as being generally admitted is the judgment itself. His decision was that the girl was a slave. At first, all were stupefied with amazement at this atrocity, and for a few moments there was a dead silence. Then, as Marcus Claudius approached the matrons standing round the girl, to seize her amidst their outcries and tears, Virginius, pointing with outstretched arms to Appius, cried, "It is to Icilius, and not to you, Appius, that I have betrothed my daughter. I have brought her up for wedlock, not for outrage. Are you determined to satisfy your brutal lusts, like cattle and wild beasts? Whether these people will put up with this, I know not, but I hope that those who possess arms will refuse to do so." Whilst the man who claimed the maiden was being pushed back by the group of women and her supporters who stood around, the crier called for silence. 48. The Decemvir, utterly abandoned to his passion, addressed the crowd and told them that he had ascertained, not only through the insolent abuse of Icilius on the previous day and the violent behavior of Virginius, which the Roman people could testify to, but mainly from certain definite information received that all through the night meetings had been held in the city to organize a seditious movement. Forewarned of the likelihood of disturbance, he had come down into the forum with an armed escort, not to injure peaceable citizens, but to uphold the authority of the government by putting down the disturbers of public tranquility. It will therefore, he proceeded, be better for you to keep quiet. Go, lictor, remove the crowd and clear a way for the master to take possession of the slave. When, in a transport of rage, he had thundered out these words, the people fell back, and left the deserted girl a prey to injustice. Virginius, seeing no prospect of help anywhere, turned to the tribunal. "Pardon me, Appius, I pray you, if I have spoken disrespectfully to you. Pardon a father's grief. Allow me to question the nurse here, in the maiden's presence, as to what are the real facts of the case, that, if I have been falsely called her father, I may leave her with a greater resignation." Permission being granted, he took the girl and her nurse aside to the booths near the temple of Venus Cloacina, now known as the New Booths, and there, snatching up a butcher's knife, he plunged it into her breast, saying, "In this, the only way in which I can, I vindicate my child, thy freedom." Then, looking towards the tribunal, "By this blood, Appius, I devote thy head to the infernal gods." Alarmed at the outcry which arose at this terrible deed, the Decemvir ordered Verginius to be arrested. Brandishing the knife, he cleared the way before him until, protected by a crowd of sympathizers, he reached the city gate. Icilius and Numitorius took up the lifeless body and showed it to the people. They deplored the villainy of Appius, the ill-starred beauty of the girl, the terrible compulsion under which the father had acted. The matrons, who followed with angry cries, asked, was this the condition on which they were to rear children? Was this the reward of modesty and purity? With other manifestations of that womanly grief, which, owing to their keener insensibility, is more demonstrative, and so expresses itself in more moving and pitiful fashion. The men, and especially Cilius, talked of nothing but the abolition of the tribunician power and the right of appeal, and loudly expressed their indignation at the condition of public affairs. 49. The people were excited partly by the atrocity of the deed, partly by the opportunity now offered of recovering their liberties. Appius first ordered Icilius to be summoned before him, then, on his refusal to come, to be arrested. As the lictors were not able to get near him, Appius himself, with a body of young patricians, forced its way through the crowd and ordered him to be taken to prison. By this time Icilius was not only surrounded by the people, but the people's leaders were there, Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius. They drove back the lictors and said, if they were going to proceed by law, they would undertake the defense of Icilius against one who was only a private citizen, but if they were going to attempt force, they would be no unequal match for him. A furious scuffle began. The Decemvir lictors attacked Valerius and Horatius. Their fasces were broken up by the people. Appius mounted the platform. Horatius and Valerius followed him. The assembly listened to them. Appius was shouted down. Valerius, assuming the tone of authority, ordered the lictors to cease attendance on one who held no official position, on which Appius, thoroughly cowed and fearing for his life, muffled his head with his toga and retreated into a house near the forum, without his adversaries perceiving his flight. Septimus Oppius burst into the forum from the other side to support his colleague, and saw that their authority was overcome by main force. Uncertain what to do and distracted by the conflicting advice given him on all sides, he gave orders for the Senate to be summoned. As a great number of the senators were thought to disapprove of the conduct of the Decemvirs, the people hoped that their power would be put an end to through the action of the Senate, and consequently became quiet. The Senate decided that nothing should be done to irritate the plebs, and, what was of much more importance, that every precaution should be taken to prevent the arrival of Verginius from creating a commotion in the army. 50. Secession of the plebs. Fall of the Decemvirs. Accordingly, some of the younger senators were sent to the camp, which was then on Mount Vesilius. They informed the 3 Decemvirs, who were in command, that by every possible means they were to prevent the soldiers from mutiny. Verginius caused a greater commotion in the camp than the one he had left behind in the city. The sight of his arrival with a body of nearly 400 men from the city, who, fired with indignation, had enlisted themselves as his comrades, still more the weapon still clenched in his hand, and his blood-besprinkled clothes, attracted the attention of the whole camp. The civilian garb seen in all directions in the camp made the number of the citizens who had accompanied him seem greater than it was. Questioned as to what had happened, Virginius for a long time could not speak for weeping. At length, when those who had run up stood quietly round him, and there was silence, he explained everything in order just as it happened. Then, lifting up his hands to heaven, he appealed to them as his fellow soldiers and implored them not to attribute to him what was really the crime of Appius, nor to look upon him with abhorrence as the murderer of his children. His daughter's life was dearer to him than his own, had she been allowed to live in liberty and purity. When he saw her dragged off as a slave girl to be outraged, he thought it better to lose his child by death than by dishonor. It was through compassion for her that he had fallen into what looked like cruelty, nor would he have survived her had he not entertained the hope of avenging her death by the aid of his fellow soldiers. For they, too, had daughters and sisters and wives. The lust of Appius was not quenched with his daughter's life. Nay, rather, the more impunity it met with, the more unbridled would it be. Through the sufferings of another, they had received a warning how to guard themselves against a like wrong. As for him, his wife had been snatched from him by fate. His daughter, because she could no longer live in chastity, had met a piteous but an honorable death. There was no longer in his house any opportunity for Appius to gratify his lust. From any other violence on that man's part he would defend himself with the same resolution with which he had defended his child. Others must look out for themselves and for their children. To this impassioned appeal of Virginius the crowd replied with a shout that they would not fail him in his grief or in the defense of his liberty. The civilians mingling in the throng of soldiers told the same tragic story, and how much more shocking the incident was to behold than to hear about. At the same time they announced that affairs were in fatal confusion at Rome, and that some had followed them into camp with the tidings that Appius, after being almost killed, had gone into exile. The result was a general call to arms. They plucked up the standards and started for Rome. The decemvirs, thoroughly alarmed at what they saw and at what they heard of the state of things in Rome, went to different parts of the camp to try and allay the excitement. Where they tried persuasion, no answer was returned, but where they attempted to exercise authority, the reply was, "We are men and have arms." They marched in military order to the city and occupied the Aventine. Everyone whom they met was urged to recover the liberties of the plebs and appoint tribunes. Apart from this, no appeals to violence were heard. The meeting of the Senate was presided over by Septimus Oppius. They decided not to adopt any harsh measures, as it was through their own lack of energy that the sedition had arisen. 3 envoys of consular rank were sent to the army to demand in the name of the Senate by whose orders they had abandoned their camp, and what they meant by occupying the Aventine in arms, and diverting the war from foreign foes to their own country, which they had taken forcible possession of. They were at no loss for an answer, but they were at a loss for someone to give it, since they had as yet not regular leader, and individual officers did not venture to expose themselves to the danger of such a position. The only reply was a loud and general demand that Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius should be sent to them. To this man they would give a formal reply. 51. After the envoys were dismissed, Virginius pointed out to the soldiers that they had a few moments ago felt themselves embarrassed in a matter of no great importance, because they were a multitude without a head, and the answer they had given, though it served their turn, was the outcome rather of the general feeling at the time than of any settled purpose. He was of opinion that 10 men should be chosen to hold supreme command, and by virtue of their military rank should be called tribunes of the soldiers. He himself was the first to whom this distinction was offered, but he replied, "Reserve the opinion you have formed of me till both you and I are in more favorable circumstances. So long as my daughter is unavenged, no honor can give me pleasure, nor in the present disturbed state of the Commonwealth is it any advantage for those men to be at your head who are most obnoxious to party malice. If I am to be of any use, I shall be none the less so in a private capacity." 10 military tribunes, accordingly, were appointed. The army acting against the Sabines did not remain passive. There too, at the instigation of Icilius and Numitorius, a revolt against the Decemvirs took place. The feelings of the soldiery were roused by the recollection of the murdered Cicero no less than by the fresh story of the maiden whom it had been sought to make a victim of full lust. When Icilius heard that tribunes of the soldiers had been elected on the Aventine, he anticipated from what he knew of the plebs that, when they came to elect their tribunes, they would follow the lead of the army and choose those who were already elected as military tribunes. As he was looking to a tribuneship himself, he took care to get the same number appointed and invested with similar powers by his own men, before they entered the city. They made their entry through the Colline Gate in military order, with standards displayed, and proceeded through the heart of the city to the Aventine. There the two armies united, and the 20 military tribunes were requested to appoint 2 of their number to take the supreme direction of affairs. They appointed Marcus Oppius and Sextus Manlius. Alarmed at the direction affairs were taken, the Senate held daily meetings, but the time was spent in mutual reproaches rather than in deliberation. The Decemvirs were openly charged with the murder of Cicero, the profligacy of Appius, and the disgrace incurred in the field. It was proposed that Valerius and Horatius should go to the Aventine, but they refused to go unless the Decemvirs gave up the insignia of an office which had expired the previous year. The Decemvirs protested against this attempt to coerce them, and said that they would not lay down their authority until the laws which they were appointed to draw up were duly enacted. 52. Marcus Duilius, a former tribune, informed the plebs that, owing to incessant wranglings, no business was being transacted in the Senate. He did not believe that the senators would trouble about them till they saw the city deserted. The sacred hill would remind them of the firm determination once shown by the plebs, and they would learn that unless the tribunitian power was restored, they could be not conquered in the state. The armies left the Aventine and, going out by the Nomentan, or as it was then called the Ficulan, road, they encamped on the sacred hill, imitating the moderation of their fathers by abstaining from all injury. The plebeian civilians followed the army. No one, whose age allowed him to go, hung back. Their wives and children followed them, asking in piteous tones, to whom would they leave them in a city where neither modesty nor liberty were respected? The unwonted solitude gave a dreary and deserted look to every part of Rome. In the forum there were only a few of the older patricians, and, when the Senate was in session, it was wholly deserted. Many beside Horatius and Valerius were now angrily asking, "What are you waiting for, senators? If the Decemvirs do not lay aside their obstinacy, will you allow everything to go to wreck and ruin? And what, pray, is that authority, decemvirs, to which you cling so closely? Are you going to administer justice to walls and roofs? Are you not ashamed to see a greater number of lictors in the forum than of all the other citizens put together? What will you do if the enemy approach the city? What if the plebs, seeing that their secession has not effect, come shortly against us in arms? Do you want to end your power by the fall of the city? Either you will have to do without the plebeians, or you will have to accept their tribunes. Sooner than they will go without their magistrates, we shall have to go without ours. That power which they wrested from our fathers, when it was an untried novelty, they will not submit to be deprived of. Now that they have tasted the sweets of it, especially as we are not making that moderate use of our power which would prevent their needing its protection. Remonstrances like this came from all parts of the house. At last the decemvirs, overborne by the unanimous opposition, asserted that since it was the general wish, they would submit to the authority of the Senate. All they asked for was that they might be protected against the popular rage. They warned the Senate against the plebs becoming by their death habituated to inflicting punishment on the patricians. 53. Valerius and Horatius were then sent to the plebs with terms which it was thought would lead to their return and the adjustment of all differences. They were also instructed to procure guarantees for the protection of the decemvirs against popular violence. They were welcomed in the camp with every expression of delight, for they were unquestionably regarded as liberators from the commencement of the disturbance to its close. Thanks, therefore, were offered to them on their arrival. Icilius was the spokesman. A policy had been agreed upon before the arrival of the envoys, so when the discussion of the terms commenced, and the envoys asked what the demands of the plebs were, Icilius put forward proposals of such a nature as to show clearly that their hopes lay in the justice of their cause rather than in an appeal to arms. They demanded the re-establishment of the tribunician power and the right of appeal, which before the institutions of the decemvirs had been their main security. They also demanded an amnesty for those who had incited the soldiers or the plebs to recover their liberties by a secession. The only vindictive demand made was with reference to the punishment of the decemvirs. They insisted, as an act of justice, that they should be surrendered, and they threatened to burn them alive. The envoys replied to these demands as follows: "The demands you have put forward as the result of your deliberations are so equitable that they would have been voluntarily conceded. For you ask for them as the safeguards of your liberties, not as giving you license to attack others. Your feelings of resentment are to be excused rather than indulged, for it is through hatred of cruelty that you are actually hurrying into cruelty, and almost before you are free yourself, you want to act the tyrant over your adversaries. Is our state never to enjoy any respite from punishments inflicted either by the patricians on the Roman plebs or by the plebs on the patricians? You need the shield rather than the sword. He is humble enough who lives in the state under equal laws, neither inflicting nor suffering injury. Even if the time should come when you will make yourselves formidable, when, after recovering your magistrates and your laws, you will have judicial power over our lives and property, even then you will decide each case on its merits. It is enough now that your liberties are won back." 54. Permission having been unanimously granted them to do as they thought best, the envoys announced that they would return shortly after matters were arranged. When they laid the demands of the plebs before the Senate, the other decemvirs, on finding that no mention was made of inflicting punishment on them, raised no objection whatever. The stern Appius, who was detested most of all, measuring the hatred of others towards him by his hatred towards them, said, "I am quite aware of the fate that is hanging over me. I see that the struggle against us is only postponed till our weapons are handed over to our opponents. Their rage must be appeased with blood. Still, even I do not hesitate to lay down my decemvirate." A decree was passed for the decemvirs to resign office as soon as possible. Quintus Furius, the Pontifex Maximus, to appoint the tribunes of the plebs, and an amnesty to be granted for the secession of the soldiers and the plebs. After these decrees were passed, the Senate broke up, and the decemvirs proceeded to the assembly and formally laid down their office, to the immense delight of all. This was reported to the plebs on the sacred hill. The envoys who carried the intelligence were followed by everybody who was left in the city. This mass of people was met by another rejoicing multitude who issued from the camp. They exchanged mutual congratulation on the restoration of liberty and concord. The envoys, addressing the multitude as an assembly, said, "Prosperity, fortune, and happiness to you and to the state. Return to your fatherland, your homes, your wives, and your children, but carry into the city the same self-control which you have exhibited here, where no man's land has been damaged, notwithstanding the need of so many things necessary for so large a multitude. Go to the Aventine, whence you came. There, on the auspicious spot where you laid the beginnings of your liberty, you will appoint your tribunes. The Pontifex Maximus will be present to hold the election." Great was the delight and eagerness with which they applauded everything. They plucked up the standards and started for Rome, outdoing those they met in the expression of joy. Marching under arms through the city in silence, they reached the Aventine. There, the Pontifex Maximus at once proceeded to hold the election for tribunes. The first to be elected was Lucius Verginius. Next, the organizers of the secession, Lucius Cecilius and Publius Numitorius, the uncle of Verginius. Then, Gaius Sicinius, the son of the man who is recorded as the first to be elected of the tribunes on the sacred hill, and Marcus Duilius, who had filled that office with distinction before the appointment of the decemvirs, and through all the struggles with them had never failed to support the plebs. After these came Marcus Titinius, Marcus Pomponius, Gaius Apronius, Appius Villius, and Caius Oppius, all of whom were elected rather in hope of their future usefulness than for any services actually rendered. When he had entered on his tribuneship, Lucius Cecilius at once proposed a resolution which the plebs accepted, that no one should suffer for the secession. Marcus Duilius immediately carried a measure for the election of consuls and the right of appeal from them to the people. All these measures were passed in a council of the plebs, which was held in the Flaminian meadows, now called the Circus Flaminius. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts, Book 3, Chapters 55 to 64. Chapter 55. New laws proposed by the consuls. The election of consuls took place under the presidency of an interrex. Those elected were Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius, and they at once assumed office. Their consulship was a popular one, and inflicted no injustice upon the patricians, though they regarded it with suspicion, for whatever was done to safeguard the liberties of the plebs, they looked upon as an infringement of their own powers. First of all, as it was a doubtful legal point whether the patricians were bound by the ordinances of the plebs, they carried a law in the assembly of centuries that what the plebs had passed in their tribes should be binding on the whole people. By this law, a very effective weapon was placed in the hands of the tribunes. Then another consular law, confirming the right of appeal as the one defense of liberty, which had been annulled by the decemvirs, was not only restored, but strengthened for the future by a fresh enactment. This forbade the appointment of any magistrate from whom there was no right of appeal, and provided that anyone who did so appoint might be rightly and lawfully put to death, nor should the man who put him to death be held guilty of murder. When they had sufficiently strengthened the plebs by the right of appeal on the one hand, and the protection afforded by the tribunes on the other, they proceeded to secure the personal inviolability of the tribunes themselves. The memory of this had almost perished, so they renewed it with certain sacred rites revived from a distant past, and in addition to securing their inviolability by the sanctions of religion, they enacted a law that whoever offered violence to the magistrates of the plebs, whether tribunes, aediles, or decemviral judges, his person should be devoted to Jupiter, his possessions sold, and the proceeds assigned to the temples of Ceres, Liber, and Libera. Jurists say that by this law no one was actually sacrosanct, but that when injury was offered to any of those mentioned above, the offender was sacr. If an aedile, therefore, were arrested and sent to prison by superior magistrates, though this could not be done by law, for by this law it would not be lawful for him to be injured, yet it is a proof that an aedile is not held to be sacrosanct, whereas the tribunes of the plebs were sacrosanct by the ancient oath taken by the plebeians when that office was first created. There were some who interpreted the law as including even the consuls in its provisions, and the praetors, because they were elected under the same auspices as the consuls, for a consul was called a judge. This interpretation is refuted by the fact that in those times it was the custom for a judge to be called not consul, but praetor. These were the laws enacted by the consuls. They also ordered that the decrees of the Senate, which used formerly to be suppressed and tampered with at the pleasure of the consuls, should henceforth be taken to the aediles at the temple of Ceres. Marcus Duilius, the tribune, then proposed a resolution which the plebs adopted, that any one who should leave the plebs without tribunes, or who should create a magistrate from whom there was no appeal, should be scourged and beheaded. All these transactions were distasteful to the patricians, but they did not actively oppose them, as none of them had yet been marked out for vindictive proceedings. Chapter 56. The power of the tribunes and the liberties of the plebs were now on a secure basis. The next step was taken by the tribunes, who thought the time had come when they might safely proceed against individuals. They selected Virginius to take up the first prosecution, which was that of Appius. When the day had been fixed, and Appius had come down to the forum with a bodyguard of young patricians, the sight of him and his satellites reminded all present of the power he had used so vilely. Virginius began, Quote, "Oratory was invented for doubtful cases. I will not, therefore, waste time by a long indictment before you of the man from whose cruelty you have vindicated yourselves by force of arms. Nor will I allow him to add to his other crimes an impudent defense. So I will pass over, Appius Claudius, all the wicked and impious things that you had the audacity to do, one after another, for the last 2 years. One charge only will I bring against you, that contrary to law you have adjudged a free person to be a slave, and unless you name an umpire before whom you can prove your innocence, I shall order you to be taken to prison." End quote. Appius had nothing to hope for in the protection of the tribunes or the verdict of the people. Nevertheless, he called upon the tribunes, and when none intervened to stay proceedings, and he was seized by the apparitor, he said, "I appeal." This single word, the protection of liberty, uttered by those lips which had so lately judicially deprived a person of her freedom, produced a general silence. Then the people remarked to one another that there were gods after all who did not neglect the affairs of men. Arrogance and cruelty were visited by punishments which, though lingering, were not light. That man was appealing who had taken away the power of appeal. That man was imploring the protection of the people who had trampled underfoot all their rights. He was losing his own liberty and being carried off to prison who had sentenced a free person to slavery. Amidst the murmur of the assembly, the voice of Appius himself was heard imploring, quote, "the protection of the Roman people." End quote. He began by enumerating the services of his ancestors to the state, both at home and in the field. His own unfortunate devotion to the plebs, which had led him to resign his consulship in order to enact equal laws for all, giving thereby the greatest offense to the patricians. His laws, which were still in force, though their author was being carried to prison. As to his own personal conduct and his good and evil deeds, however, he would bring them to the test when he had the opportunity of pleading his cause. For the present, he claimed the common right of a Roman citizen to be allowed to plead on the appointed day and submit himself to the judgment of the Roman people. He was not so apprehensive of the general feeling against him as to abandon all hope in the impartiality and sympathy of his fellow citizens. If he was to be taken to prison before his case was heard, he would once more appeal to the tribunes, and warn them not to copy the example of those whom they hated. If they admitted that they were bound by the same agreement to abolish the right of appeal which they accused the Decemvirs of having formed, then he would appeal to the people, and invoke the laws which both consuls and tribunes had enacted that very year to protect that right. For if before the case is heard and judgment given, there is no power of appeal, who would appeal? What plebeian, even the humblest, would find protection in the laws if Appius Claudius could not? His case would show whether it was tyranny or freedom that was conferred by the new laws, and whether the right of challenge and appeal against the injustice of magistrates was only displayed in empty words or was actually granted. Chapter 57. Virginius replied. Appius Claudius, he said, alone was outside the laws, outside all the bonds that held states or even human society together. Let men cast their eyes on that tribunal, the fortress of all villainies, where that perpetual decemvir, surrounded by hangmen, not lictors, in contempt of gods and men alike, wreaked his vengeance on the goods, the backs, and the lives of the citizens, threatening all indiscriminately with the rods and axes, and then, when his mind was diverted from rapine and murder to lust, tore a freeborn maiden from her father's arms before the eyes of Rome, and gave her to a client, the minister of his intrigues, that tribunal where by a cruel decree and infamous judgment he armed the father's hand against the daughter, where he ordered those who took up the maiden's lifeless body, her betrothed lover and her grandfather, to be thrown into prison, moved less by her death than by the check to his criminal gratification. For him, as much as for others, was that prison built, which he used to call the domicile of the Roman plebs. Let him appeal again and again. He, the speaker, would always refer him to an umpire on the charge of having sentenced a free person to slavery. If he would not go before an umpire, he should order him to be imprisoned as though found guilty. He was accordingly thrown into prison, and though no one actually opposed this step, there was a general feeling of anxiety, since even the plebeians themselves thought it an excessive use of their liberty to inflict punishment on so great a man. The tribune adjourned the day of trial. During these proceedings, ambassadors came from the Latins and Hernicans to offer their congratulations on the restoration of harmony between the patriciate and the plebs. As a memorial of it, they brought an offering to Jupiter Optimus Maximus in the shape of a golden crown. It was not a large one, as they were not wealthy states. Their religious observances were characterized by devotion rather than magnificence. They also brought information that the Aequi and Volscians were devoting all their energies to preparing for war. The consuls were thereupon ordered to arrange their respective commands. The Sabines fell to Horatius, the Aequi to Valerius. They proclaimed a levy for these wars, and so favorable was the attitude of the plebs that not only did the men liable for service promptly give in their names, but a large part of the levy consisted of men who had served their time and came forward as volunteers. In this way, the army was strengthened not only in numbers, but in the quality of the soldiers, as veterans took their places in the ranks. Before they left the city, the laws of the decemvirs, known as the 12 Tables, were engraved in brass and publicly exhibited. Some writers assert that the aediles discharged this task under orders from the tribunes. Chapter 58. Suicide of Appius and Septimus Oppius. Caius Claudius, through detestation of the crimes committed by the decemvirs, and the anger which he, more than anyone, felt at the tyrannical conduct of his nephew, had retired to Regillum, his ancestral home. Though advanced in years, he now returned to the city to deprecate the dangers threatening the man whose vicious practices had driven him into retirement. Going down to the forum in mourning garb, accompanied by the members of his house and by his clients, he appealed to the citizens individually, and implored them not to stain the house of the Claudii with such an indelible disgrace as to deem them worthy of bonds and imprisonment. To think that a man whose image would be held in highest honor by posterity, the framer of their laws and the founder of Roman jurisprudence, should be lying manacled amongst nocturnal thieves and robbers! Let them turn their thoughts for a moment from feelings of exasperation to calm examination and reflection, and forgive one man at the intercession of so many of the Claudii, rather than, through their hatred of one man, despise the prayers of many. So far he himself would go for the honor of his family and his name, but he was not reconciled to the man whose distressed condition he was anxious to relieve. By courage, their liberties had been recovered. By clemency, the harmony of the orders in the state could be strengthened. Some were moved, but it was more by the affection he showed for his nephew than by any regard for the man for whom he was pleading. But Virginius begged them with tears to keep their compassion for him and his daughter, and not to listen to the prayers of the Claudii, who had assumed sovereign power over the plebs, but to the 3 tribunes, kinsmen of Virginia, who, after being elected to protect the plebeians, were now seeking their protection. This appeal was felt to have more justice in it. All hope being now cut off, Appius put an end to his life before the day of trial came. Soon after, Septimus Oppius was arraigned by Publius Numitorius. He was only less detested than Appius because he had been in the city when his colleague pronounced the iniquitous judgment. More indignation, however, was aroused by an atrocity which Oppius had committed than by his not having prevented one. A witness was produced, who, after reckoning up 27 years of service and 8 occasions on which he had been decorated for conspicuous bravery, appeared before the people wearing all his decorations. Tearing open his dress, he exhibited his back, lacerated with stripes. He asked for nothing but a proof on Oppius's part of any single charge against him. If such proof were forthcoming, Oppius, though now only a private citizen, might repeat all his cruelty towards him. Oppius was taken to prison, and there, before the day of trial, he put an end to his life. His property and that of Claudius were confiscated by the tribunes. Their colleagues changed their domicile by going into exile. Their property also was confiscated. Marcus Claudius, who had been the claimant of Virginia, was tried and condemned. Virginius himself, however, refused to press for the extreme penalty, so he was allowed to go into exile to Tibur. Virginia was more fortunate after her death than in her lifetime. Her shade, after wandering through so many houses in quest of expiatory penalties, at length found rest, not one guilty person being now left. Chapter 59. Great alarm seized the patricians. The looks of the tribunes were now as menacing as those of the decemvirs had been. Marcus Duilius, the tribune, imposed a salutary check upon their excessive exercise of authority. "We have gone," he said, "far enough in the assertion of our liberty and the punishment of our opponents. So for this year I will allow no man to be brought to trial or cast into prison. I disapprove of old crimes, long forgotten, being raked up, now that the recent ones have been atoned for by the punishment of the decemvirs. The unceasing care which both the consuls are taking to protect your liberties is a guarantee that nothing will be done which will call for the power of the tribunes." This spirit of moderation shown by the tribune relieved the fears of the patricians, but it also intensified their resentment against the consuls, for they seemed to be so wholly devoted to the plebs that the safety and liberty of the patricians were a matter of more immediate concern to the plebeian than they were to the patrician magistrates. It seemed as though their adversaries would grow weary of inflicting punishment on them sooner than the consuls would curb their insolence. It was pretty generally asserted that they had shown weakness, since their laws had been sanctioned by the Senate, and no doubt was entertained that they had yielded to the pressure of circumstances. Chapter 60. War with the Sabines, Equi, and Volscians. After matters had been settled in the city, and the position of the plebs firmly assured, the consuls left for their respective provinces. Valerius wisely suspended operations against the combined forces of the Equi and Volscians. If he had at once hazarded an engagement, I question whether, considering the temper of both the Romans and the enemy after the inauspicious leadership of the decemvirs, he would not have incurred a serious defeat. Taking up a position about a mile from the enemy, he kept his men in camp. The enemy formed up for battle and filled the space between the camps, but their challenge met with no response from the Romans. Tired at last of standing and vainly waiting for battle, and regarding victory as practically conceded to them, the two nations marched away to ravage the territories of the Hernisi and Latins. The force left behind was sufficient to guard the camp, but not to sustain an action. On seeing this, the consul made them in their turn feel the terror which they had inspired, drew up his men in order of battle, and challenged them to fight. As, conscious of their reduced strength, they declined an engagement, the courage of the Romans at once rose, and they looked upon the men who kept timidly within their lines as already defeated. After standing the whole day eager to engage, they retired at nightfall. The enemy, in a very different state of mind, sent men hurriedly in all directions to recall the plundering parties. Those in the neighborhood hastened back to camp. The more distant ones were not traced. As soon as it grew light, the Romans marched out, prepared to storm their camp if they did not give them the chance of a battle. When the day was far advanced without any movement on the part of the enemy, the consul gave the order to advance. As the line moved forward, the Equi and Volicians, indignant at the prospect of their victorious armies being protected by earthworks rather than by courage and arms, clamored for the signal for battle. It was given, and part of their force had already emerged from the gate of the camp, whilst others were coming down in order and taking up their allotted positions. But before the enemy could mass his whole strength in the field, the Roman consul delivered his attack. They had not all marched out of the camp. Those who had done so were not able to deploy into line, and crowded together as they were, they began to waver and sway. Whilst they looked round helplessly at each other, undecided what to do, the Romans raised their war cry, and at first the enemy gave ground. Then, when they had recovered their presence of mind, and their generals were appealing to them not to give way before those whom they had defeated, the battle was restored. Chapter 61. On the other side, the consul bade the Romans remember that on that day, for the first time, they were fighting as free men on behalf of a free Rome. It was for themselves that they would conquer. The fruits of their victory would not go to decemvirs. The battle was not being fought under an Appius, but under their consul, Valerius, a descendant of the liberators of the Roman people and a liberator himself. They must show that it was owing to the generals, not to the soldiers, that they had failed to conquer in former battles. It would be a disgrace if they showed more courage against their own citizens than against a foreign foe, or dreaded slavery at home more than abroad. It was only Virginia whose chastity was imperiled, only Appius whose licentiousness was dangerous in a time of peace. But if the fortune of war should turn against them, everyone's children would be in danger from all those thousands of enemies. He would not forebode disasters which neither Jupiter nor Mars, their father, would permit to a city founded under those happy auspices. He reminded them of the Aventine and the Sacred Hill, and besought them to carry back unimpaired dominion to that spot where, a few months before, they had won their liberties. They must make it clear that Roman soldiers possess the same qualities now that the decemvirs are expelled which they had before they were created, and that Roman courage was not weakened by the fact that the laws were equal for all. After this address to the infantry, he galloped up to the cavalry. "Come, young men," he shouted, "prove yourselves superior to the infantry in courage, as you are superior to them in honor and rank. They dislodged the enemy at the first onset. Do you ride in amongst them, and drive them from the field. They will not stand your charge. Even now they are hesitating rather than resisting." With slackened rein, they spurred their horses against the enemy already shaken by the infantry encounter, and sweeping through their broken ranks, were carried to the rear. Some, wheeling round in the open ground, rode across and headed off the fugitives who were everywhere making for the camp. The line of infantry, with the consul in person, and the whole of the battle rolled in the same direction. They got possession of the camp with an immense loss to the enemy, but the booty was still greater than the carnage. The news of this battle was carried not only to the city, but to the other army amongst the Sabines. In the city it was celebrated with public rejoicings, but in the other camp it fired the soldiers to emulation. By employing them in incursions and testing their courage in skirmishes, Horatius had trained them to put confidence in themselves instead of brooding over the disgrace incurred under the leadership of the Decemvirs, and this had gone far to make them hope for ultimate success. The Sabines, emboldened by their success of the previous year, were incessantly provoking them and urging them to fight, and wanting to know why they were wasting their time in petty incursions and retreats like banditti, and frittering away the effort of one decisive action in a number of insignificant engagements. Why, they tauntingly asked, did they not meet them in a pitched battle and trust once for all to the fortune of war? Chapter 62. The Romans had not only recovered their courage, but they were burning with indignation. The other army, they said, was about to return to the city in triumph, whilst they were exposed to the taunts of an insolent foe. When would they ever be a match for the enemy if they were not now? The consul became aware of these murmurings of discontent, and after summoning the soldiers to an assembly, addressed them as follows, quote, "How the battle was fought on Algidus, soldiers, I suppose you have heard. The army behaved as the army of a free people ought to behave. The victory was won by the generalship of my colleague and the bravery of his soldiers. As far as I am concerned, I am ready to adopt that plan of operations which you, my soldiers, have the courage to execute. The war may either be prolonged with advantage or brought to an early close. If it is to be protracted, I shall continue the method of training which I have begun, so that your spirits and courage may rise day by day. If you want it brought to a decisive issue, come now, raise such a shout as you will raise in battle, as a proof of your willingness and courage." End quote. After they had raised the shout with great alacrity, he assured them that, with the blessing of heaven, he would comply with their wishes and lead them out to battle on the morrow. The rest of the day was spent in getting their armor and weapons ready. No sooner did the Sabines see the Romans forming in order of battle the next morning than they also advanced to an engagement which they had long been eager for. The battle was such as would be expected between armies both of which were full of self-confidence, the one proud of its old and unbroken renown, the other flushed with its recent victory. The Sabines called strategy to their aid, for after giving their line an extent equal to that of the enemy, they kept 2,000 men in reserve to make an impression on the Roman left when the battle was at its height. By this flank attack, they had almost surrounded and were beginning to overpower that wing, when the cavalry of the two legions, about 600 strong, sprang from their horses and rushed to the front to support their comrades, who were now giving way. They checked the enemy's advance, and at the same time roused the courage of the infantry by sharing their danger and appealing to their sense of shame, by showing that whilst the cavalry could fight either mounted or on foot, the infantry, trained to fight on foot, were inferior even to dismounted cavalry. Chapter 63. So they resumed the struggle which they were giving up, and recovered the ground they had lost, and in a moment not only was the battle restored, but the Sabines on that wing were even forced back. The cavalry returned to their horses, protected by the infantry through whose ranks they passed, and galloped off to the other wing to announce their success to their comrades. At the same time, they made a charge on the enemy, who were now demoralized through the defeat of their strongest wing. None showed more brilliant courage in that battle. The consul's eyes were everywhere. He commended the brave, had words of rebuke wherever the battle seemed to slacken. Those whom he censured displayed at once the energy of brave men. They were stimulated by a sense of shame, as much as the others by his commendation. The battle cry was again raised, and by one united effort on the part of the whole army, they repulsed the enemy. The Roman attack could no longer be withstood. The Sabines were scattered in all directions through the fields, and left their camp as a spoil to the enemy. What the Romans found there was not the property of their allies, as had been the case on Algidus, but their own, which had been lost in the ravaging of their homesteads. For this double victory, won in 2 separate battles, the Senate decreed thanksgivings on behalf of the consuls, but their jealousy restricted them to 1 day. The people, however, without receiving orders, went on the 2nd day also in vast crowds to the temples, and this unauthorized and spontaneous thanksgiving was celebrated with almost greater enthusiasm than the former. The consuls had mutually agreed to approach the city during these 2 days, and convene a meeting of the Senate in the Campus Martius. Whilst they were making their report there on the conduct of the campaigns, the leaders of the Senate entered a protest against their session being held in the midst of the troops, in order to intimidate them. To avoid any ground for this charge, the consuls immediately adjourned the Senate to the Flaminian Meadows, where the temple of Apollo, then called the Apollinaire, now stands. The Senate, by a large majority, refused the consuls the honor of a triumph, whereupon Lucius Icilius, as tribune of the plebs, brought the question before the people. Many came forward to oppose it, particularly Gaius Claudius, who exclaimed in excited tones that it was over the Senate, not over the enemy, that the consuls wished to celebrate their triumph. It was demanded as an act of gratitude for a private service rendered to a tribune, not as an honor for merit. Never before had a triumph been ordered by the people. It had always lain with the Senate to decide whether one was deserved or not. Not even kings had infringed the prerogative of the highest order in the state. The tribunes must not make their power pervade everything, so as to render the existence of a council of state impossible. The state will only be free, the laws equal, on condition that each order preserves its own rights, its own power and dignity. Much to the same effect was said by the senior members of the Senate, but the tribes unanimously adopted the proposal. That was the first instance of a triumph being celebrated by order of the people, without the authorization of the Senate. Chapter 64. This victory of the tribunes and the plebs very nearly led to a dangerous abuse of power. A secret understanding was come to amongst the tribunes that they should all be reappointed, and to prevent their factious purpose from being too noticeable, they were to secure a continuance of the consuls in office also. They alleged as a reason the agreement of the Senate to undermine the rights of the plebs by the slight they had cast on the consuls. What, they argued, would happen if, before the laws were yet securely established, the patricians should attack fresh tribunes through consuls belonging to their own party? For the consuls would not always be men of the stamp of Valerius and Horatius, who subordinated their own interests to the liberty of the plebs. By a happy chance, it fell to the lot of Marcus Duilius to preside over the elections. He was a man of sagacity, and foresaw the obloquy that would be incurred by the continuance in office of the present magistrates. On his declaring that he would accept no votes for the former tribunes, his colleagues insisted that he should either leave the tribes free to vote for whom they chose, or else resign the control of the elections to his colleagues, who would conduct them according to law, rather than at the will of the patricians. As a contention had arisen, Duilius sent for the consuls and asked them what they intended to do about the consular elections. They replied that they should elect fresh consuls. Having thus gained popular supporters for a measure by no means popular, he proceeded in company with them into the assembly. Here the consuls were brought forward to the people, and the question was put to them, "If the Roman people, remembering how you have recovered their liberty for them at home, remembering too your services and achievements in war, should make you consuls a second time, what do you intend to do?" They declared their resolution unchanged, and Duilius, applauding the consuls for maintaining to the last an attitude totally unlike that of the decemvirs, proceeded to hold the election. Only 5 tribunes were elected, for owing to the efforts of the 9 tribunes in openly pushing their canvass, the other candidates could not get the requisite majority of votes. He dismissed the assembly and did not hold a second election, on the ground that he had satisfied the requirements of the law, which nowhere fixed the number of tribunes, but merely enacted that the office of tribune should not be left vacant. He ordered those who had been elected to co-opt colleagues, and recited the formula which governed the case as follows, quote, "If I require you to elect 10 tribunes of the plebs, if on this day you have elected less than 10, then those whom they co-opt shall be lawful tribunes of the plebs by the same law, in like manner as those whom you have this day made tribunes of the plebs." End quote. Duilius persisted in asserting to the last that the Commonwealth could not possibly have 15 tribunes, and he resigned office, after having won the goodwill of patricians and plebeians alike by his frustration of the ambitious designs of his colleagues. End of section 20. Read by Linda Johnson, December 2021. Section 21 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 3. Chapters 65 to 72. Chapter 65. Fresh internal dissensions. The new tribunes of the plebs studied the wishes of the Senate in co-opting colleagues. They even admitted 2 patricians of consular rank, Spurius Tarpeius and Aulus Eternius. The new consuls were Spurius Herminius and Titus Virginius Calimontanus, who were not violent partisans of either the patricians or the plebeians. They maintained peace both at home and abroad. Lucius Trebonius, a tribune of the plebs, was angry with the Senate because, as he said, he had been hoodwinked by them in the co-optation of tribunes, and left in the lurch by his colleagues. He brought in a measure providing that when tribunes of the plebs were to be elected, the presiding magistrate should continue to hold the election until 10 tribunes were elected. He spent his year of office in worrying the patricians, which led to his receiving the nickname of Asper, i.e. the Cantankerous. The next consuls were Marcus Geganius Masserenus and Gaius Julius. They appeased the quarrels which had broken out between the tribunes and the younger members of the nobility without interfering with the powers of the former or compromising the dignity of the patricians. A levy had been decreed by the Senate for service against the Volscians and Aequi, but they kept the plebs quiet by holding it over and publicly asserting that when the city was at peace, everything abroad was quiet, whereas civil discord encouraged the enemy. Their care for peace led to harmony at home, But the one order was always restless when the other showed moderation. Whilst the plebs was quiet, it began to be subjected to acts of violence from the younger patricians. The tribunes tried to protect the weaker side, but they did little good at first, and soon even they themselves were not exempt from ill treatment, especially in the later months of their year of office. Secret combinations amongst the stronger party resulted in lawlessness, and the exercise of the tribunician authority usually slackened towards the close of the year. Any hopes the plebeians might place in their tribunes depended upon their having men like Icilius. For the last 2 years they had had mere names. On the other hand, the older patricians realized that their younger members were too aggressive, but if there were to be excesses, they preferred that their own side should commit them rather than their opponents. So difficult is it to observe moderation in the defense of liberty, while each man, under the pretense of equality, raises himself only by keeping others down, and by their very precautions against fear, men make themselves feared. And in repelling injury from ourselves, we inflict it on others as though there were no alternative between doing wrong and suffering it. Chapter 66. War with the Volscians. Titus Quinctius Capitolinus and Agrippa Furius were the next consuls elected, the former for the 4th time. They found on entering office no disturbances at home nor any war abroad, though both were threatening. The dissensions of the citizens could now no longer be checked, as both the tribunes and the plebs were exasperated against the patricians, owing to the assembly being constantly disturbed by fresh quarrels whenever one of the nobility was prosecuted. At the first bruit of these outbreaks, the Equi and Volscians, as though at a given signal, took up arms. Moreover, their leaders, eager for plunder, had persuaded them that it had been impossible to raise the levy ordered 2 years previously, because the plebs refused to obey, and it was owing to this that no armies had been sent against them. Military discipline was broken up by insubordination. Rome was no longer looked upon as the common fatherland. All their rage against foreign foes was turned against one another. Now was the opportunity for destroying these wolves, blinded by the madness of mutual hatred. With their united forces, they first completely desolated the Latin territory. Then, meeting with none to check their depredations, they actually approached the walls of Rome, to the great delight of those who had fomented the war. Extending their ravages in the direction of the Esquiline Gate, they plundered and harried through sheer insolence in the sight of the city. After they had marched back unmolested with their plunder to Corbio, the consul Quinctius convoked the people to an assembly. Chapter 67. I find that he spoke there as follows, quote, "Though, Quirites, my own conscience is clear, it is, nevertheless, with feelings of the deepest shame that I have come before you, that you should know that it will be handed down to posterity that the Equi and Volscians, who were lately hardly a match for the Hernisi, have in the 4th consulship of Titus Quinctius come in arms up to the walls of Rome with impunity. Although we have long been living in such a state, although public affairs are in such a condition, that my mind augurs nothing good, still, had I known that this disgrace was coming in this year of all others, I would have avoided by exile or by death, had there been no other means of escape, the honor of a consulship. So then, if those arms which were at our gates had been in the hands of men worthy of the name, Rome could have been taken whilst I was consul. I had enough of honors, enough and more than enough of life. I ought to have died in my 3rd consulship. Who was it that those most dastardly foes felt contempt for? Us consuls, or you Quirites? If the fault is in us, strip us of an office which we are unworthy to hold. And if that is not enough, visit us with punishment. If the fault is in you, may there be no one, either God or man, who will punish your sins. May you repent of them. It was not your cowardice that provoked their contempt, nor their valor that gave them confidence. They have been too often defeated, put to flight, driven out of their entrenchments, deprived of their territory, not to know themselves and you. It is the dissensions between the two orders, the quarrels between patricians and plebeians, that is poisoning the life of this city. As long as our power respects no limits, and your liberty acknowledges no restraints, as long as you are impatient of patrician, we of plebeian magistrates, so long has the courage of our enemies been rising. What in heaven's name do you want? You set your hearts on having tribunes of the plebs. We yielded for the sake of peace. You yearned for decemvirs. We consented to their appointment. You grew utterly weary of them. We compelled them to resign. Your hatred pursued them into private life. To satisfy you, we allowed the noblest and most distinguished of our order to suffer death or go into exile. You wanted tribunes of the plebs to be appointed again. You have appointed them. Although we saw how unjust it was to the patricians that men devoted to your interests should be elected consuls, we have seen even that patrician office conferred by favor of the plebs. The tribune's protective authority, the right of appeal to the people, the resolutions of the plebs made binding on the patricians, the suppression of our rights and privileges under the pretext of making the laws equal for all, these things we have submitted to, and do submit to. What term is there to be to our dissensions? When shall we ever be allowed to have a united city? When will this ever be our common fatherland? We who have lost show more calmness and evenness of temper than you who have won. Is it not enough that you have made us fear you? It was against us that the Aventine was seized, against us the sacred hill occupied. When the Esquiline is all but captured, and the Volscian is trying to scale the rampart, no one dislodges him. Against us you show yourselves men. Against us you take up arms. Chapter 68. Well then, now that you have beleaguered the Senate House, and treated the Forum as enemy's ground, and filled the prison with our foremost men, display the same daring courage in making a sortie from the Esquiline gate. Or if you have not the courage even for this, mount the walls, and watch your fields disgracefully laid waste with fire and sword, plunder carried off, and smoke rising everywhere from your burning dwellings. But I may be told it is the common interests of all that are being injured by this. The land is burned, the city besieged. All the honors of war rest with the enemy. Good heavens! In what condition are your own private interests? Every one of you will have losses reported to him from the fields. What, pray, is there at home from which to make them good? Will the tribunes restore and repay you for what you have lost? They will contribute any amount you like of talk and words and accusations against the leading men, and law after law, and meetings of the assembly. But from those meetings, not a single one of you will ever go home the richer. Who has ever brought back to his wife and children anything but resentment and hatred, party strife and personal quarrels, from which you are to be protected not by your own courage and honesty of purpose, but by the help of others? But let me tell you, when you were campaigning under us, your consuls, not under tribunes, in the camp, not in the forum, and your battle cry appalled the enemy in the field, not the patricians of Rome in the assembly. Then you obtained booty, took territory from the enemy, and returned to your homes and household gods in triumph, laden with wealth and covered with glory, both for the state and for yourselves. Now you allow the enemy to depart laden with your property. Go on, stick to your assembly meetings, pass your lives in the forum. Still, the necessity, which you shirk, of taking the field follows you. It was too much for you to go out against the Aequi and Volscians. Now the war is at your gates. If it is not beaten back, it will be within the walls. It will scale the citadel and the Capitol, and follow you into your homes. It is 2 years since the Senate ordered a levy to be raised and an army led out to Algidus. We are still sitting idly at home, wrangling with one another like a troop of women, delighted with the momentary peace and shutting our eyes to the fact that we shall very soon have to pay for our inaction many times over in war. I know that there are other things pleasanter to speak about than these, but necessity compels me, even if a sense of duty did not, to say what is true instead of what is agreeable. I should only be too glad, Quirites, to give you pleasure, but I would very much rather have you safe, however you may feel towards me for the future. Nature has so ordered matters that the man who addresses the multitude for his own private ends is much more popular than the man who thinks of nothing but the public good. Possibly you imagine that it is in your interest that those demagogues who flatter the plebs and do not suffer you either to take up arms or live in peace excite you and make you restless. They only do so to win notoriety or to make something out of it. And because they see that when the two orders are in harmony they are nowhere, they are willing to be leaders in a bad cause rather than in none, and get up disturbances and seditions. If there is any possibility of your becoming at last weary of this sort of thing, if you are willing to resume the character which marked your fathers and yourselves in old days, instead of these newfangled ideas, then there is no punishment I will not submit to, if I do not in a few days drive these destroyers of our fields in confusion and flight out of their camp, and remove from our gates and walls to their cities this dread aspect of war, which now so appalls you." End quote. Chapter 69. Seldom, if ever, was speech of popular tribune more favorably received by the plebeians than that of this stern consul. The men of military age who, in similar emergencies, had made refusal to be enrolled their most effective weapon against the Senate, began now to turn their thoughts to arms and war. The fugitives from the country districts, those who had been plundered and wounded in the fields, reported a more terrible state of things than what was visible from the walls, and filled the whole city with a thirst for vengeance. When the Senate met, all eyes turned to Quinctius as the one man who could uphold the majesty of Rome. The leaders of the House declared his speech to be worthy of the position he held as consul, worthy of the many consulships he had previously held, worthy of his whole life, rich as it was in honors, many actually enjoyed, many more deserved. Other consuls, they said, had either flattered the plebs by betraying the authority and privileges of the patricians, or, by insisting too harshly upon the rights of their order, had intensified the opposition of the masses. Titus Quinctius, in his speech, had kept in view the authority of the Senate, the concord of the two orders, and, above all, the circumstances of the hour. They begged him and his colleague to take over the conduct of public affairs, and appealed to the tribunes to be of one mind with the consuls in wishing to see the war rolled back from the walls of the city, and inducing the plebs at such a crisis to yield to the authority of the Senate. Their common fatherland was, they declared, calling on the tribunes, and imploring their aid now that their fields were ravaged and the city all but attacked. By universal consent, a levy was decreed and held. The consuls gave public notice that there was no time for investigating claims for exemption, and all the men liable for service were to present themselves the next day in the Campus Martius. When the war was over, they would give time for inquiry into the cases of those who had not given in their names, and those who could not prove justification would be held to be deserters. All who were liable to serve appeared on the following day. Each of the cohorts selected their own centurions, and 2 senators were placed in command of each cohort. We understand that these arrangements were so promptly carried out that the standards, which had been taken from the treasury and carried down to the Campus Martius by the quaestors in the morning, left the campus at 10 o'clock that same day, and the army, a newly raised one with only a few cohorts of veterans following as volunteers, halted at the 10th milestone. The next day brought them within sight of the enemy, and they entrenched their camp close to the enemy's camp at Corbio. The Romans were fired by anger and resentment. The enemy, conscious of their guilt after so many revolts, despaired of pardon. There was, consequently, no delay in bringing matters to an issue. Chapter 70. In the Roman army, the 2 consuls possessed equal authority. Agrippa, however, voluntarily resigned the supreme command to his colleague, a very beneficial arrangement where matters of great importance are concerned, and the latter, thus preferred by the ungrudging self-suppression of his colleague, courteously responded by imparting to him his plans and treating him in every way as his equal. When drawn up in battle order, Quinctius commanded the right wing, Agrippa the left. The center was assigned to Spurius Postumius Albus, lieutenant general. The other lieutenant general, Publius Sulpicius, was given charge of the cavalry. The infantry on the right wing fought splendidly, but met with stout resistance on the side of the Volscians. Publius Sulpicius, with his cavalry, broke the enemy's center. He could have got back to the main body before the enemy reformed their broken ranks, but he decided to attack from the rear, and would have scattered the enemy in a moment, attacked as they were in front and rear, had not the cavalry of the Volscians and Equi, adopting his own tactics, intercepted him and kept him for some time engaged. He shouted to his men that there was no time to lose. They would be surrounded and cut off from their main body if they did not do their utmost to make a finish of the cavalry fight. It was not enough simply to put them to flight. They must dispose of both horses and men, that none might return to the field or renew the fighting. They could not resist those before whom a serried line of infantry had given way. His words did not fall on deaf ears. In one shock, they routed the whole of the cavalry, hurled a vast number from their seats, and drove their lances into the horses. That was the end of the cavalry fight. Next, they made a rear attack on the infantry, and when their line began to waver, they sent a report to the consuls of what they had done. The news gave fresh courage to the Romans, who were now winning, and dismayed the retreating Equi. Their defeat began in the center, where the cavalry charge had thrown them into disorder. Then the repulse of the left wing by the consul Quinctius commenced. The right wing gave more trouble. Here Agrippa, whose age and strength made him fearless, seeing that things were going better in all parts of the field than with him, seized standards from the standard-bearers and advanced with them himself. Some he even began to throw amongst the masses of the enemy. Roused at the fear and disgrace of losing them, his men made a fresh charge on the enemy, and in all directions the Romans were equally successful. At this point, a message came from Quinctius that he was victorious and was now threatening the enemy's camp, but would not attack it till he knew that the action on the left wing was decided. If Agrippa had defeated the enemy, he was to join him, so that the whole army might together take possession of the spoil. The victorious Agrippa, amidst mutual congratulations, proceeded to his colleague and the enemy's camp. The few defenders were routed in a moment, and the entrenchment forced without any resistance. The army was marched back to camp after securing immense spoil, and recovering their own property which had been lost in the ravaging of their lands. I cannot find that a triumph was either demanded by the consuls or granted by the Senate, nor is any reason recorded for this honor having been either not expected or not thought worth asking for. As far as I can conjecture after such an interval of time, the reason would appear to be that, as a triumph was refused by the Senate to the consuls Valerius and Horatius, who, apart from the Volscians and Equi, had won the distinction of bringing the Sabine War to a close, the present consuls were ashamed to ask for a triumph for doing only half as much, lest, if they did obtain it, it might appear to be out of consideration for the men more than for their services. Chapter 71. Decision of the Roman people respecting the domain of Corioli. This honorable victory won from an enemy was sullied by a disgraceful decision of the people respecting the territory of their allies. The inhabitants of Aricia and Ardea had frequently gone to war over some disputed land. Tired at last of their many reciprocal defeats, they referred the matter to the arbitrament of Rome. The magistrates convened an assembly on their behalf, and when they had come to plead their cause, the debate was conducted with much warmth. When the evidence was concluded and the time came for the tribes to be called upon to vote, Publius Scaptius, an aged plebeian, rose and said, quote, "If, consuls, I am allowed to speak on matters of high policy, I will not suffer the people to go wrong in this matter." End quote. The consuls refused him a hearing, as being a man of no credit, and when he loudly exclaimed that the Commonwealth was being betrayed, they ordered him to be removed. He appealed to the tribunes. The tribunes, who are almost always ruled by the multitude more than they rule them, finding that the plebs were anxious to hear him, gave Scaptius permission to say what he wanted. So he began by saying that he was now in his 83rd year, and had seen service in that country which was now in dispute, not as a young man, but as a veteran of 20 years' standing, when the war was going on against Corioli. He therefore alleged as a fact, forgotten through lapse of time, but deeply imprinted in his own memory, that the disputed land formed part of the territory of Corioli, and when that city was taken, became by the right of war part of the state domain of Rome. The Ardeats and Aricians had never claimed it while Corioli was unconquered, and he was wondering how they could hope to filch it from the people of Rome, whom they had made arbiters instead of rightful owners. He had not long to live, but he could not, old as he was, bring himself to refrain from using the only means in his power, namely his voice, in order to assert the right to that territory which, as a soldier, he had done his best to win. He earnestly advised the people not to pronounce, from a false feeling of delicacy, against a cause which was really their own. Chapter 72. When the consuls saw that Scaptius was listened to not only in silence but even with approval, they called gods and men to witness that a monstrous injustice was being perpetrated, and sent for the leaders of the Senate. Accompanied by them, they went amongst the tribes and implored them not to commit the worst of crimes and establish a still worse precedent by perverting justice to their own advantage. Even supposing it were permissible for a judge to look after his own interest, they would certainly never gain by appropriating the disputed territory as much as they would lose by estranging the feelings of their allies through their injustice. The damage done to their good name and credit would be incalculable. Were the envoys to carry back this to their home? Was it to go out to the world? Was it to reach the ears of their allies and of their enemies? With what pain the former would receive it, with what joy the latter. Did they suppose that the surrounding nations would fix the responsibility for it on Scaptius, a mob orator in his dotage? To him it might be a patent of nobility, but on the Roman people it would stamp a character for trickery and fraud. For what judge has ever dealt with a private suit so as to adjudge to himself the property in dispute? Even Scaptius would not do that, although he has outlived all sense of shame. In spite of these earnest appeals which the consuls and senators made, cupidity, and Scaptius, its instigator, prevailed. The tribes, when called upon to vote, decided that it was part of the public domain of Rome. It is not denied that the result would have been the same had the case gone before other judges, but as it is, the disgrace attaching to the judgment is not in the least degree lightened by any justice in the case, nor did it appear more ugly and tyrannical to the people of Aricia and Ardea than it did to the Roman Senate. The rest of the year remained undisturbed both at home and abroad. End of section 21. Read by Linda Johnson, December 2021.
Section 22 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel William Bader. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 1 through 7. Book 4, The Growing Power of the Plebs. Chapter 1. The law respecting the intermarriage of patricians and plebeians. The consuls who succeeded were Marcus Ganusius and Gaius Curtius. The year was a troubled one both at home and abroad. In the beginning of the year, Gaius Canulius, a tribune of the plebs, introduced a law with regard to the intermarriage of patricians and plebeians. The patricians considered that their blood would be contaminated by it and the special rights of the houses thrown into confusion. Then the tribunes began to throw out hints about one consul being elected from the plebs, and matters advanced so far that 9 tribunes brought in a measure empowering the people to elect consuls from the plebeians or the patricians as they chose. The patricians believed that, if this were carried, the supreme power would not only be degraded by being shared with the lowest of the people, but would entirely pass away from the chief men in the state into the hands of the plebs. The Senate were not sorry, therefore, to hear that Ardea had revolted as a consequence of the unjust decision about the territory, that the Veientines had ravaged the districts on the Roman frontier, and that the Volscians and the Aequi were protesting against the fortifying of Verrugo. So much did they prefer war, even when unsuccessful, to an ignominious peace. On receiving these reports, which were somewhat exaggerated, the Senate tried to drown the voice of the tribunes in the uproar of so many wars by ordering a levy to be made and all preparations for war pushed on with the utmost vigor, more so, if possible, than during the consulship of Titus Quinctius. Thereupon Gaius Canulius addressed the Senate in a short and angry speech. It was, he said, useless for the consuls to hold out threats in the hope of distracting the attention of the plebs from the proposed law. As long as he was alive, they should never hold a levy until the plebs had adopted the measures brought forward by himself and his colleagues. He at once convened an assembly. Chapter 2. The consuls began to rouse the Senate to take action against the tribunes, and at the same time the tribunes were getting up in agitation against the consuls. The consuls declared that the revolutionary proceedings of the tribunes could no longer be tolerated. Matters had come to a crisis. There was a more bitter war going on at home than abroad. This was not the fault of the plebs so much as of the Senate, nor of the tribunes more than of the consuls. Those things in a state which attain the highest development are those which are encouraged by rewards. It is thus that men become good citizens in times of peace, good soldiers in times of war. In Rome, the greatest rewards are won by seditious agitations. These have always brought honor to men both individually and in the mass. Those present should reflect upon the greatness and dignity of the Senate as they had received it from their fathers, and consider what they were going to hand on to their children, in order that they might be able to feel pride in the extension and growth of its influence, as the plebs felt pride in theirs. There was no final settlement in sight, nor would there be as long as agitators were honored in proportion to the success of their agitation. What enormous questions had Gaius Canulius raised? He was advocating the breaking up of the houses, tampering with the auspices, both those of the state and those of individuals, so that nothing would be pure, nothing free from contamination, and in the effacing of all distinctions of rank, no one would know either himself or his kindred. What other result would mixed marriages have, except to make unions between patricians and plebeians, almost like the promiscuous association of animals? The offspring of such marriages would not know whose blood flowed in his veins, what sacred rites he might perform, half of him patrician, half plebeian. He would not even be in harmony with himself. And as though it were a small matter for all things human and divine to be thrown into confusion, the disturbers of the people were now making an onslaught on the consulship. At first, the question of one consul being elected from the plebs was only mooted in private conversations. Now a measure was brought forward, bringing the people power to elect consuls from either patricians or plebeians as they chose, and there was no shadow of doubt that they would elect all the most dangerous revolutionaries in the plebs. The Canulei and the Usilii would be consuls. Might Jupiter Optimus Maximus never allow a power truly royal in its majesty to sink so low? They would rather die 1,000 deaths than suffer such an ignominy to be perpetrated. Could their ancestors have divined that all their concessions only served to make the plebs more exacting, not more friendly, since their first success only emboldened them to make more and more urgent demands? It is quite certain that they would have gone any lengths in resistance sooner than allow these laws to be forced upon them. Because a concession was once made in the matter of tribunes, it had been made again. There was no end to it. Tribunes of the plebs and the Senate could not exist in the same state. Either that office or this order, i.e. the nobility, must go. Their insolence and recklessness must be opposed, and better late than never. Were they to be allowed with impunity to stir up our neighbors to war by sowing the seeds of discord, and then prevent the state from arming in its defense against those whom they had stirred up, and after all but summoning the enemy not allow armies to be enrolled against the enemy? Was Canulaeus, forsooth, to have the audacity to give out before the Senate that unless it was prepared to accept his conditions, like those of a conqueror, he would stop a levy being held? What else was that but threatening to betray his country and allowing it to be attacked and captured? What courage would his words inspire, not in the Roman plebs, but in the Volscians and the Aequi and the Veientines? Would they not hope, with Canulaeus as their leader, to be able to scale the Capitol and the citadel, if the tribunes, after stripping the Senate of its rights and its authority, deprived it also of its courage? The consuls were ready to be their leaders against criminal citizens before they led them against their enemy in arms. Chapter 3. At the very time when this was going on in the Senate, Canulaeus delivered the following speech in defense of his laws and in opposition to the consuls. I fancy, Quirites, that I have often noticed in the past how greatly the patricians despise you, how unworthy they deem you to live in the same city, within the same walls as they. Now, however, it is perfectly obvious, seeing how bitter an opposition they have raised to our proposed laws. For what is our purpose in framing them, except to remind them that we are their fellow citizens, and though we do not possess the same power, we still inhabit the same country. In one of these laws, we demand the right of intermarriage, a right usually granted to neighbors and foreigners. Indeed, we have granted citizenship, which is more than intermarriage, even to a conquered enemy. In the other, we are bringing forward nothing new, but simply demanding back what belongs to the people and claiming that the Roman people should confer its honors on whom it will. What possible reason is there why they should embroil heaven and earth? Why recently in the Senate House I was on the point of being subjected to personal violence? Why they declare they will not keep their hands off and threaten to attack our inviolable authority? Will this city be no longer able to stand? Is our dominion at an end if a free vote is allowed to the Roman people so that they may entrust the consulship to whomever they will, and no plebeian may shut out from the hope of attaining the highest honor if only he be worthy of the highest honor? Does the phrase, let no plebeian be made consul, mean just the same as no slave or freedman shall be consul? Do you ever realize in what contempt you are living? They would rob you of your share in this daylight if they could. They are indignant because you breathe and utter speech and wear the form of men. Why? Heaven forgive me, they actually say it would be an act of impiety for a plebeian to be made consul. Though we are not allowed access to the fasti or the records of the pontiffs, do we not, pray, know what every stranger knows, that the consuls have simply taken the place of the kings, and possess no right or privilege which was not previously vested in the kings? I suppose you have never heard tell that Numa Pompilius, who was not only no patrician, but not even a Roman citizen, was summoned from the land of the Sabines, and after being accepted by the people and confirmed by the Senate, reigned as king of Rome? Or that after him, Lucius Tarquinius, who belonged to no Roman house, not even to an Italian one, being the son of Demaratus of Corinth, who had settled in Tarquinii, was made king while the sons of Ancus were still alive? Or that after him again, Servius Tullius, the illegitimate son of a female slave captured at Corniculum, gained the crown by sheer merit and ability? Why need I mention the Sabine Titus Tacius, with whom Romulus himself, the father of the city, shared his throne? As long as no class of person in which conspicuous merit appeared was rejected, the Roman dominion grew. Are you then to regard a plebeian consul with disgust when our ancestors show no aversion to strangers as their kings? Not even after the expulsion of the kings was the city closed to foreign merit. The Claudian house, at all events, who migrated from the Sabines, was received by us not only into citizenship, but even into the ranks of the patricians. Shall a man who was an alien become a patrician and afterwards consul, and a Roman citizen, if he belongs to the plebs, be cut off from all hope of the consulship? Do we believe that it is impossible for a plebeian to be brave and energetic and capable both in peace and war, or if there be such a man, are we not to allow him to touch the helm of the state? Are we to have, by preference, consuls like the decemvirs, those vilest of mortals, who nevertheless were all patricians, rather than men who resemble the best of the kings, new men though they were? Chapter 4. But I may be told no consul, since the expulsion of the kings, has ever been elected from the plebs. What then? Ought no innovation ever to be introduced? And because a thing has not yet been done, and in a new community there are many things which have not yet been done, ought they not to be done, even when they are advantageous? In the reign of Romulus there are no pontiffs, no college of augurs. They were created by Numa Pompilius. There was no census in the state, no register of the centuries and classes. It was made by Servius Tullius. There were never any consuls. When the king had been expelled, they were created. Neither the power nor the name of dictator was in existence. It originated with the Senate. There were no tribunes of the plebs, no aediles, no quaestors. It was decided that these offices should be created. Within the last 10 years, we appointed decemvirs to commit the laws to writing, and then we abolished their office. Who doubts that in a city built for all time and without any limits to its growth, new authorities have to be established, new priesthoods, modifications in the rights and privileges of the houses as well as of individual citizens? Was not this very prohibition of intermarriage between patricians and plebeians, which inflicts such serious injury on the commonwealth and such a gross injustice on the plebs, made by the decemvirs within the last few years? Can there be a greater or more signal disgrace than for a part of the community to be held unworthy of intermarriage, as though contaminated? What is this but to suffer exile and banishment within the same walls? They are guarding against our becoming connected with them by affinity or relationship, against our blood being allied with theirs. Why, most of you are descended from the Albans and Sabines, and that nobility of yours you hold not by birth or blood, but by co-optation into the patrician ranks, having been selected for that honor either by the kings or after their expulsion by the mandate of the people. If your nobility is tainted by union with us, could you not have kept it pure by private regulations, by not seeking brides from the plebs, and not suffering your sisters or daughters to marry outside your order? No plebeian will offer violence to a patrician maiden. It is the patricians who indulge in those criminal practices. None of us would have compelled anyone to enter into a marriage contract against his will. But really, that this should be prohibited by law, and the intermarriage of patricians and plebeians made impossible, is indeed insulting to the plebs. Why do you not combine to forbid intermarriage between rich and poor? Everywhere and in all ages there has been an understanding that a woman might marry into any house in which she has been betrothed, and a man might marry from any house the woman to whom he has become engaged. And this understanding you are fettering by the manacles of a most insolent law, through which you may break up civil society and rend one state into two. Why do you not enact a law that no plebeian shall live in the neighborhood of a patrician, or go along the same road, or take his place at the same banquet, or stand in the same forum? For as a matter of fact, what difference is there if a patrician marries a plebeian woman, or a plebeian marries a patrician? What rights are infringed, pray? Of course the children follow the father. There is nothing that we are seeking in intermarriage with you, except that we may be reckoned amongst men and citizens. There is nothing for you to fight about, unless you delight in trying how far you can insult and degrade us. Chapter 5. In a word, does the supreme power belong to you or to the Roman people? Did the expulsion of the kings mean absolute ascendancy for you or equal liberty for all? Is it right and proper for the Roman people to enact a law if it wishes to do so, or are you going, whenever a measure is proposed, to order a levy by way of punishment? Am I to call the tribes up to vote, and as soon as I have begun, are you, the consuls, going to compel those who are liable for service to take the military oath and then march them off to camp, threatening alike plebs and the tribunes? Why have you not on 2 occasions found out what your threats are worth against you united plebs? Was it, I wonder, in our interest that you abstained from an open conflict, or was it because the stronger party was also the more moderate one that there was no fighting? Nor will there be any conflict now, Quirites. They will always try your courage. They will not test your strength. And so, consuls, the plebeians are ready to follow you to these wars, whether real or imaginary, on condition that by restoring the right of intermarriage, you at last make this commonwealth a united one, that it be in their power to be allied with you by family ties, that the hope of attaining high office be granted to men of ability and energy, that it be open to them to be associated with you in taking their share of the government, and, which is the essence of equal liberty, to rule and obey in turn in the annual succession of magistrates. If anyone is going to obstruct these measures, you may talk about wars and exaggerate them by rumor. No one is going to give in his name. No one is going to take up arms. No one is going to fight for domineering masters with whom they have in public life no partnership and honors, and in private life no right of intermarriage. Chapter 6. After the 2 consuls had come forward into the assembly, set speeches gave place to a personal altercation. The tribune asked why it was not right for a plebeian to be elected consul. The consuls gave a reply which, though perhaps true, was an unfortunate one in view of the present controversy. They said, because no plebeian could have the auspices, and the reason why the decemvirs had put an end to intermarriage was to prevent the auspices from being vitiated through the uncertainty of descent. This bitterly exasperated the plebeians, for they believed that they were held incompetent to take the auspices because they were hateful to the immortal gods. As they had got a most energetic leader in their tribune, and were supporting him with the utmost determination, the controversy ended in the defeat of the patricians. They consented to the intermarriage law being passed, mainly in the belief that the tribunes would either abandon the struggle for plebeian consuls altogether, or would at least postpone it till after the war, and that the plebeians, contented with what they had gained, would be ready to enlist. Owing to his victory over the patricians, Canaleus was now immensely popular. Fired by his example, the other tribunes fought with the utmost energy to secure the passing of their measure, and though the rumors of war became more serious every day, they obstructed the enlistment. As no business could be transacted in the Senate owing to this intervention of the tribunes, the consuls held councils of the leaders at their own houses. It was evident that they would have to yield the victory either to their foreign foes or to their own countrymen. Valerius and Horatius were the only men of consular rank who did not attend these councils. Gaius Claudius was in favor of empowering the consuls to use armed force against tribunes. The Quinctii, Cincinnatus, and Capitolinus were averse from bloodshed or injury to those whom in their treaty with the plebs they had agreed to hold inviolable. The result of the deliberations was that they allowed tribunes of the soldiers with consular powers to be elected from the patricians and plebeians indiscriminately. No change was made in the election of consuls. This arrangement satisfied the tribunes and it satisfied the plebs. Notice was published that an assembly would be held for the election of 3 tribunes with consular powers. No sooner was this announcement made than everybody who had ever acted or spoken as a fomenter of sedition, especially those who had been tribunes, came forward as candidates and began to bustle about the forum, canvassing for votes. The patricians were at first deterred from seeking election, as in the exasperated mood of the plebeians, they regarded their chances as hopeless, and they were disgusted at the prospect of having to hold office with these men. At last, under compulsion from their leaders, lest they should appear to have withdrawn from any share in the government, they consented to stand. The result of the election showed that when men are contending for liberty and the right to hold office, their feelings are different from what they are when the contest is over and they can form an unbiased judgment. The people were satisfied now that votes were allowed for plebeians, and they elected none but patricians. Where in these days will you find in a single individual the moderation, fairness, and loftiness of mind which then characterized the people as a whole? Chapter 7. The First Consular Tribunes. In the 310th year after the foundation of Rome, 444 BC, military tribunes with consular powers for the first time took office. Their names are Aulus Sempronius Atratinus, Lucius Atilius, and Titus Caecilius, and during their tenure of office, concord at home, procure peace abroad. Some writers omit all mention of the proposal to elect consuls from the plebs, and assert that the creation of 3 military tribunes, invested with the insignia and authority of consuls, was rendered necessary by the inability of 2 consuls to cope at the same time with the Veientine War, in addition to the war with the Aequi and the Volscians and the defection of Ardea. The jurisdiction of that office was not yet, however, firmly established, for in consequence of the decision of the augurs, they resigned office after 3 months, owing to some irregularity in their election. Gaius Curtius, who had presided over their election, had not rightly selected his position for taking the auspices. Ambassadors came from Ardea to complain of the injustice done them. They promised that if it were removed by the restoration of their territory, they would abide by the treaty and remain good friends with Rome. The Senate replied that they had no power to rescind a judgment of the people, there was no precedent or law to allow it, the necessity of preserving harmony between the 2 orders made it impossible. If the Ardeates were willing to wait their time and leave the redress of their wrongs in the hands of the Senate, they would afterwards congratulate them on their moderation, and would discover that the senators were just as anxious that no injustice should be done them, as that whatever had been done should speedily be repaired. The ambassadors said that they would bring the whole matter again before their Senate, and were then courteously dismissed. As the Senate was now without any curule magistrate, the patricians met together and appointed an interrex. Owing to a dispute whether consuls or military tribunes should be elected, the interregnum lasted several days. The interrex and the Senate tried to secure the election of consuls, the plebs and their tribunes that of military tribunes. The Senate conquered, for the plebeians were sure to confer either honor on the patricians, and so refrained from an idle contest, while their leaders preferred an election in which no votes could be received for them to one in which they would be passed over as unworthy to hold office. The tribunes too gave up the fruitless contest out of complaisance to the leaders of the Senate. Titus Quinctius Barbatus, the interrex, elected as consuls Lucius Papirius Mugellanus and Lucius Sempronius Atratinus. During their consulship, the treaty with Ardea was renewed. This is the sole proof that they were the consuls for that year, for they are not found in the ancient annals nor in the official list of magistrates. The reason, I believe, was that since at the beginning of the year there were military tribunes, the names of the consuls who replaced them were omitted as though the tribunes had continued in office through the year. According to Licinius Macer, their names were found in the copy of the treaty with Ardea, as well as in the linen rolls. In spite of so many alarming symptoms of unrest amongst the neighboring nations, things were quiet both abroad and at home. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 8 to 20. Chapter 8. The Institution of the Censorship. Whether there were tribunes this year, or whether they were replaced by consuls, there is no doubt that the following year, the consuls were Marcus Gaganius Masserinus and Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, the former consul for the 2nd time, the latter for the 5th time. This year saw the beginning of the censorship, an office which, starting from small beginnings, grew to be of such importance that it had the regulations of the conduct and morals of Rome, the control of the Senate and the equestrian order. The power of honoring and degrading was also in the hands of these magistrates. The legal rights connected with public places and private property, and the revenues of the Roman people were under their absolute control. Its origin was due to the fact that no census had been taken of the people for many years, and it could no longer be postponed, whilst the consuls, with so many wars impending, did not feel at liberty to undertake the task. It was suggested in the Senate that as the business would be a complicated and laborious one, not at all suitable for the consuls, a special magistrate was needed, who should superintend the registrars, and have the custody of the lists and assessment schedules and fix the valuation of the property and the status of citizens at his discretion. Though the suggestion was not of great importance, the Senate gladly adopted it, as it would add to the number of patrician magistrates in the state, and I think that they anticipated what actually happened, that the influence of those who held the office would soon enhance its authority and dignity. The tribunes, too, looking more at the need which certainly existed for such an office than at the luster which would attend its administration, offered no opposition, lest they should appear to be raising troublesome difficulties even in small matters. The foremost men of the state declined the honor, so Paprius and Sempronius, about whose consulship doubts were entertained, were elected by the suffrages of the people to conduct the census. Their election to this magistracy made up for the incompleteness of their consulship. For the duties they had to discharge, they were called censors. Chapter 9. The Siege and Relief of Ardea. Whilst this was going on in Rome, ambassadors came from Ardea, appealing, in the name of the ancient alliance and recently renewed treaty, for help for their city, which was almost destroyed. They were not allowed, they said, to enjoy the peace which in pursuance of the soundest policy they had maintained with Rome owing to internal disputes. The origin and occasion of these is said to have been party struggles, which have been and will be more ruinous to the majority of states than external wars or famine and pestilence, or whatever else is ascribed to the wrath of the gods as the last evil which a state can suffer. 2 young men were courting a maiden of plebeian descent, celebrated for her beauty. One of them, the girl's equal in point of birth, was encouraged by her guardians, who belonged to the same class. The other, a young noble, captivated solely by her beauty, was supported by the sympathy and goodwill of the nobility. Party feeling had even penetrated into the girl's home, for the mother, who wanted her daughter to make as splendid a match as possible, preferred the young noble, whilst the guardians, carrying their partisanship even into such a matter as this, were working for the man of their own class. As the matter could not be settled within the 4 walls of the house, they brought it into court. After hearing the appeals of the mother and of the guardians, the magistrates granted the disposal of the girl's hand in accordance with the mother's wishes. But violence won the day, for the guardians, after haranguing a number of their partisans in the forum on the inequity of the verdict, collected a body of men and carried off the maiden from her mother's house. They were met by a still more determined troop of nobles, assembled to follow their young comrade, who was furious at the outrage. A desperate fight ensued, and the plebeians got the worst of it. In a very different spirit from the Roman plebs, they marched, fully armed, out of the city and took possession of a hill, from which they raided the lands of the nobles and laid them waste with fire and sword. A multitude of artists, who had previously taken no part in the conflict, excited by the hope of plunder, joined them, and preparations were made to besiege the city. All the horrors of war were present in the city, as though it had been infected with madness of the 2 young men who were seeking fatal nuptials out of their country's ruin. Both sides felt the need of addition to their strength. The nobles prevailed on the Romans to come to the relief of their beleaguered city. The plebs induced the Volscians to join them in attacking Ardea. The Volscians, under the leadership of Cluilius the Aequan, were the first to come, and drew lines of circumvallation round the enemy's walls. When news of this reached Rome, the consul Marcus Gagonius at once left with an army and fixed his camp 3 miles distant from the enemy, and as the day was declining, he ordered his men to rest. At the 4th watch, he ordered an advance, and so expeditiously was the task undertaken and completed that at sunrise the Volscians saw themselves enclosed by a stronger circumvallation than the one which they had themselves carried around the city. In another direction, the consuls constructed a covered way up to the wall of Ardea, by which his friends in the city could go to and fro. Chapter 10. Up to that time, the Volscian commander had not laid in any stock of provisions, as he had been able to maintain his army upon the corn carried off each day from the surrounding country. Now, however, that he was suddenly shut in by the Roman lines, he found himself destitute of everything. He invited the consul to a conference, and said that if the object for which the Romans had come was to raise the siege, he would withdraw the Volscians. The consul replied that it was for the defeated side to submit to terms, not to impose them, and as the Volscians had come at their own pleasure to attack the allies of Rome, they should not depart on the same terms. He required them to lay down their arms, surrender their general, and make acknowledgment of their defeat by placing themselves under his orders. Otherwise, whether they remained or departed, he would prove a relentless foe, and would rather carry back to Rome a victory over them than a faithless peace. The only hope of the Volscians lay in their arms, and slight as it was, they risked it. The ground was unfavorable to them for fighting, still more so for flight. As they were being cut down in all directions, they begged for quarter, but they were only allowed to get away after their general had been surrendered, their arms given up, and they themselves sent under the yoke. Covered with disgrace and disaster, they departed with only one garment apiece. They halted not far from the city of Tusculum, and owing to an old grudge which that city had against them, they were suddenly attacked, and defenseless as they were, suffered severe punishment, few being left to carry the news of the disaster. The consul settled the troubles in Ardea by beheading the ringleaders of the disturbance and confiscating their property to the treasury of the city. The citizens considered that the injustice of the recent decision was removed by the great service that Rome had rendered. But the Senate thought that something ought still to be done to wipe out the record of national avarice. The consul Quinctius achieved the difficult task of rivaling in his civil administration the military renown of his colleague. He showed such care to maintain peace and concord by tempering justice equally for the highest and the lowest, that whilst the Senate looked upon him as a stern consul, the plebeians regarded him as a lenient one. He held his ground against the tribunes more by personal authority than by active opposition. 5 consulships, marked by the same even tenor of conduct, a whole lifetime passed in a manner worthy of a consul, invested the man himself with almost more reverence than the office he filled. Whilst these 2 men were consuls, there was no talk of military tribunes. Chapter 11. The new consuls were Marcus Fabius Vibulanus and Postumius Aebutus Cornicinen. The previous year was regarded by the neighboring peoples, whether friendly or hostile, as chiefly memorable because of the trouble taken to help Ardea in its peril. The new consuls, aware that there were succeeding men distinguished both at home and abroad, were all the more anxious to obliterate from men's minds the infamous judgment. Accordingly, they obtained a senatorial decree ordering that as the population of Ardea had been seriously reduced through the internal disturbances, a body of colonists should be sent there as a protection against the Volscians. This was the reason alleged in the text of the decree, to prevent their intention of rescinding the judgment from being suspected by the plebs and tribunes. They had, however, privately agreed that the majority of the colonists should consist of Rutulians, that no land should be allotted other than what had been appropriated under the infamous judgment, and that not a single sod should be assigned to a Roman till all the Rutulians had received their share. So the land went back to the Ardeats, Agrippa Menenius, Titus Livius Siculus, and Marcus Abutus Helva were the triumvirs appointed to superintend the settlement of the colony. Their office was not only extremely unpopular, but they gave great offense to the plebs by assigning to allies land which the Roman people had formerly adjudged to be their own. Even with the leaders of the patricians they were out of favor, because they had refused to allow themselves to be influenced by any of them. The tribunes impeached them, but they avoided all further vexatious proceedings by enrolling themselves amongst the settlers and remaining in the colony, which they now possessed as a testimony to their justice and integrity. Chapter 12. There was peace abroad and at home during this time, and the following year, when Gaius Furius Pacillus and Marcus Papirius Crassus were consuls. The sacred games, which in accordance with a decree of the Senate had been vowed by the decemvirs on the occasion of the secession of the plebs, were celebrated this year. Poetilius, who had again raised the question of division of territory, was made tribune. He made fruitless efforts to create sedition, and was unable to prevail upon the consuls to bring the question before the Senate. After a great struggle, he succeeded so far in that the Senate should be consulted as to whether the next elections should be held for consuls or for consular tribunes. They ordered consuls to be elected. The tribune's menaces were laughed at when he threatened to obstruct the levy at a time when all the neighboring states were quiet, and there was no necessity for war or for any preparations for war. Internal troubles. Proculius Gaganius Masserinus and Lucius Menenius Lenatus were the consuls for the year which followed this state of tranquility, a year remarkable for a multiplicity of disasters and dangers, seditions, famine, and the imminent risk of the people being bribed to bow their necks to despotic power. A foreign war alone was wanting. Had this come to aggravate the universal distress, resistance would hardly have been possible, even with the help of all of the gods. The misfortune began with a famine, owing to either the year being unfavorable to the crops, or to the cultivation of the land being abandoned for the attractions of political meetings and city life. Both causes are assigned. The Senate blamed the idleness of the plebeians, and the tribunes charged the consuls at one time with dishonesty, at another with negligence. At last they induced the plebs, with the acquiescence of the Senate, to appoint as prefect of the corn market Lucius Minucius. In that capacity, he was more successful in guarding liberty than in the discharge of his office, though in the end he deservedly won gratitude and reputation for having relieved the scarcity. He dispatched numerous agents by sea and land to visit the surrounding nations, but as, with the sole exception of Etruria, who furnished a small supply, their mission was fruitless. He made no impression on the market. He then devoted himself to the careful adjustment of the scarcity, and obliged all who possessed any corn to declare the amount, and after retaining a month's supply for themselves, sell the rest to the government. By cutting down the daily rations of the slaves to 1/2, by holding up the corn merchants to public execration, by rigorous and inquisitorial methods, he revealed the prevailing distress more than he relieved it. Many of the plebs lost all hope, and rather than drag on a life of misery, muffled their heads and threw themselves into the Tiber. Chapter 13. The treason and death of Spurius Maelius. It was at that time that Spurius Maelius, a member of the equestrian order, and a very wealthy man for those days, entered upon an undertaking, serviceable in itself, but forming a very bad precedent and dictated by still worse motives. Through the instrumentality of his clients and foreign friends, he purchased corn in Etruria, and this very circumstance, I believe, hampered the government in their efforts to cheapen the market. He distributed this corn gratis, and so won the hearts of the plebeians by this generosity, that whenever he moved, conspicuous and consequential beyond any ordinary mortal, they followed him. And his popularity seemed to his hopes a sure earnest of a consulship. But the minds of men are never satisfied with fortune's promises, and he began to entertain loftier and unattainable aims. He knew the consulship would have to be won in the teeth of the patricians, so he began to dream of royalty. After all his grand schemes and efforts, he looked upon that as the only fitting reward, which, owing to its greatness, must be won by the greatest exertions. The consular elections were now close at hand, and as his plans were not yet matured, this circumstance proved his ruin. Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, a very awkward man for anyone meditating revolution, was chosen consul for the 6th time. Agrippa Menenius, surnamed Lenatus, was assigned to him as his colleague. Lucius Minucius was either reappointed prefect of the corn market, or his original appointment was an indefinite period as long as circumstances required. There is nothing definitely stated beyond the fact that the name of the prefect was entered on the linen rolls among the magistrates for both years. Minucius was discharging the same function as a state official, which Malleus had undertaken as a private citizen. The same class of people frequented both their houses. He made a discovery which he brought to the notice of the Senate, namely, that arms were being collected in Malleus's house, and that he was holding secret meetings at which plans were being undoubtedly formed to establish a monarchy. The moment for action was not yet fixed, but everything else had been settled. The tribunes had been bought over to betray the liberties of the people, and these leaders of the populace had had their various parts assigned to them. He had, he said, delayed making his report till it was almost too late for the public safety, lest he should appear to be the author of vague and groundless suspicions. On hearing this, the leaders of the Senate censured the consuls of the previous year for having allowed those free distributions of corn and secret meetings to go on, and they were equally severe on the new consuls for having waited till the prefect of the corn market had made his report, for the matter was of such importance that the consuls ought not only to have reported it, but also dealt with it. In reply, Quinctius said that the censure on the consuls was undeserved, for, hampered as they were by the laws giving the right of appeal, which were passed to weaken their authority, they were far from possessing as much power as will to punish the atrocious attempt with the severity it deserved. What was wanted was not only a strong man, but one who was free to act unshackled by the laws. He should therefore nominate Lucius Quinctius as dictator, for he had the courage and resolution which such great powers demanded. This was met with universal approval. Quinctius at first refused and asked them what they meant by exposing him at the close of his life to such a bitter struggle. At last, after well-merited commendations were showered upon him from all parts of the house, and he was assured that in that aged mind there was not only more wisdom, but more courage than in all the rest. Whilst the consul adhered to his decision, he yielded, after a prayer to heaven that in such a time of danger his old age might not prove a source of harm or discredit to the Republic. Cincinnatus was made dictator. He appointed Gaius Servilius Alla as his master of the horse. Chapter 14. The next day, after posting guards at different points, he came down to the forum. The novelty and the mystery of the thing drew the attention of the plebs towards him. Malleus and his confederates recognized that this tremendous power was directed against them, whilst those who knew nothing of the plot asked what disturbance or sudden outbreak of war called for the supreme authority of a dictator, or required Quinctius, after reaching his 80th year, to assume the government of the Republic. Servilius, the master of the horse, was dispatched by the dictator to Malleus with the message, "The dictator summons you." Alarmed at the summons, he inquired what it meant. Servilius explained that he had to stand his trial and clear himself of the charge brought against him by Minucius in the Senate. On this, Malleus retreated amongst his troops of adherents, and looking round at them, began to slink away, when an officer, by order of the master of the horse, seized him, and began to drag him away. The bystanders rescued him, and as he fled he implored the protection of the Roman plebs, and said that he was the victim of a conspiracy amongst the patricians, because he had acted generously towards the plebs. He entreated them to come to his help in this terrible crisis, and not suffer him to be butchered before their eyes. Whilst he was making these appeals, Servilius overtook him and slew him. Besprinkled with the dead man's blood, and surrounded by a troop of young patricians, he returned to the dictator, and reported that Malleus, after being summoned to appear before him, had driven away his officer and incited the populace to riot, and had now met with the punishment he deserved. "Well done," said the dictator. "Gaius Servilius, you have delivered the Republic." Chapter 15. The populace did not know what to make of the deed, and were becoming excited. The dictator ordered them to be summoned to an assembly. He declared that Malleus had been lawfully slain, even if he were guiltless of treason, because he had refused to come to the dictator when summoned by the master of the horse. He, Cincinnatus, had sat to investigate the case. After it had been investigated, Malleus would have been treated in accordance with the results. He was not to be dealt with like an ordinary citizen. For though born amongst a free people under laws and settled rights, in a city from which he knew that royalty had been expelled, and in the very same year the sons of the king's sister, children of the consul who liberated his country, had, on the discovery of a conspiracy for restoring royalty, been beheaded by their own father. A city from which Collatinus Tarquin, the consul, had been ordered to lay down his office and go into exile, because the very name Tarquin was detested. In a city which some years later Spurius Cassius had been punished for entertaining designs of sovereignty. A city in which recently the decemvirs had been punished by confiscation, exile, and death because of a tyranny as despotic as that of kings. In that city, Malleus had conceived hopes of sovereignty. And who was this man? Although no nobility of birth, no honors, no services to the state paved the way for any man to sovereign power, still, it was their consulship, their decemvirates, the honors achieved by them and their ancestors, and the splendor of their families that raised the ambitions of the Claudii and the Cassii to an impious height. But Spurius Malleus, to whom the tribuneship of the plebs was a thing to be wished for rather than hoped for, a wealthy corn factor, hoped to buy the liberty of his fellow citizens for a couple pounds of spelt, and imagined that by throwing a little corn to them, he could reduce to slavery the men who had conquered all the neighboring states, and that he, whom the state could hardly stomach as a senator, would be tolerated as a king, possessing the power and insignia of Romulus, who had sprung from the gods and been carried back to the gods. His act must be regarded as a portent quite as much as a crime. For that portent, his blood was not sufficient expiation. Those walls within which such madness had been conceived must be leveled to the ground, and his property, contaminated by the price of treason, confiscated to the state. Chapter 16. So far the dictator. He then gave orders for the house to be forthwith razed to the ground, that the place where it stood might be a perpetual reminder of impious hopes crushed. It was afterwards called the Aquamalium. Lucius Minucius was presented with the image of a golden ox set up outside the Trigeminal Gate. As he distributed the corn which had belonged to Malleus at the price of 1 as per bushel, the plebs raised no objection to his being thus honored. I find it stated in some authorities that this Minucius went over from the patricians to the plebeians, and after being co-opted as an 11th tribune, quelled a disturbance which arose in consequence of the death of Malleus. It is, however, hardly credible that the Senate would have allowed this increase in the number of tribunes, or that such a precedent, above all others, should have been introduced by a patrician, or that, if that concession had been once made, the plebs should not have adhered to it, or at all events tried to do so. But the most conclusive refutation of the lying inscription on his image is to be found in a provision of the law passed a few years previously, that it should not be lawful for tribunes to co-opt a colleague. Quintius Caecilius, Quintius Junius, and Sextus Titinius were the only members of the Colleague of Tribunes who did not support the proposal to honor Minucius, and they never ceased to attack Minucius and Servilius in turn before the assembly and charged them with the undeserved death of Malleus. They succeeded in securing the creation of military tribunes instead of consuls at the next election, for they felt no doubt that for the 6 vacancies, that number could now be elected, some of the plebeians, by giving out that they would avenge the death of Malleus, would be elected. But in spite of the excitement amongst the plebeians owing to the numerous commotions through the year, they did not create more than 3 tribunes with consular powers. Amongst them, Lucius Quinctius, the son of the Cincinnatus, who, as dictator, incurred such odium that it was made the pretext for disturbances. Mamercus Aemilius polled the highest numbers of votes. Lucius Julius came in 3rd. Chapter 17. The Revolt of Fidenae. During their magistracy, Fidenae, where a body of Romans were settled, revolted to Lars Tolumnius, king of the Veientines. The revolt was made worse by a crime. Gaius Fulcinius, Cloelius Tullus, Spurius Antius, and Lucius Roscius, who were sent as envoys to ascertain the reasons for this change of policy, were murdered by order of Tolumnius. Some try to exculpate the king by alleging that whilst playing at dice he made a lucky throw and used an ambiguous expression, which might be taken to be an order for death, and that the Fidenates took it so. And this was the reason for the death of the envoys. This is incredible. It is impossible to believe that when the Fidenates, his new allies, came to consult him as to committing a murder in defiance of the law of nations, he should not have turned his thoughts from the game, or should afterwards have imputed the crime to a misunderstanding. It is much more probable that he wished the Fidenates to be implicated in such an awful crime in order to make it impossible for them to hope for any reconciliation with Rome. The statues of the murdered envoys were set up in the rostra. Owing to the proximity of the Veientines and Fidenates, and still more to the heinous crime with which they began the war, the struggle threatened to be a desperate one. Anxiety for the national safety kept the plebs quiet, and their tribunes raised no difficulties in the election of Marcus Gaganius Masserinus as consul for the 3rd time, and Lucius Sergius Fidenas, who, I believe, was so called for the war which he afterwards conducted. He was the first who fought a successful action with the king of Veii on this side of the Anio. The victory he gained was by no means a bloodless one. There was more mourning for their countrymen who were lost than joy over the defeat of the enemy. Owing to the critical aspect of affairs, the Senate ordered Mamercus Aemilius to be proclaimed dictator. He chose as his master of the horse Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, who had been his colleague in the College of Consular Tribunes the previous year, a young man worthy of his father. To the force levied by the consuls were added a number of war-seasoned veteran centurions to fill up the number of those lost in the late battle. The dictator ordered Quinctius Capitolinus and Marcus Fabius Vibullanus to accompany him as seconds in command. The higher power of the dictator, wielded by a man quite equal to it, dislodged the enemy from Roman territory and sent him across the Anio. He occupied the line of hills between Fidene and the Anio, where he entrenched himself, and did not go down into the plains until the legions of the Falerii had come to his support. Then the camp of the Etruscans was formed in front of the walls of Fidene. The Roman dictator chose a position not far from them, at the junction of the Anio and the Tiber, and extended his lines as far as possible from the one river to the other. The next day he led his men out to battle. Chapter 18. Amongst the enemy there was diversity of opinion. The men of Falerii, impatient at serving so far from home and full of self-confidence, demanded battle. Those of Veii and Fidene placed more hope in a prolongation of the war. Although Tolumnius was more inclined to the opinion of his own men, he announced that he would give battle the next day, in case the Volscians should refuse to serve through a protracted campaign. This hesitation on part of the enemy gave the dictator and the Romans fresh courage. The next day, whilst the soldiers were declaring that unless they had the chance of fighting, they would attack the enemy's camp and city, both armies advanced on the level ground between their respective camps. The Veientine general, who was greatly superior in numbers, sent a detachment around the back of the hills to attack the Roman camp during the battle. The armies of the three states were stationed thus. The Veientines were on the right wing, the Volscians on the left, and the Fidenates in the center. The dictator led his right wing against the Volscians. Capitolinus Quinctius directed the attack of the left against the Veientines, whilst the master of the horse advanced with his cavalry against the enemy's center. For a few moments, all was silent and motionless, as the Etruscans would not commence the fight unless they were compelled, and the dictator was watching the citadel of Rome and waiting for the agreed signal from the augurs as soon as the omens should prove favorable. No sooner had he caught sight of it than he let loose the cavalry, who, raising a loud battle cry, charged. The infantry followed with a furious onslaught. In no quarter did the legions of Etrurius stand the Roman charge. Their cavalry offered the stoutest resistance, and the king himself, by far the bravest of them, charged the Romans whilst they were scattered everywhere in pursuit of the enemy, and so prolonged the contest. Chapter 19. There was in the cavalry on that day a military tribune named Aulus Cornelius Cossus, a remarkably handsome man, and equally distinguished for strength and courage, and proud of his family name, which, illustrious as it was when he inherited it, was rendered still more so when he left it to his posterity. When he saw the Roman squadron shaken by the repeated charges of Tolumnius in whatever direction he rode, and recognized him as he galloped along the entire line, conspicuous in his royal habiliments, he exclaimed, "Is this the breaker of treaties between man and man? The violator of the law of nations? Is it the will of heaven that anything holy should exist on earth? I will slay this man and offer him as a sacrifice to the manes of the murdered envoys." Putting spurs to his horse, he charged with leveled spear against his single foe. And having struck and unhorsed him, he leaped with the aid of his spear to the ground. As the king was attempting to rise, he pushed him back with the boss of his shield, and with repeated spear thrusts pinned him to the earth. Then he despoiled the lifeless body, and cutting off his head, stuck it on his spear, and carrying it in triumph, routed the enemy, who were panic-struck at the king's death. So the enemy's cavalry, who had alone made the issue of the contest doubtful, now shared in the general rout. The dictator hotly pursued the flying legions and drove them to their camp with great slaughter. Most of the Fidenates, who were familiar with the country, escaped to the hills. Cossus, with the cavalry, crossed the Tiber and brought to the city an enormous amount of booty from the country of the Veientines. During the battle, there was also an engagement at the Roman camp with the detachment which, as already stated, Tolumnius had sent to attack it. Fabius Vibulus at first confined himself to the defense of the circuit of his lines. Then, while the enemy's attention was wholly directed to forcing the stockade, he made a sortie from the Porta Principalis on the right, and this unexpected attack produced such consternation among the enemy that though they were fewer killed, owing to the smaller number engaged, the flight was just as disorderly as in the main battle. Chapter 20. Successful in all directions, the dictator returned home to enjoy the honor of a triumph granted him by decree of the Senate and resolution of the people. By far the finest sight in the procession was Cossus, bearing the spolia opima of the king he had slain. The soldiers sang rude songs in his honor, and placed him on a level with Romulus. He solely dedicated the spoils to Jupiter Feretrius, and hung them in his temple near those of Romulus, which were the only ones which at that time were called spolia opima prima. All eyes were turned from the chariot of the dictator to him. He almost monopolized the honors of the day. By order of the people, a crown of gold, a pound in weight, was made at the public expense and placed by the dictator in the Capitol as an offering to Jupiter. In stating that Cossus placed the spolia opima secunda in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius when he was a military tribune, I have followed all the existing authorities. But not only is the designation of spolia opima restricted to those which a commander-in-chief has taken from a commander-in-chief, and we know of no commander-in-chief but the one under whose auspices the war is conducted. But I and my authorities are also confuted by the actual inscription on the spoils, which states that Cossus took them when he was consul. Augustus Caesar, the founder and restorer of all the temples, rebuilt the temple of Jupiter Feretrius, which had fallen to ruin through age, and I once heard him say that after entering it, he read that inscription on the linen cuirass with his own eyes. After that, I felt it would be almost a sacrilege to withhold from Cossus the evidence as to his spoils given by the Caesar who restored that very temple. Whether the mistake, if there be one, may have arisen from the fact that the ancient annals and the linen rolls, the lists of magistrates preserved in the temple of Moneta, which Macer Licinius frequently quotes as authorities, have an Aulus Cornelius Cossus as consul with Titus Quinctius Poenus 10 years later. Of this every man must judge for himself, for there is this further reason why so famous a battle could not be transferred to this later date, namely, that during the 3 years which preceded and followed the consulship of Cossus, war was impossible, owing to the pestilence and famine, so that some of the annals, as though they were records of deaths, supply nothing but the names of the consuls. The third year after his consulship has the name of Causus as a consular tribune, and in the same year he is entered as master of the horse, in which capacity he fought another brilliant cavalry action. Everyone is at liberty to form his own conjecture. These doubtful points, in my belief, can be made to support any opinion. The fact remains that the man who fought the battle placed the newly won spoils in the sacred shrine near Jupiter himself, to whom they were consecrated, and with Romulus in full view, 2 witnesses to be dreaded by any forger, and that he described himself in the inscription as Aulus Cornelius Causus, consul. End of section 23. Section 24 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, chapters 21 to 29. Chapter 21. Conquest of Fidenae. Marcus Cornelius Malignensis and Lucius Paprius Crassus were the next consuls. Armies were led into the territories of the Veientines and Faliscans, and men and cattle were carried off. The enemy was nowhere found in the open, nor was there any opportunity of fighting. Their cities, however, were not attacked, for the people were visited by an epidemic. Spurius Maelius, a tribune of the plebs, tried to get up disturbances, but failed to do so. Relying upon the popularity of the name he bore, he had impeached Minucius, and brought forward a proposal for the confiscation of the property of Servilius Aula, on the plea that Maelius had been the victim of false charges by Minucius, while Servilius had been guilty of putting a citizen to death without trial. The people paid less attention to these accusations than even to their author. They were much more concerned about the increasing virulence of the epidemic and the terrifying portents. Most of all, about the reports of frequent earthquakes, which laid the houses in the country districts in ruins. A solemn supplication, therefore, was offered up by the people, led by the duumvirs. The following year, in which the consuls were Gaius Julius for the second time, and Lucius Verginius, was still more fatal, and created such alarming desolation in town and country that no plundering parties left Roman territory. Nor did either Senate or plebs entertain any idea of taking the offensive. The Fidenates, however, who had at first confined themselves to their mountains and walled villages, actually came down into the Roman territory and ravaged it. As the Faliscans could not be induced to renew the war either by the representations of their allies, nor by the fact that Rome was prostrated by the epidemic, the Fidenates sent to invite the Veientine army, and the 2 states crossed the Anio and displayed their standards not far from the Colline Gate. The alarm was as great in the city as in the country districts. The consul Julius disposed his troops on the rampart and the walls. Verginius convened the Senate in the temple of Quirinus. They decreed that Quintus Servilius should be nominated dictator. According to one tradition, he was surnamed Priscus, according to another, Strictus. Verginius waited till he could consult his colleague. On gaining his consent, he nominated the dictator at night. The dictator appointed Postumius Aebutus Helva as the master of the horse. Chapter 22. The dictator issued an order for all to muster outside the Colline Gate by daybreak. Every man strong enough to bear arms was present. The standards were quickly brought to the dictator from the treasury. While these arrangements were being made, the enemy withdrew to the foot of the hills. The dictator followed them with an army eager for battle and engaged them not far from Nomentum. The Etruscan legions were routed and driven into Fidenae. The dictator surrounded the place with lines of circumvallation. But owing to its elevated position and strong fortifications, the city could not be carried by assault, and a blockade was quite ineffective. For there was not only corn enough for their actual necessities, but even for a lavish supply from what had been stored up beforehand. So all hope of either storming the place or starving it into surrender was abandoned. As it was near Rome, the nature of the ground was well known, and the dictator was aware that the side of the city, remote from his camp, was weakly fortified, owing to its natural strength. He determined to carry a mine through from that side to the citadel. He formed his army into 4 divisions to take turns in the fighting, and by keeping up a constant attack upon the walls in all directions, day and night he prevented the enemy from noticing the work. At last, the hill was tunneled through and the way lay open from the Roman camp up to the citadel. Whilst the attention of the Etruscans was being diverted by feigned attacks from their real danger, the shouts of the enemy above their heads showed them that the city was taken. In that year, the censors Gaius Furius Pacillus and Marcus Gaganius Masserinus passed the government building on the Campus Martius, and the census of the people was made there for the first time. Chapter 23. Matters in Etruria. I find in Macer Licinius that the same consuls were re-elected for the following year, Julius for the 3rd time and Virginius for the 2nd. Valerius Antius and Quintus Tibero give Marcus Manlius and Quintus Sulpicius as the consuls for that year. In spite of this discrepancy, Tibero and Macer both claim the authority of the linen rolls. Both admit that in ancient historians it was asserted that there were military tribunes that year. Licinius considers that we ought unhesitantly to follow the linen rolls. Tibero has not made up his mind, but amongst the many points obscure through the lapse of time, this also is left unsettled. The capture of Fidenae created alarm in Etruria. Not only were the Veientines apprehensive of a similar fate, but the Faliscans too had not forgotten the war which they had commenced in alliance with them, though they had taken no part in its renewal. The 2 states sent round envoys to the 12 cantons, and in compliance with their requests, a meeting was proclaimed of the National Council of Etruria, to be held at the temple of Voltumna. As a great struggle seemed imminent, the Senate ordered that Mamercus Aemilius should be again nominated dictator. Aulus Postumius Tiberius was appointed master of the horse. Preparations for war were made with all the greater energy now than on the last occasion, as the danger to be apprehended from the whole of Etruria was greater than from only 2 of its towns. Chapter 24. Limitation of the censorship. The occasion passed off more quietly than anybody expected. Information was brought by traders that help had been refused to the Veientines. They were told to prosecute with their own resources a war which they had commenced on their own initiative, and not, now that they were in difficulties, to look for allies amongst those whom in their prosperity they refused to take into their confidence. The dictator was now deprived of any opportunity of acquiring fame in war, but he was anxious to achieve some work which might be a memorial of his dictatorship and prevent it from appearing an unnecessary appointment. So he made preparations for abridging the censorship, either because he considered its power excessive, or because he objected not so much to the greatness as to the length of duration of the office. Accordingly, he convened the assembly and said that as the gods had undertaken the conduct of the state in external affairs and made everything safe, he would do what required to be done within the walls, and take counsel for the liberties of the Roman people. Those liberties were most securely guarded when those who held great powers did not hold them for long, and when offices which could not be limited in their jurisdiction were limited in their tenure. Whilst the other magistracies were annual, the censorship was a quinquennial one. It was a distinct grievance to have to live at the mercy of the same men for so many years. In fact, for a considerable part of one's life. He was going to bring in a law that the censorship should not last longer than 18 months. He carried the law the next day amidst the enthusiastic approval of the people, and then made the following announcement. That you may really know, Quirites, how much I disapprove of prolonged rule. I now lay down my dictatorship. And after thus resigning his own magistracy and limiting the other one, he was escorted home amidst the hearty goodwill and congratulations of the people. The censors were extremely angry with Mamercus for having limited the power of a Roman magistrate. They struck him out of his tribe, increased his assessment eightfold, and disenfranchised him. It is recorded that he bore this most magnanimously, thinking more of the cause which led to the ignominy being inflicted upon him than of the ignominy itself. The leading men amongst the patricians, though disapproving of the limitation imposed on the censorial jurisdiction, were shocked at this instance of the harsh exercise of its power. For each recognized that he would be subject to the censors more frequently and for a longer time than he would be censor himself. At all events, the people, it is said, felt so indignant that no one but Mamercus possessed sufficient authority to protect the censors from violence. Chapter 25. Pestilence in Rome, Plebeian Grievances. The tribunes of the plebs held constant meetings of the assembly with a view to preventing the election of consuls, and after bringing matters almost to the point of an interrex, they succeeded in getting consular tribunes elected. They looked for plebeians to be elected as a reward for their exertions, but not a single one came in. All who were elected were patricians. Their names were Marcus Fabius Vibulanus, Marcus Folius, and Lucius Sergius Fidenes. The pestilence that year kept everything quiet. The duumvirs did many things prescribed by the sacred books to appease the wrath of the gods and remove the pestilence from the people. The mortality, notwithstanding, was heavy both in the city and in the country districts. Men and beasts alike perished, owing to the losses amongst the cultivators of the soil. A famine was feared as a result of the pestilence, and agents were dispatched to Etruria and the Pomptine territory and Cumae, and at last even to Sicily to procure corn. No mention was made of the election of consuls. Consular tribunes were appointed, all patricians. Their names were Lucius Pinarius Mamercus, Lucius Furius Megellinus, and Spurius Postumius Albus. In this year the violence of the epidemic abated, and there was no scarcity of corn, owing to the provisions that had been made. Projects of war were discussed in the national councils of the Volscians and Aequi, and in Etruria at the temple of Vol.1. There the question was adjourned for a year, and a decree was passed that no council should be held till the year had elapsed, in spite of the protests of the Veientines, who declared that the same fate which had overtaken Fidenae was threatening them. At Rome, meantime, the leaders of the plebs, finding that their cherished hopes of higher dignity were futile whilst there was peace abroad, got up meetings in the houses of the tribunes, where they discussed their plans in secret. They complained that they had been treated with such contempt by the plebs, that though consular tribunes had now been elected for many years, not a single plebeian had ever found his way to that office. Their ancestors had shown such foresight in taking care that the plebeian magistracies should not be open to patricians. Otherwise, they must have had patricians as tribunes of the plebs, For so insignificant were they in the eyes of their own order, that they were looked down upon by plebeians quite as much as by the patricians. Others threw the blame on the patricians. It was owing to their unscrupulous cleverness in pushing their canvassing. The path to honor was closed to the plebeians. If the plebs were allowed a respite from their menaces and entreaties, they would think of their own party when they went to vote, and by their united efforts would win office and power. It was decided that, with a view to doing away with the abuses of canvassing, the tribunes should bring in a law forbidding anyone to whiten his toga when he appeared as a candidate. To us now, the matter may appear trivial and hardly worth serious discussion, but it kindled a tremendous conflict between patricians and plebeians. The tribunes, however, succeeded in carrying their law, and it was clear that, irritated as they were, the plebeians would support their own men. That they might not be free to do so, a resolution was passed in the Senate that the forthcoming elections should be held for the appointment of consuls. Chapter 26. War with the Volscians and Aequi. The reason for this decision was the report sent in by the Latins and Hernicans of a sudden rising amongst the Volscians and Aequi. Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus, surnamed Poenus, the son of Lucius, and Gnaeus Julius Mento were made consuls. War very soon broke out. After a levy had been raised under the Lex Sacrana, which was the most powerful means they possessed of compelling men to serve, the armies of both nations advanced and concentrated on Algidus, where they entrenched themselves, each in a separate camp. Their generals showed greater care than on any previous occasion in the construction of their lines and the exercising of the troops. The reports of this increased the alarm in Rome. In view of the fact that these two nations, after their numerous defeats, were now renewing the war with greater energy than they had ever done before, and further, that a considerable number of the Romans fit for active service had been carried off by the epidemic, the Senate decided upon the nomination of a dictator. But the greatest alarm was caused by the perverse obstinacy of the consuls and their incessant wranglings in the Senate. Some authorities assent that these consuls fought an unsuccessful action at Algidus, and that this was the reason why a dictator was nominated. It is, at all events, generally agreed that whilst at variance in other matters, they were at one in opposing the Senate and preventing the appointment of a dictator. At last, when each report that came in was more alarming than the last, the consuls refused to accept the authority of the Senate. Quintus Servilius Priscus, who had filled the highest offices in the state, with distinction said, "Tribunes of the plebs, now that matters have come to extremities, the Senate calls upon you in this crisis of the Commonwealth, by virtue of the authority of your office, to compel the consuls to nominate a dictator." On hearing this appeal, the tribunes considered that a favorable opportunity presented itself for augmenting their authority, and they retired to deliberate. Then they formally declared in the name of the whole college of tribunes that it was their determination that the consuls should bow to the will of the Senate. If they offered any further opposition to the unanimous decision of that most august order, they, the tribunes, would order them to be thrown into prison. The consuls preferred defeat at the hands of the tribunes rather than at those of the Senate. If, they said, the consuls could be coerced by the tribunes in virtue of their authority, and even sent to prison, and what more than this had ever a private citizen to fear, then the Senate had betrayed the rights and privileges of the highest office in the state, and made an ignominious surrender, putting the consulship under the yoke of the tribunician power. They could not even agree as to who should nominate the dictator, so they cast lots, and the lot fell to Titus Quinctius. He nominated Aulus Postumius Tiberius, his father-in-law, a stern and resolute commander. The dictator named Lucius Julius as the master of the horse. Orders were issued for a levy to be raised for all businesses, legal or otherwise, to be suspended in the city, except for the preparations for war. The investigation of claims for exemption from military service was postponed till the end of the war, so even in doubtful cases, men preferred to give in their names. The Hernici and the Latins were ordered to furnish the troops. Both nations carried out the dictator's orders most zealously. Chapter 27. All these preparations were completed with extraordinary dispatch. The consul Gnaeus Julius was left in charge of the defenses of the city. Lucius Julius, the master of the horse, took command of the reserves to meet any sudden emergency and to prevent the operations from being delayed through inadequacy of supplies at the front. As the war was such a serious one, the dictator vowed in the form of words prescribed by the Pontifex Maximus Aulus Cornelius to celebrate the great games if he were victorious. He formed the army into 2 divisions, one of which he assigned to the consul Quinctius, and their joint forces advanced up to the enemy's position. As they saw that the hostile camps were separated by a short distance from each other, they also formed separate camps, about a mile from the enemy, the dictator fixing his in the direction of Tusculum, the consul near Lanuvium. The 4 armies had thus separate entrenched positions, with a plain between them, broad enough not only for small skirmishes, but for both armies to be drawn out in battle order. Ever since the camps had confronted each other, there had been no cessation of small fights, and the dictator was quite content for his men to match their strength against the enemy, in order that through the issues of these contests they might entertain the hope of a decisive and final victory. The enemy, hopeless of winning a regular battle, determined to stake everything on the chances of a night attack on the consul's camp. The shout which suddenly arose not only startled the consul's outposts and the whole army, but even woke the dictator. Everything depended on prompt action. The consul showed equal courage and coolness. Part of his troops reinforced the guards at the camp gates. The rest lined the entrenchments. As the dictator's camp was not attacked, it was easier for him to see what had to be done. Supports were at once sent to the consul under Spurius Postumius Albus, lieutenant general, and the dictator, in person with a portion of his force, made for a place away from the actual fighting, from which to make an attack on the enemy's rear. He left Quintus Sulpicius, lieutenant general, in charge of the camp, and gave the command of the cavalry to Marcus Fabius, lieutenant general, with orders not to move their troops before daylight, as it was difficult to handle them in the confusion of a night attack. Besides taking every measure which any other general of prudence and energy would have taken under the circumstances, the dictator gave a striking instance of his courage and generalship, which deserves especial praise. For, on ascertaining that the enemy had left his camp with the greater part of his force, he sent Marcus Gaganius with some picked cohorts to storm it. The defenders were thinking more of the issue of their comrades' dangerous enterprise than of taking precautions for their own safety. Even their outposts and picket duty were neglected, and he stormed it and captured the camp almost before the enemy realized it was attacked. When the dictator saw the smoke, the agreed signal, he called out that the enemy's camp was taken and ordered the news to be spread everywhere. Chapter 28. It was now growing light, and everything lay open to view. Fabius had delivered his attack with the cavalry, and the consul had made a sortie against the enemy, who were now wavering. The dictator from the other side had attacked the second line of reserves, and whilst the enemy faced about to meet the sudden charges and confused shouts, he had thrown his victorious horse and foot across their front. They were now hemmed in, and would to a man have paid the penalty for renewing the war had not a Volscian, Vettius Messius, a man more distinguished by his exploits than by his pedigree, remonstrated loudly for his comrades, who were being rolled up into a helpless mass. "Are you going," he shouted, "to make yourselves a mark for the enemy's javelins, unresisting, defenseless? Why then have you got arms? Why did you begin an unprovoked war? You who are ever turbulent in peace, and laggards in war? What do you expect to gain by standing here? Do you suppose that some deity will protect you and snatch you out of danger? A path must be made by the sword. Come on in the way you see me go. You who are hoping to visit your homes and parents and wives and children, come with me. It is not a wall or a stockade which is in your way. Arms are met by arms. Their equals in courage, you are their superiors by force of necessity, which is the last and greatest weapon." He then rushed forward, and his men followed him, raising again their battle shouts, and flung the weight of their charge where Postumius Albus had interposed his cohorts. They forced the victors back, until the dictator came up to his retreating men, and all the battle rolled to this part of the field. The fortunes of the enemy rested solely on Messius. Many were wounded, many killed in all directions. By this time, even the Roman generals were not unhurt. Postumius, whose skull was fractured by his stone, was the only one who left the field. The dictator was wounded in the shoulder. Fabius had his thigh almost pinned to his horse. The consul had his arm cut off. But they refused to retire, while the battle was still undecided. Chapter 29. Messius, with a body of their bravest troops, charged through the heaps of slain and was carried onto the Volscian camp, which was not yet taken. The entire army followed. The consul followed them up in their disordered flight as far as the stockade, and began to attack the camp, whilst the dictator brought up his troops to the other side of it. The storming of the camp was just as furious as the battle had been. It is recorded that the consul actually threw a standard inside the stockade to make the soldiers more eager to assault it, and in endeavoring to recover it, the first breach was made. When the stockade was torn down and the dictator had now carried the fighting into the camp, the enemy began everywhere to throw away their arms and surrender. After the capture of this camp, the enemy, with the exception of the senators, were all sold as slaves. A part of the booty comprised the plundered property of the Latins and Hernicans, and after being identified, was restored to them. The rest, the dictator sold under the spear. After placing the consul in command of the camp, he entered the city in triumph, and then laid down his dictatorship. Some writers have cast a gloom over the memory of this glorious dictatorship by handing down a tradition that the dictator's son, who, seeing an opportunity for fighting to advantage, had left his post against orders, was beheaded by his father, though victorious. I prefer to disbelieve the story, and am at liberty to do so, as opinions differ. An argument against it is that such cruel displays of authority are called Manilian, not Postumian. For it is the first man who practiced such severity to whom the stigma would have been affixed. Moreover, Manlius received the sobriquet of Imperius. Postumius was not distinguished by any invidious epithet. The other consul, Gaius Julius, dedicated the temple of Apollo in his colleague's absence, without waiting to draw lots with him as to who should do it. Quinctius was very angry at this, and after he had disbanded his army and returned to the city, he laid a protest before the Senate, but nothing came of it. In this year so memorable, for great achievements, an incident occurred which at the time seemed to have little to do with Rome. Owing to disturbances amongst the Sicilians, the Carthaginians, who were one day to be such powerful enemies, transported an army into Sicily for the first time to assist one of the contending parties. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 30 to 41. Chapter 30. Truce with the Equi. Internal Affairs. In the city, the tribunes made great efforts to secure the election of consular tribunes for the next year, but they failed. Lucius Papirius Crassus and Lucius Julius were made consuls. Envoys came from the Equi to ask from the Senate a treaty as between independent states. Instead of this, they were offered peace on condition they acknowledged the supremacy of Rome. They obtained a truce for 8 years. After the defeat which the Volscians had sustained on Algidus, their state was distracted by obstinate and bitter quarrels between the advocates of war and those of peace. There was quiet for Rome in all quarters. The tribunes were preparing a popular measure to fix the scale of fines, but one of their body betrayed the fact to the consuls, who anticipated the tribunes by bringing it in themselves. The new consuls were Lucius Sergius Fidenus, for the second time, and Hostius Lucretius Tersipitanus. Nothing worth recording took place in their consulship. They were followed by Aulus Cornelius Cossus and Titus Quinctius Ponus for the second time. The Veientines made inroads into the Roman territory, and it was rumored that some of the Fidenates had taken part in them. Lucius Sergius, Quintus Servilius, and Mamercus Aemilius were commissioned to investigate the affair. Some were interned at Ostia, as they were unable to account satisfactorily for their absence from Fidenae at that time. The number of colonists was increased, and the lands of those who had perished in the war were assigned to them. Very great distress was caused this year by a drought. Not only was there an absence of water from the heavens, but the earth, through lack of its natural moisture, barely sufficed to keep the rivers flowing. In some cases, the want of water made the cattle die of thirst round the dried-up springs and brooks. In others, they were carried off by the mange. This disease spread to the men who had been in contact with them. At first, it attacked the slaves and agriculturalists. Then the city was infected. Nor was it only the body that was affected by the pest. The minds of men also became a prey to all kinds of superstitions, mostly foreign ones. Pretended soothsayers went about introducing new modes of sacrificing, and did a profitable trade amongst the victims of superstition, until at last the sight of strange, un-Roman modes of propitiating the wrath of the gods in the streets and chapels brought home to the leaders of the Commonwealth the public scandal which was being caused. The aediles were instructed to see to it that none but Roman deities were worshipped, nor in any other than the established fashion. War with Veii. Hostilities with the Veientines were postponed till the following year, when Caius Servilius Ahala and Lucius Papirius Mugellanus were the consuls. Even then, the formal declaration of war and the dispatch of troops were delayed on religious grounds. It was considered necessary that the Fetials should first be sent to demand satisfaction. There had been recent battles with the Veientines at Nomentum and Fidenae, and a truce had been made, not a lasting peace, but before the days of truce had expired, they had renewed hostilities. The Fetials, however, were sent, but when they presented their demands, in accordance with ancient usage, they were refused a hearing. A question then arose whether war should be declared by the mandate of the people, or whether a resolution passed by the Senate was sufficient. The tribunes threatened to stop the levying of troops, and succeeded in forcing the consul Quinctius to refer the question to the people. The centuries decided unanimously for war. The plebs gained a further advantage in preventing the election of consuls for the next year. Chapter 31. 4 consular tribunes were elected: Titus Quinctius Poenus, who had been consul, Gaius Furius, Marcus Postumius, and Aulus Cornelius Cossus. Cossus was warden of the city. The other 3, after completing the levy, advanced against Veii, and they showed how useless a divided command is in war. By each insisting on his own plans, when they all held different views, they gave the enemy his opportunity. For whilst the army was perplexed by different orders, some giving the signal to advance whilst the others ordered a retreat, the Veientines seized the opportunity for an attack. Breaking into a disorderly flight, the Romans sought refuge in their camp, which was close by. They incurred more disgrace than loss. The Commonwealth, unaccustomed to defeat, was plunged in grief. They hated the tribunes and demanded a dictator. All their hopes rested on that. Here, too, a religious impediment was met with, as a dictator could only be nominated by a consul. The augurs were consulted and removed the difficulty. Aulus Cornelius nominated Mamercus Aemilius as dictator. He himself was appointed by him master of the horse. This proved how powerless the action of the censors was to prevent a member of a family unjustly degraded from being entrusted with supreme control, when once the fortunes of the state demanded real courage and ability. Elated by their success, the Veientines sent envoys round to the cantons of Etruria, boasting that 3 Roman generals had been defeated by them in a single battle. As, however, they could not induce the National Council to join them, they collected from all quarters volunteers who were attracted by the prospect of booty. The Fidenates alone decided to take part in the war, and as though they thought it impious to begin war otherwise than with a crime, they stained their weapons with the blood of the new colonists, as they had previously with the blood of the Roman ambassadors. Then they joined the Veientines. The chiefs of the 2 peoples consulted whether they should make Veii or Fidenae the base of operations. Fidenae appeared the more suitable. The Veientines accordingly crossed the Tiber and transferred the war to Fidenae. Chapter 32. Capture and destruction of Fidenae. Very great was the alarm in Rome. The army, demoralized by its ill success, was recalled from Veii. An entrenched camp was formed in front of the Colline Gate. The walls were manned, the shops and law courts closed, and a cessation of all business in the Forum ordered. The whole city wore the appearance of a camp. The dictator dispatched criers through the streets to summon the anxious citizens to an assembly. When they were gathered together, he reproached them for allowing their feelings to be so swayed by slight changes of fortune that, after meeting with an insignificant reverse, due not to the courage of the enemy or the cowardice of the Roman army, but simply to want of harmony amongst the generals, they should be in a state of panic over the Veientines, who had been defeated 6 times, and Fidenae, which had been captured almost more frequently than it had been attacked. Both the Romans and the enemy were the same that they had been for so many centuries. Their courage, their prowess, their arms were what they had always been. They had as dictator the same Mamercus Aemilius who, at Nomentum, defeated the combined forces of Veii and Fidenae, supported by the Faliscans. The master of the horse would, in future battles, be the same Aulus Cornelius who killed Lars Tolumnius, king of Veii, before the eyes of the two armies, and carried the spolia opima to the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. They must take up arms, remembering that on their side were triumphs and the spoils of victory. On the side of the enemy, the crime against the law of nations in the assassination of the ambassadors and the massacre of the colonists at Fidenae in a time of peace. A broken truce, a seventh unsuccessful revolt. Remembering all this, they must take up arms. When once they were in touch with their enemy, he was confident that the guilt-stained foe would not long rejoice over the disgrace that had overtaken the Roman army, and the people of Rome would see how much better service was rendered to the Republic by those who had, for the third time, nominated him dictator, than by those who had cast a slur upon his second dictatorship because he had deprived the censors of their autocratic power. After reciting the usual vows, he marched out and fixed his camp 1.5 miles on this side of Fidenae, with the hills on his right and the Tiber on his left. He ordered Titus Quinctius to secure the hills and to seize by a concealed movement the ridge in the enemy's rear. On the following day, the Etruscans advanced to battle in high spirits at their success the previous day, which had been due rather to good luck than good fighting. After waiting a short time till the scouts reported that Quinctius had gained the height near the citadel of Fidenae, the dictator ordered the attack and led the infantry at a quick double against the enemy. He gave instructions to the master of the horse not to begin fighting till he got orders. When he needed the assistance of the cavalry, he would give him the signal. Then he must take his part in the action, inspired by the memory of his combat with Tolumnius, of the spolia opima, and of Romulus and Jupiter Feretrius. The legions charged with great impetuosity. The Romans expressed their burning hatred in words as much as in deeds. They called the Fidenates traitors, the Veientines brigands, breakers of truces, stained with the horrible murder of the ambassadors and the blood of Roman colonists, faithless as allies, cowardly as soldiers. Chapter 33. The enemy were shaken at the very first onset, when suddenly the gates of Fidenae were flung open, and a strange army sallied forth, never seen or heard of before. An immense multitude, armed with firebrands, and all waving blazing torches, rushed like men possessed on the Roman line. For a moment, this extraordinary mode of fighting put the Romans into a fright. Then the dictator called up the master of the horse with his cavalry and sent to order Quinctius back from the hills, whilst he himself, encouraging his men, rode up to the left wing, which looked more like a conflagration than a body of combatants, and had given way through sheer terror at the flames. He shouted to them, "Are you overcome with smoke like a swarm of bees? Will you let an unarmed enemy drive you from your ground? Will you not put the fire out with your swords? If you must fight with fire, not with arms, will you not snatch those torches away and attack them with their own weapons? Come, remember the name of Rome and the courage you have inherited from your fathers. Turn this fire upon the enemy's city, and destroy with its own flames the Fidenae which you could not conciliate by your kindness. The blood of ambassadors and colonists, your fellow countrymen, and the devastation of your borders call upon you to do this." At the dictator's command, the whole line advanced. Some of the torches were caught as they were thrown. Others were wrenched from the bearers. Both armies were armed with fire. The master of the horse, too, on his part, invented a new mode of fighting for his cavalry. He ordered his men to take the bits off the horses, and, giving his own horse his head, and putting spurs to it, he was carried into the midst of the flames, whilst the other horses, urged into a hard gallop, carried their riders against the enemy. The dust they raised, mixed with the smoke, blinded both horses and men. The sight, which had terrified the infantry, had no terrors for the horses. Wherever the cavalry moved, they left the slain in heaps. At this moment, fresh shouts were heard, creating astonishment in both armies. The dictator called out that Quinctius and his men had attacked the enemy in the rear, and on the shouts being renewed, he pressed his own attack with more vigor. When the two bodies in two distinct attacks had forced the Etruscans back both in front and rear, and hemmed them in, so that there was no way of escape either to their camp or to the hills, for in that direction the fresh enemy had intercepted them, and the horses, with their reins loose, were carrying their riders about in all directions, most of the Veientines made a wild rush for the Tiber. The survivors amongst the Fidenates made for their city. The flight of the terrified Veientines carried them into the midst of slaughter. Some were killed on the banks, others were driven into the river and swept away by the current. Even good swimmers were carried down by wounds and fright and exhaustion. Few out of the many got across. The other body made their way through their camp to their city, with the Romans in close pursuit, especially Quinctius and his men, who had just come down from the hills, and, having arrived towards the close of the struggle, were fresher for the work. Chapter 34. The latter entered the gates pell-mell with the enemy, and as soon as they had mounted the walls they signalled to their friends that the city was taken. The dictator had now reached the enemy's abandoned camp, and his soldiers were anxious to disperse in quest of booty. But when he saw the signal, he reminded them that there was richer spoil in the city, and led them up to the gate. Once within the walls, he proceeded to the citadel, toward which he saw the crowd of fugitives rushing. The slaughter in the city was not less than there had been in the battle, until, throwing down their arms, they surrendered to the dictator and begged that at least their lives might be spared. The city and camp were plundered. The following day the cavalry and centurions each received one prisoner, selected by lot, as their slave, those who had shown conspicuous gallantry 2. The rest were sold under the chaplet. The dictator led back in triumph to Rome his victorious army, laden with spoil. After ordering the master of the horse to resign his office, he resigned office himself on the 16th day after his nomination, surrendering amidst peace the sovereign power which he had assumed at a time of war and danger. Some of the annalists have recorded a naval engagement with the Veientines at Fidenae, an incident as difficult as it is incredible. Even today the river is not broad enough for this, and we learn from ancient writers that it was narrower then. Possibly, in their desire for a vainglorious inscription, as often happens, they magnified a gathering of ships to prevent the passage of the river into a naval victory. Chapter 35. Peace Abroad, Domestic Politics. The following year had for consular tribunes Aulus Sempronius Atratinus, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, Lucius Furius Medullinus, and Lucius Horatius Barbatus. A truce for 18 years was granted to the Veientines, and one for 3 years to the Aequi, though they had asked for a longer one. There was also a respite from civic disturbances. The following year, though not marked by either foreign war or domestic troubles, was rendered memorable by the celebration of the games, vowed on the occasion of the war 7 years before, which were carried out with great magnificence by the consular tribunes and attended by large numbers from the surrounding cities. The consular tribunes were Appius Claudius Crassus, Spurius Nautius Rutilius, Lucius Sergius Fidenis, and Sextus Julius Jullus. The spectacle was made more attractive to the visitors by the courteous reception which it had been publicly decided to give them. When the games were over, the tribunes of the plebs began to deliver inflammatory harangues. They reproached the populace for allowing their stupid admiration of those whom they really hated to keep them in perpetual servitude. Not only did they lack the courage to claim their share in the chance of preferment to the consulship, but even in the election of consular tribunes, which was open to both patricians and plebeians, they never thought of their tribunes or their party. They need be no longer surprised that no one interested himself in the welfare of the plebs. Toil and danger were incurred for those objects from which profit and honor might be expected. There was nothing which men would not attempt if rewards were held out proportionate to the greatness of the effort. But that any tribune of the plebs should rush blindly into contests which involved enormous risks and brought no advantage, which he might be certain would make the patricians whom he opposed persecute him with relentless fury, whilst amongst the plebeians on whose behalf he fought, he would not be in the slightest degree more honored, was a thing neither to be expected nor demanded. Great honors made great men. When the plebeians began to be respected, every plebeian would respect himself. Surely they might now try the experiment in 1 or 2 cases, to prove whether any plebeian is capable of holding high office, or whether it would be little short of a miracle for any one sprung from the plebs to be at the same time a strong and energetic man. After a desperate fight, they had secured the election of military tribunes with consular powers for which plebeians were eligible. Men of tried ability, both at home and in the field, became candidates. For the first few years they were knocked about, rejected, treated with derision by the patricians. At last they declined to expose themselves to these affronts. They saw no reason why a law should not be repealed which simply legalized what would never happen. They would have less to be ashamed of in the injustice of the law than in being passed over in the elections as though unworthy to hold office. Chapter 36. Harangues of this sort were listened to with approval, and some were induced to stand for a consular tribuneship, each of them promising to bring in some measure in the interest of the plebs. Hopes were held out of a division of the state domain, and the formation of colonies, whilst money was to be raised for the payment of the soldiers by a tax on the occupiers of the public land. The consular tribunes waited till the usual exodus from the city allowed a meeting of the Senate to be held in the absence of the tribunes of the plebs, the members who were in the country being recalled by private notice. A resolution was passed that, owing to rumors of an invasion of the Hernican territory by the Volscians, the consular tribunes should go and find out what was happening, and that at the forthcoming elections consuls should be chosen. On their departure, they left Appius Claudius, the son of the Decemvir, to act as warden of the city, a young man of energy, and imbued from his infancy with a hatred of the plebs and its tribunes. The tribunes had nothing on which to raise a contest, either with the consular tribunes, who were absent, the authors of the decree, or with Appius, as the matter had been settled. Chapter 37. The seizure of Capua. War with the Volscians. The consuls elected were Gaius Sempronius Atratinus and Quintus Fabius Vibulanus. There is recorded under this year an incident which occurred in a foreign country, but still important enough to be mentioned, namely, the capture of Volturnus an Etruscan city now called Capua by the Samnites. It is said to have been called Capua from their general, but it is more probable that it was so called from its situation in a champaign country, Campus. It was after the Etruscans, weakened by a long war, had granted them a joint occupancy of the city and its territory, that they seized it. During a festival, whilst the old inhabitants were overcome with wine and sleep, the new settlers attacked them in the night and massacred them. After the proceedings described in the last chapter, the above-named consuls entered on office in the middle of December. By this time, intelligence as to the imminence of a Volscian war had been received not only from those who had been sent to investigate, but also from the Latins and Hernicans, whose envoys reported that the Volscians were devoting greater energy than they had ever done before to the selection of their generals and the levying of their forces. The general cry amongst them was that either they must consign all thoughts of war to eternal oblivion and submit to the yoke, or else they must encourage endurance and military skill, be a match for those with whom they were fighting for supremacy. These reports were anything but groundless. But not only did the Senate treat them with comparative indifference, but Gaius Sempronius, to whom that field of operations had fallen, imagined that, as he was leading the troops of a victorious people against those whom they had vanquished, the fortune of war could never change. Trusting to this, he displayed such rashness and negligence in all his measures that there was more of the Roman discipline in the Volscian army than there was in the Roman army itself. As often happens, fortune waited upon desert. In the very first battle, Sempronius made his dispositions without plan or forethought. The fighting line was not strengthened by reserves, nor were the cavalry placed in a suitable position. The war cries were the first indication as to how the action was going. That of the enemy was more animated and sustained. On the side of the Romans, the irregular, intermittent shout, growing feebler at each repetition, betrayed their waning courage. Hearing this, the enemy attacked with greater vigor, pushed with their shields, and brandished their swords. On the other side, their helmets drooped as the men looked round for supports. Men wavered and faltered and crowded together for mutual protection. At one moment, the standards, while holding their ground, were abandoned by the front rank. The next, they retreated between their respective maniples. As yet, there was no actual flight, no decided victory. The Romans were defending themselves rather than fighting. The Volscians were advancing, forcing back their line. They saw more Romans slain than flying. Chapter 38. Tempanius. Now in all directions they were giving way. In vain did Sempronius the consul remonstrate and encourage. Neither his authority nor his dignity was of any avail. They would soon have been completely routed had not Tempanius, a decurio of cavalry, retrieved by his ready courage the desperate position of affairs. He shouted to the cavalry to leap down from their horses if they wished the commonwealth to be safe, and all the troops of cavalry followed his direction as though it were the order of the consul. "Unless," he continued, "this bucklered cohort check the enemy's attack, there is an end of our sovereignty. Follow my spear as your standard. Show Romans and Volscians alike that no cavalry are a match for you as cavalry, no infantry a match for you as infantry." This stirring appeal was answered by shouts of approval, and he strode on, holding his spear erect. Wherever they went, they forced their way. Holding their bucklers in front, they made for that part of the field where they saw their comrades in the greatest difficulty. In every direction where their onset carried them, They restored the battle, and undoubtedly, if so small a body could have attacked the entire line at once, the enemy would have been routed. Chapter 39. As it was impossible to check them in any direction, the Volscian commander gave a signal for a passage to be opened for this novel cohort of targeteers, until, by the impetus of their charge, they should be cut off from the main body. As soon as this happened, they were unable to force their way back in the same direction as they had advanced, as the enemy had massed in the greatest force there. When the consul and the Roman legions no longer saw anywhere the men who had just been the shield of the whole army, they endeavored at all risks to prevent so many brave fellows from being surrounded and overwhelmed by the enemy. The Volscians formed two fronts. In one direction they met the attack of the consul and the legions. From the opposite front they pressed upon Tempanius and his troopers. As these latter, after repeated attempts, found themselves unable to break through to their main body, they took possession of some rising ground, and, forming a circle, defended themselves, not without inflicting losses on the enemy. The battle did not terminate till nightfall. The consul, too, kept the enemy engaged, without any slackening of the fight, as long as any light remained. Night at last put an end to the indecisive action, and through ignorance as to the result, such a panic seized each of the camps that both armies, thinking themselves defeated, left their wounded behind, and the greater part of their baggage, and retired to the nearest hills. The eminence, however, which Tempanius had seized, was surrounded till after midnight, when it was announced to the enemy that their camp was abandoned. Looking upon this as a proof that their army was defeated, they fled in all directions wherever their fears carried them in the darkness. Tempanius, fearing a surprise, kept his men together till daylight. Then he came down with a few of his men to reconnoitre, and after ascertaining from the enemy's wounded that the Volscian camp was abandoned, he joyfully called his men down and made his way to the Roman camp. Here he found a dreary solitude. Everything presented the same miserable spectacle as in the enemy's camp. Before the discovery of their mistake could bring the Volscians back again, he collected all the wounded he could carry with him, and as he did not know what direction the dictator had taken, proceeded by the most direct road to the city. Chapter 40. Excitement in Rome. Rumors of an unfavorable battle and the abandonment of the camp had already been brought. Most of all was the fate of the cavalry deplored. The whole community felt the loss as keenly as their families. There was general alarm throughout the city, and the consul Fabius was posting pickets before the gates when cavalry were descried in the distance. Their appearance created alarm, as it was doubtful who they were. Presently they were recognized, and the fears gave place to such great joy that the city rang with shouts of congratulation at the cavalry having returned safe and victorious. People flocked into the streets out of houses which had just before been in mourning and filled with wailings for the dead. Anxious mothers and wives, forgetting decorum in their joy, ran to meet the column of horsemen, each embracing her own friends and hardly able to control mind or body for joy. The tribunes of the plebs had appointed a day for the trial of Marcus Postumius and Titus Quinctius on the ground of their ill success at Veii, and they thought it a favorable opportunity for reviving the public feeling against them through the odium now incurred by Sempronius. Accordingly, they convened the assembly, and in excited tones declared that the Commonwealth had been betrayed at Veii by their generals, and in consequence of their not having been called to account, the army acting against the Volscians had been betrayed by the consul, Their gallant cavalry had been given over to slaughter, and the camp had been disgracefully abandoned. Gaius Junius, one of the tribunes, ordered Tempanius to be called forward. He then addressed him as follows, quote, "Sextus Tempanius, I ask you, would you consider that the consul Caius Sempronius commenced the action at the fitting moment, or strengthened his line with supports, or discharged any of the duties of a good consul? When the Roman legions were worsted, did you, on your own authority, dismount the cavalry and restore the fight? And when you and the cavalry were cut off from our main body, did the consul render any assistance or send you succor? Further, did you on the following day receive any reinforcements, or did you and the cohort force your way to the camp by your own bravery? Did you find any consul, any army in the camp? Or did you find it abandoned and the wounded soldiers left to their fate? Your honor and loyalty, which have alone sustained the Commonwealth in this war, require you to state these things today. Lastly, where is Caius Sempronius? Where are our legions? Were you deserted, or have you deserted the consul and the army? In a word, are we defeated, or have we been victorious?" End quote. Chapter 41. The speech which Tempanius made in reply is said to have been unpolished, but marked by soldierly dignity, free from the vanity of self-praise, and showing no pleasure in the inculpation of others. Quote, "It was not," he said, "a soldier's place to criticize his commander, or judge how much military skill he possessed. That was for the Roman people to do when they elected him consul. They must not therefore demand of him what tactics a commander should adopt, or what military capacity a consul should display. These were matters which even great minds and intellects would have to weigh very carefully. He could, however, relate what he saw. Before he was cut off from the main body, he saw the consul fighting in the front line, encouraging his men, going to and fro between the Roman standards and the missiles of the enemy. After he, the speaker, was carried out of sight of his comrades, he knew from the noise and shouting that the combat was kept up till night, and he did not believe that a way could have been made to the eminence which he had occupied, owing to the numbers of the enemy. Where the army was, he knew not. He thought that as he found protection for himself and his men at a moment of extreme peril in the nature of the ground, so the consul had selected a stronger position for his camp to save his army. He did not believe that the Volscians were in any better plight than the Romans. The varying fortunes of the fight and the fall of night had led to all sorts of mistakes on both sides." End quote. He then begged them not to keep him any longer, as he was exhausted with his exertions and his wounds, and thereupon was dismissed amidst loud praises of his modesty no less than his courage. Whilst this was going on, the consul had reached the Labacan road and was at the chapel of Quius. Wagons and draft cattle were dispatched thither from the city for the conveyance of the army, who were worn out by the battle and night march. Shortly afterwards, the consul entered the city, quite as anxious to give Tempanius the praise he so well deserved as to remove the blame from his own shoulders. Whilst the citizens were mourning over their reverses and angry with their generals, Marcus Postumius, who, as consular tribune, had commanded at Veii, was brought before them for trial. He was sentenced to a fine of 10,000 asses. His colleague Titus Quinctius, who had been successful against the Volscians under the auspices of the dictator Postumius Tubertus, and at Fidenae as second in command under the other dictator, Mamercus Aemilius, threw all the blame for the disaster at Veii on his colleague, who had been previously sentenced. He was acquitted by the unanimous vote of the tribes. It is said that the memory of his venerated father Cincinnatus stood him in good stead, as also did the now aged Capitolinus Quinctius, who earnestly entreated them not to allow him, with so brief a span of life left to him, to be the bearer of such sad tidings to Cincinnatus. End of section 25. Read by Linda Johnson, December 2021. Section 26 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 42 to 47. Chapter 42. The plebs elected as their tribunes in their absence Sextus Tempanius, Aulus Cilius, Sextus Antistius, and Spurius Isilius, all of whom had, on the advice of Tempanius, been selected by the cavalry to act as centurions. The exasperation against Sempronius made the very name of consul offensive. The Senate therefore ordered consular tribunes to be elected. Their names were Lucius Manlius Capitolinus, Quintus Antonius Merenda, and Lucius Papirius Mugellanus. At the very beginning of the year, Lucius Hortensius, a tribune of the plebs, appointed a day for the trial of Gaius Sempronius, the consul of the previous year. His 4 colleagues begged him publicly, in full view of the Roman people, not to prosecute their unoffending commander, against whom nothing but ill luck could be alleged. Hortensius was angry, for he looked upon this as an attempt to test his resolution. He regarded the entreaties of the tribunes as meant simply to save appearances, and he was convinced that it was not to these the consul was trusting, but to their interposing their veto. Turning to Sempronius, he asked, quote, "Where is your patrician spirit, and the courage which is supported by the consciousness of innocence? An ex-consul actually sheltering under the wing of the tribunes?" End quote. Then he addressed his colleagues, quote, "You, what will you do if I carry the prosecution through? Are you going to deprive the people of their jurisdiction and subvert the power of the tribunes?" End quote. They replied that the authority of the people was supreme over Sempronius and over everybody else. They had neither the will nor the power to do away with the people's right to judge, but if their entreaties on behalf of their commander, who was a second father to them, proved unavailing, they would appear by his side in suppliant garb. Then Hortensius replied, quote, "The Roman plebs shall not see its tribunes in mourning. I drop all proceedings against Gaius Sempronius, since he has succeeded during his command in becoming so dear to his soldiers." End quote. Both plebeians and patricians were pleased with the loyal affection of the 4 tribunes, and quite as much so with the way in which Hortensius had yielded to their just remonstrances. Chapter 43. War with the Equi. The consuls for the next year were Numerius Fabius Vibulanus and Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, the son of Capitolinus. The Equi had claimed the doubtful victory of the Volscians as their own, but fortune no longer favored them. The campaign against them fell to Fabius, but nothing worth mention took place. Their dispirited army had but shown itself when it was routed and put to a disgraceful flight, without the consul gaining much glory from it. A triumph was in consequence refused him, but as he had removed the disgrace of Sempronius's defeat, he was allowed to enjoy an ovation. As, contrary to expectation, the war had been brought to a close with less fighting than had been feared, so in the city the calm was broken by unlooked-for and serious disturbances between the plebs and the patricians. It began with the doubling of the number of quaestors. It was proposed to create, in addition to the 2 city quaestors, 2 others to assist the consuls in the various duties arising from a state of war. When this proposal was laid by the consuls before the Senate and had received the warm support of that body, the tribunes of the plebs insisted that half the number should be taken from the plebeians. Up to that time, only patricians had been chosen. This demand was at first opposed most resolutely by the consuls and the Senate. Afterwards, they yielded so far as to allow the same freedom of choice in the election of quaestors as the people already enjoyed in that of consular tribunes. As they gained nothing by this, they dropped the proposal to augment the number altogether. The tribunes took it up, and many revolutionary proposals, including the agrarian law, were set on foot in quick succession. In consequence of these commotions, the Senate wanted consuls to be elected rather than tribunes, but owing to the veto of the tribunes, a formal resolution could not be carried, and on the expiry of the consul's year of office, an interregnum followed, and even this did not happen without a tremendous struggle, for the tribunes vetoed any meeting of the patricians. The greater part of the following year was wasted in contests between the new tribunes of the plebs and some of the interreges. At one time, the tribunes would intervene to prevent the patricians from meeting together to appoint an interrex. At another, they would interrupt the interrex and prevent him from obtaining a decree for the election of consuls. At last, Lucius Papirius Mugellanus, who had been made interrex, sternly rebuked the Senate and the tribunes, and reminded them that upon the truce with the Veii and the dilatoriness of the Equi, and upon these alone, depended the safety of the commonwealth, which was deserted and forgotten by men, but protected by the providential care of the gods. Should any alarm of war sound from that quarter, was it their wish that the state should be taken by surprise, while without any patrician magistrate? That there should be no army, no general to enroll one? Were they going to repel a foreign war by a civil one? If both these should come together, the destruction of Rome could hardly be averted, even with the help of the gods. Let them rather try to establish concord by making concessions on both sides. The patricians, by allowing military tribunes to be elected instead of consuls; the tribunes of the plebs, by not interfering with the liberty of the people to elect the 4 quaestors from patricians or plebeians indiscriminately. Chapter 44. The election of consular tribunes was the first to be held. They were all patricians: Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, for the 3rd time; Lucius Furius Medullinus, for the 2nd; Marcus Manlius, and Aulus Sempronius Atratinus. The last named conducted the election of the quaestors. Amongst other plebeian candidates were the son of Antistius, tribune of the plebs, and a brother of Sextus Pompilius, another tribune. Their authority and interest were not, however, strong enough to prevent the voters from preferring, on the ground of their high birth, those whose fathers and grandfathers they had seen in the consul's chair. All the tribunes of the plebs were furious. Pompilius and Antistius, more especially, were incensed at the defeat of their relations. "What," they angrily exclaimed, "is the meaning of all this? In spite of our good offices, in spite of the wrongs done by the patricians, with all the freedom you now enjoy of exercising powers you did not possess before, not a single member of the plebs has been raised to the quaestorship, to say nothing of the consular tribuneship. The appeals of a father on behalf of a son, of a brother on behalf of a brother, have been unavailing, though they are tribunes, invested with an inviolable authority to protect your liberties. There has certainly been dishonesty somewhere. Aulus Sempronius has shown more adroitness than straightforwardness." They accused him of having kept their men out of office by illegal means. As they could not attack him directly, protected as he was by his innocence and his official position, they turned their resentment against Caius Sempronius, the uncle of Atratinus, and having obtained the support of their colleague, Marcus Canuleius, they impeached him upon the ground of the disgrace incurred in the Volscian War. These same tribunes frequently mooted the question in the Senate of a distribution of the public domain, a proposal which Gaius Sempronius always stoutly resisted. They thought, and rightly as the event proved, that when the day of trial came, he would either abandon his opposition and so lose influence with the patricians, or by persisting in it give offense to the plebeians. He chose the latter, and preferred to incur the odium of his opponents and injure his own cause than prove false to the cause of the state. He insisted that, quote, there should be no grants of land, which would only increase the influence of the 3 tribunes. What they wanted now was not land for the plebs, but to wreak their spite upon him. He, like others, would meet the storm with a stout heart. Neither he nor any other citizen ought to stand so high with the Senate that any leniency shown to an individual might be disastrous to the Commonwealth. End quote. When the day of trial came, there was no lowering of his tone. He undertook his own defense, and though the patricians tried every means to soften the plebeians, he was condemned to pay a fine of 15,000 asses. In this same year, Postumia, a Vestal virgin, had to answer a charge of unchastity. Though innocent, she had given grounds for suspicion through her gay attire and unmaidenly freedom of manner. After she had been remanded and finally acquitted, the Pontifex Maximus, in the name of the whole college of priests, ordered her to abstain from frivolity and to study sanctity rather than smartness in her appearance. In the same year, Cumae, at that time held by the Greeks, was captured by the Campanians. Chapter 45. The following year had as consular tribunes Agrippa Menenius Lanatus, Publius Lucretius Tricipitanus, and Spurius Nautius Rutulus. Thanks to the good fortune of Rome, the year was marked by serious danger more than by actual disaster. The slaves had formed a plot to fire the city in various spots, and whilst the people were everywhere intent on saving their houses, to take armed possession of the capital. Jupiter frustrated their nefarious project. 2 of their number gave information, and the actual culprits were arrested and punished. The informers received a reward of 10,000 asses, a large sum in those days, from the public treasury and their freedom. After this, the Equi began to prepare for a renewal of hostilities, and it was reported on good authority at Rome that a new enemy, the Labicans, were forming a coalition with their old foes. The Commonwealth had come to look upon hostilities with the Equi as almost an annual occurrence. Envoys were sent to Labici. The reply they brought back was evasive. It was evident that, whilst there were no immediate preparations for war, peace would not last long. The Tusculans were requested to be on the watch for any fresh movement on the part of the Labicans. War with the Equi. The consular tribunes for the following year were Lucius Sergius Fidenis, Marcus Papirius Mugellanus, and Gaius Servilius, the son of the Priscus, in whose dictatorship Fidenae had been taken. At the very beginning of their term of office, envoys came from Tusculum and reported that the Labicans had taken up arms, and in conjunction with the Equi had, after ravaging the Tusculan territory, fixed their camp on Algidus. War was thereupon proclaimed, and the Senate decreed that 2 tribunes should leave for the war, and 1 remain in charge of the city. This at once led to a quarrel amongst the tribunes. Each urged his superior claims to command in the war, and looked down upon the charge of the city as distasteful and inglorious. Whilst the senators were watching with astonishment this unseemly strife amongst colleagues, Quintus Servilius said, quote, "Since no respect is shown either to this house or to the Senate, the authority of a father shall put an end to this altercation. My son, without having recourse to lots, shall take charge of the city. I trust that those who are so anxious for the command in the war will conduct it in a more considerate and amicable spirit than they have shown in their eagerness to obtain it." End quote. Chapter 46. It was decided that the levy should not be raised from the whole population indiscriminately. 10 tribes were drawn by lot. From these the 2 tribunes enlisted the men of military age and led them to the war. The quarrels which had begun in the city became much more heated in the camp through the same eagerness to secure the command. They agreed on no single point. They fought for their own opinions. Each wanted his own plans and orders carried out exclusively. They felt mutual contempt for each other. At length, through the remonstrances and reproofs of the lieutenants general, matters were so far arranged that they agreed to hold the command-in-chief on alternate days. When this state of things was reported at Rome, it is said that Quintus Servilius, taught by years and experience, offered up a solemn prayer that the disagreement of the tribunes might not prove more hurtful to the state than it had been at Veii. Then, as though disaster were undoubtedly impending, he urged his son to enroll troops and prepare arms. He was not a false prophet. Defeat of the Romans. It happened to be the turn of Lucius Sergius to hold command, and the enemy, by a pretended flight, had drawn his troops onto unfavorable ground close to their camp, in the vain hope of storming it. Then the Aequi made a sudden charge, and drove them down a steep valley, where numbers were overtaken and killed in what was not so much a flight as a tumbling over each other. It was with difficulty that they held their camp that day. The next day, after the enemy had surrounded a considerable part of it, they evacuated it in a disgraceful flight through the rear gate. The commanders and lieutenants general, and as much of the army as remained with the standards, made for Tusculum. The others, straggling in all directions through the fields, hurried on to Rome and spread the news of a more serious defeat than had been actually incurred. There was less consternation felt because the result was what everyone had feared, and the reinforcements which they could look to in the hour of danger had been got ready beforehand by the consular tribune. By his orders, after the excitement had been allayed by the inferior magistrates, scouting parties were promptly sent out to reconnoiter, and they reported that the generals and the army were at Tusculum, and that the enemy had not shifted his camp. What did most to restore confidence was the nomination, by a senatorial decree, of Quintus Servilius Priscus as dictator. The citizens had had previous experience of his political foresight in many stormy crises, and the issue of this war afforded a fresh proof, for he alone suspected danger from the differences of the tribunes before the disaster occurred. He appointed as his master of the horse the tribune by whom he had been nominated dictator, namely his own son. This at least is the statement of some authorities. Others say that Ahala Servilius was master of the horse that year. With his fresh army, he proceeded to the seat of war, and after recalling the troops who were at Tusculum, he selected a position for his camp 2 miles distant from the enemy. Chapter 47. Capture of Labici. The arrogance and carelessness which the Roman generals had shown had now passed over to the Aequi in the hour of their success. The result appeared in the very first battle. After shaking the enemy's front with a cavalry charge, the dictator ordered the standards of the legions to be rapidly advanced, and as one of his standard-bearers hesitated, he slew him. So eager were the Romans to engage that the equi did not stand the shock. Driven from the field in headlong flight, they made for their camp. The storming of the camp took less time and involved less fighting than the actual battle. The spoils of the captured camp the dictator gave up to the soldiers. The cavalry, who had pursued the enemy as they fled from the camp, brought back intelligence that the whole of the defeated Labicans and a large proportion of the equi had fled to Labici. On the morrow, the army marched to Labici, and after the town was completely invested, it was captured and plundered. After leading his victorious army home, the dictator laid down his office just a week after he had been appointed. Before the tribunes of the plebs had time to get up an agitation about the division of the Labican territory, the Senate, in a full meeting, passed a resolution that a body of colonists should be settled at Labici. 1,500 colonists were sent, and each received 2 jugera of land. In the year following the capture of Labici, the consular tribunes were Menenius Lanitus, Lucius Servilius Structus, Publius Lucretius Tricipitanus, each for the second time, and Spurius Veturius Crassus. For the next year, they were Aulus Sempronius Atratinus for the third time, and Marcus Papirius Mugellanus, and Spurius Nautius Rutilus, each for the second time. During these 2 years, foreign affairs were quiet, but at home there were contentions over the agrarian laws. End of section 26. Read by Linda Johnson, January 2022. Section 27 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 4, Chapters 48 to 61. Chapter 48. Agrarian Proposals. The fomenters of the disturbance were Spurius Masilius, who was tribune of the plebs for the 4th time, and Marcus Metilius, tribune for the 3rd time. Both had been elected in their absence. They brought forward a measure providing that the territory taken from an enemy should be assigned to individual owners. If this were passed, the fortunes of a large number of the nobility would be confiscated. For as the city itself was founded upon foreign soil, it possessed hardly any territory which had not been won by arms, or which had become private property by sale or assignment beyond what the plebeians possessed. There seemed every prospect of a bitter conflict between the plebs and the patricians. The consular tribunes, after discussing the matter in the Senate and in private gatherings of patricians, were at a loss what to do, when Appius Claudius, the grandson of the old decemvir and the youngest senator present, rose to speak. He is represented as saying that he was bringing from home an old device well known to his house. His grandfather Appius Claudius had pointed out to the Senate the only way of breaking down the power of the tribunes, namely, through the interposition of their colleagues' veto. Men who had risen from the masses were easily induced to change their opinions by the personal authority of the leaders of the state, if only they were addressed in language suitable to the occasion rather than to the rank of the speaker. Their feelings changed with their fortunes. When they saw that those of their colleagues who were the first to propose any measure took the whole credit of it with the plebs and left no place for them, they would feel no hesitation in coming over to the cause of the Senate, and so win the favor not only of the leaders, but of the whole order. His views met with universal approval. Quintus Servilius Priscus was the first to congratulate the youth on his not having degenerated from the old Claudian stock. The leaders of the Senate were charged to persuade as many tribunes as they could to interpose their veto. After the close of the sitting, they canvassed the tribunes. By the use of persuasion, warning, and promises, they showed how acceptable that action would be to them individually and to the whole Senate. They succeeded in bringing over 6. The next day, in accordance with a previous understanding, the attention of the Senate was drawn to the agitation which Massilius and Metilius were causing by proposing a bribe of the worst possible type. Speeches were delivered by the leaders of the Senate, each in turn declaring that he was unable to suggest any course of action and saw no other resource but the assistance of the tribunes. To the protection of that power, the state in its embarrassment, like a private citizen in his helplessness, fled for succor. It was the glory of the tribunes and of the authority they wielded that they possessed as much strength to withstand evil-minded colleagues as to harass the Senate and create dissension between the two orders. Cheers arose from the whole Senate, and the tribunes were appealed to from every quarter of the House. When silence was restored, those tribunes who had been won over made it clear that since the Senate was of opinion that the proposed measure tended to the breakup of the Republic, they should interpose their veto on it. They were formally thanked by the Senate. The proposers of the measure convened a meeting in which they showered abuse on their colleagues, calling them traitors to the interests of the plebs and slaves of the consulars, and other insulting epithets. Then they dropped all further proceedings. Chapter 49. Capture of Bolee. Assassination of Postumius. The consular tribunes for the following year were Publius Cornelius Cossus, Gaius Valerius Potitus, Quintus Quinctius Cincinnatus, and Numerius Fabius Vibulanus. There would have been 2 wars this year if the Veientine leaders had not deferred hostilities owing to religious scruples. Their lands had suffered from an inundation of the Tiber, chiefly through the destruction of their farm buildings. The Bolani, a people of the same nationality as the Aequi, had made incursions into the adjoining territory of Labici and attacked the newly settled colonists, in the hope of averting the consequences by receiving the unanimous support of the Aequi. But the defeat they had sustained 3 years before made them disinclined to render assistance. The Bolani, abandoned by their friends, lost both town and territory after a siege and one trifling engagement in a war which is not even worth recording. An attempt was made by Lucius Sextius, a tribune of the plebs, to carry a measure providing that colonists should be sent to Bolee as they had been to Labici, but it was defeated by the intervention of his colleagues, who made it clear that they would not allow any resolution of the plebs to take effect except on the authorization of the Senate. The consular tribunes for the following year were Cnaeus Cornelius Cossus, Lucius Valerius Potitus, Quintus Fabius Vibulanus for the second time, and Marcus Postumius Regilensis. The Aequi recaptured Bolee and strengthened the town by introducing fresh colonists. The war against the Aequi was entrusted to Postumius, a man of violent and obstinate temper, which, however, he displayed more in the hour of victory than during the war. After marching with his hastily raised army to Bolee, and crushing the spirit of the Aequi in some insignificant actions, he at length forced his way into the town. Then he diverted the contest from the enemy to his own fellow citizens. During the assault, he had issued an order that the plunder should go to the soldiers, but after the capture of the town he broke his word. I am led to believe that this was the real ground for the resentment felt by the army, rather than that in a city which had been recently sacked and where a new colony had been settled, the amount of booty was less than the tribune had given out. After he had returned to the city on the summons of his colleagues, owing to the commotions excited by the tribunes of the plebs, the feeling against him was intensified by a stupid and almost insane utterance in a meeting of the assembly. Sextius was introducing an agrarian law, and stated that one of its provisions was that colonists be settled at Bolais. "Those," he said, "who had captured Bolais deserved that the city and its territory should belong to them." Postumius exclaimed, "It will be a bad thing for my soldiers if they do not keep quiet." This exclamation was quite as offensive to the senators when they heard of it as it was to the assembly. The tribune of the plebs was a clever man and not a bad speaker. He had now got amongst his opponents a man of insolent temper and hot tongue, whom he could irritate and provoke into saying things which would bring odium not only upon himself, but upon his cause, and upon the whole of his order. There was no one amongst the consular tribunes whom he oftener drew into argument before the assembly than Postumius. After the above-quoted coarse and brutal utterance, Sextius said, "Do you hear, Quirites, this man threatening his soldiers with punishment as if they were slaves? Shall this monster appear in your eyes more worthy of his high office than the men who are trying to send you out as colonists to receive as a free gift city and land, and provide a resting place for your old age? Who are fighting gallantly for your interests against such savage and insolent opponents? Now you can begin to wonder why it is that so few take up your cause. What have they to hope for from you? Is it high office? You would rather confer it on your opponents than on the champions of the Roman people. You broke out into indignant murmurs just now when you heard what this man said. What difference does it make? If you had to give your votes now, you would prefer this man who threatens you with punishment to those who want to secure for you lands and houses and property." Chapter 50. When this exclamation of Postumius was reported to the soldiers, it aroused much more indignation in the camp. "What?" they said. "Is the embezzler of the spoils, the robber, actually threatening his soldiers with punishment?" Open as the expressions of resentment were, the quaestor, Publius Sestius, still thought that the excitement could be repressed by the same exhibition of violence by which it had been aroused. A lictor was sent to a soldier who was shouting. This led to uproar and disorder. The quaestor was struck by a stone and got out of the crowd. The man who had hurt him exclaimed that the quaestor had got what the commander had threatened the soldiers. Postumius was sent for to deal with the outbreak. He aggravated the general irritation by the ruthless way in which he made his investigations and the cruelty of the punishments he inflicted. At last, when his rage exceeded all bounds, and a crowd had gathered at the cries of those whom he had ordered to be put to death, "under the hurdle," he rushed down from his tribunal in a frenzy to those who were interrupting the execution. The lictors and centurions tried in all directions to disperse the crowd, and drove them to such a pitch of exasperation that the tribune was overwhelmed beneath a shower of stones from his own army. When this dreadful deed was reported at Rome, the consular tribunes urged the Senate to order an inquiry into the circumstances of the death of their colleague, but the tribunes of the plebs interposed their veto. That matter was closely connected with another subject of dispute. The Senate were apprehensive lest the plebeians, either through dread of an investigation or from feelings of resentment, should elect the consular tribunes from their own body, and they did their utmost accordingly to secure the election of consuls. As the tribunes of the plebs would not allow the Senate to pass a decree, and also vetoed the election of consuls, matters passed to an interregnum. The victory rested finally with the Senate. Chapter 51. Capture of Ferentinum. Quintus Fabius Vibulanus as interrex presided over the elections. The consuls elected were Aulus Cornelius Cossus and Lucius Furius Medullinus. At the beginning of their year of office, a resolution was adopted by the Senate empowering the tribunes to bring before the plebs at the earliest possible date the subject of an inquiry into the circumstances of the death of Postumius, and allowing the plebs to choose whom they would to preside over the inquiry. The plebs, by a unanimous vote, left the matter to the consuls. They discharged their task with the greatest moderation and clemency. Only a few suffered punishment, and there are good grounds for believing that these died by their own hands. They were quite unable, however, to prevent their action from being bitterly resented by the plebeians, who complained that whilst measures brought forward in their own interests were abortive, one which involved the punishment and death of members of their order was meanwhile passed and put into immediate execution. After justice had been meted out for the mutiny, it would have been a most politic step to appease their resentment by distributing the conquered territory of Bolee. Had the Senate done this, they would have lessened the eagerness for an agrarian law which proposed to expel the patricians from their unjust occupation of the state domains. As it was, the sense of injury was all the keener, because the nobility were not only determined to keep the public land, which they already held by force, but actually refused to distribute the vacant territory recently conquered, which would soon, like everything else, be appropriated by a few. During this year, the consul Furius led the legions against the Volscians, who were ravaging the Hernican territory. As they did not find the enemy in that quarter, they advanced against Ferentinum, to which place a large number of Volscians had retreated, and took it. There was less booty there than they had expected to find, for, as there was little hope of defending the place, the Volscians carried off their property and evacuated it by night. The next day, when captured, it was almost deserted. The town and its territory were given to the Hernisi. Chapter 52. Pestilence and Famine. This year, which, owing to the moderation of the tribunes, had been free from disturbances, was followed by one in which Lucius Icilius was tribune, the consuls being Quintus Fabius Ambustus and Gaius Furius Pacillus. At the very beginning of the year, he took up the work of agitation, as though it were the allotted task of his name and family, and announced proposals for dealing with the land question. Owing to the outbreak of a pestilence, which, however, created more alarm than mortality, the thoughts of men were diverted from the political struggles of the Forum to their homes and the necessity of nursing the sick. The pestilence was regarded as less baneful than the agrarian agitation would have been. The community escaped with very few deaths, considering the very large number of cases. As usually happens, the pestilence brought a famine the following year, owing to the fields lying uncultivated. The new consuls were Marcus Papirius Atratinus and Gaius Nautius Rutulus. The famine would have been more fatal than the pestilence had not the scarcity been relieved by the dispatch of commissioners to all the cities lying on the Etruscan Sea and the Tiber. The Samnites, who occupied Capua and Cumae, refused in insolent terms to have any communication with the commissioners. On the other hand, assistance was generously given by the Sicilian tyrant. The largest supplies were brought down the Tiber, through the ungrudging exertions of the Etruscans. In consequence of the prevalence of sickness in the Republic, the consuls found hardly any men available. As only one senator could be obtained for each commission, they were compelled to attach 2 knights to it. Apart from the pestilence and the famine, There was no trouble either at home or abroad during these 2 years, but as soon as these causes of anxiety had disappeared, all the usual sources of disturbance in the Commonwealth, dissensions at home, wars abroad, broke out afresh. Chapter 53. Agrarian Disputes. Capture of Carventum. Manlius Aemilius and Gaius Valerius Potitus were the new consuls. The Equi made preparations for war, and the Volscians, without the sanction of their government, took up arms and assisted them as volunteers. On the report of these hostile movements, they had already crossed over into the Latin and Hernican territories, the consul Valerius commenced to levy troops. He was obstructed by Marcus Menenius, the proposer of an agrarian law, and, under the protection of this tribune, no one who objected to serve would take the oath. Suddenly the news came that the citadel of Carventum had been seized by the enemy. This humiliation gave the Senate an opening for stirring up popular resentment against Menenius, while it afforded to the other tribunes, who were already prepared to veto his agrarian law, stronger justification for opposing their colleague. A long and angry discussion took place. The consuls called gods and men to witness that Menenius, by obstructing the levy, was solely responsible for whatever defeat and disgrace at the hands of the enemy had already been incurred or was imminent. Menenius, on the other hand, loudly protested that if those who occupied the public land would give up their wrongful possession of it, he would place no hindrance in the way of the levy. The 9 tribunes put an end to the quarrel by interposing a formal resolution and declaring that it was the intention of the college to support the consul in spite of their colleague's veto, whether he imposed fines or adopted other modes of coercion on those who refused to serve in the field. Armed with this decree, the consul ordered a few, who were claiming the tribune's protection, to be seized and brought before him. This cowed the rest, and they took the oath. The army was marched to the citadel of Carventum, and though disaffected and embittered against the consul, they no sooner arrived at the place than they drove out the defenders and recaptured the citadel. The attack was facilitated by the absence of some of the garrison, who had, through the laxity of their generals, stolen away on a plundering expedition. The booty which had been gathered in their incessant raids and stored here for safety was considerable. This the consul ordered to be sold under the spear, the proceeds to be paid by the quaestors into the treasury. He announced that the army would only have a share in the spoils when they had not declined to serve. This increased the exasperation of the plebs and the soldiers against the consul. The Senate decreed him an ovation, and whilst he made his formal entry into the city, rude verses were bandied by the soldiers with their accustomed license, in which the consul was abused, and Menenius extolled in alternate couplets, whilst at every mention of the tribune, the voices of the soldiers were drowned in the cheers and applause of the bystanders. This latter circumstance occasioned more anxiety to the Senate than the license of the soldiers, which was almost a regular practice. And as there was no doubt that if Menenius became a candidate, he would be elected as a consular tribune, he was shut out by the election of consuls. Chapter 54. The Plebeian Quaestors. The 2 who were elected were Cnaeus Cornelius Casus and Lucius Furius Medullinus. On no other occasion had the plebs been more indignant at not being allowed to elect consular tribunes. They showed their indignation in the election of quaestors, and they had their revenge, for that was the first time that plebeians were elected quaestors, and so far did they carry their resentment that out of the 4 who were elected, 1 place only was left open for a patrician, that is, Caeso Fabius Ambustus. The three plebeians, Quintus Silius, Publius Aelius, and Publius Pupius, were chosen in preference to scions of the most illustrious families. It was the Icilii, I find, who induced the people to show this independence at the poll. That family was most bitter against the patricians, and 3 of its members were elected tribunes for this year by holding out hopes of numerous important reforms on which the people had set their hearts. They declared that they would not take a single step if the people had not sufficient courage, even in electing quaestors, to secure the end which they had long desired, and which the laws had put within their reach, seeing that this was the only office which the Senate had left open to patricians and plebeians alike. The plebeians regarded this as a splendid victory. They valued the quaestorship not by what it was in itself, but as opening the path for men who had risen from the ranks to consulships and triumphs. The patricians, on the other hand, were indignant. They felt that they were not so much giving a share of the honors of the state as losing them altogether. If, they said, this is the state of things, children must no longer be reared, since they will only be banished from the station their ancestors filled, and whilst seeing others in possession of the dignity which is theirs by right, they will be left, deprived of all authority and power, to act as salii or flamens, with no other duty than that of offering sacrifices for the people. Both parties were exasperated, and as the spirit of the plebs was rising, and they had 3 leaders bearing a name illustrious in the popular cause, the patricians saw that the results of all the elections would be the same as that for quaestors, in which the plebs had a free choice. They exerted themselves, therefore, to secure the election of consuls, which was not yet open to both orders. Whilst the Icilii, on the other hand, said that consular tribunes must be elected, and that the highest honors must sooner or later be shared by the plebs. Chapter 55. But so far no action had been taken by the consuls to give an opening for obstruction and the wresting of the desired concessions from the patricians. By a marvellous piece of good luck, news came that the Volscians and Aequi had made a predatory inroad into the Latin and Hernican territories. The Senate decreed a levy for this war, but when the consuls began to raise it, the tribunes vigorously opposed them, and declared that they themselves and the plebs had now got their opportunity. There were 3 of them, all very energetic, who might be considered of good family as far as plebeians could be. 2 of them assumed the task of keeping a close watch on each of the consuls. To the 3rd was assigned the duty of alternately restraining and urging on the plebeians by his harangues. The consuls could not get through with the levy, nor the tribunes with the election which they were so anxious for. Fortune at last took the side of the plebs, for tidings came that whilst the troops who were holding the citadel of Carventum were dispersed in quest of plunder, the Aequi had attacked it, and after killing the few left on guard, had cut to pieces some who were hastening back and others whilst straggling in the fields. This incident, so unfortunate for the state, strengthened the hands of the tribunes. Fruitless attempts were made to induce them in this emergency to desist from opposing the war, but they would not give way, either in view of the threatening danger to the state or the odium which might fall upon themselves, and finally succeeded in forcing the Senate to pass a decree for the election of consular tribunes. It was, however, expressly stipulated that none of the present tribunes of the plebs should be eligible for that post, or should be re-elected as plebeian tribunes for the next year. This was undoubtedly aimed at the Icilii, whom the Senate suspected of aiming at the consulship as a reward for their exertions as tribunes. Then, with the consent of both orders, the levy was raised, and preparations for war commenced. Authorities differ as to whether both consuls proceeded to the citadel of Carventum, or whether one remained behind to conduct the elections. There is no dispute, however, as to the Romans retiring from the citadel of Carventum after a long and ineffectual siege, and recovering Verrugo after committing great depredations and securing much booty in both the Volscian and Equine territories. Chapter 56. Operations against the Volscians. At Rome, whilst the plebs had been so far victorious as to secure the election which they preferred, the result of that election was a victory for the Senate. Contrary to all expectation, 3 patricians were elected consular tribunes, that is, Gaius Julius Jullus, Publius Cornelius Cassus, and Gaius Servilius Ahala. It was stated that the patricians had recourse to a trick. The Acilii actually accused them of it at the time. They were charged with having introduced a crowd of unsuitable candidates amongst those who were worthy of being elected, and the disgust felt at the notoriously low character of some of these candidates alienated the people from the plebeian candidates as a body. After this, a report was received that the Volscians and Aequi were devoting their utmost energies to getting ready for war. Either the fact that they had kept possession of the citadel of Carventum had raised their hopes, or the loss of the detachment at Verrugo had roused their ire. The Antiates were stated to be the prime movers. Their ambassadors had gone the round of the cities of both nations, reproaching them with cowardice in having skulked behind their walls the year before, and allowing the Romans to harry their fields in all directions, and the garrison at Verrugo to be destroyed. Not only were armies dispatched, but even colonists were being settled in their territories. Not only had the Romans distributed their property amongst themselves, but they had even made a present to the Hernisi of Ferentinum after they had taken it. These reproaches kindled the war spirit in each city as they came to it, and a large number of fighting men were enrolled. A force gathered from all the states was concentrated at Antium. There they fixed their camp and awaited the enemy. These proceedings were reported at Rome, and created greater excitement than the facts warranted, and the Senate at once ordered a dictator to be nominated, the last resource in imminent danger. It is stated that Julius and Cornelius were extremely angry at this step, and matters proceeded amidst much bitterness on both sides. The leaders of the Senate censured the consular tribunes for not recognizing the authority of the Senate, and finding their protests useless, actually appealed at last to the tribunes of the plebs, and reminded them how, on a similar occasion, their authority had acted as a check on the consuls. The tribunes, delighted at the dissension amongst the senators, said that they could render no assistance to those in whose eyes they were not regarded as citizens or even as men. If the honors of the state were ever open to both orders, and they had their share in the government, then they would take measures to prevent the decisions of the Senate from being nullified by the arrogance of any magistrate. Till then, the patricians, devoid as they were of any respect for magistrates or laws, might deal with the consular tribunes by themselves. Chapter 57. This controversy preoccupied men's thoughts at a most inopportune moment, when such a serious war was on their hands. At last, after Julius and Cornelius had, one after the other, argued at great length that, as they were quite competent to conduct that war, it was unjust to deprive them of the honor which the people had conferred upon them, Ahala Servilius, the other consular tribune, intervened in the dispute. He had, he said, kept silent so long, not because he had any doubt in his own mind, for what true patriot could separate his own interest from that of the state, but because he would rather have had his colleagues yield voluntarily to the authority of the Senate than allow the power of the plebeian tribunes to be invoked against them. Even now, he would have gladly given them time to abandon their unyielding attitude if circumstances allowed. But the necessities of war do not wait on the counsels of men, and the Commonwealth was more to him than the goodwill of his colleagues. If, therefore, the Senate adhered to its decision, he would nominate a dictator the next night, and if anyone vetoed the passing of a senatorial decree, he should be content to act simply on their resolution. By taking this course, he won the well-deserved praise and sympathy of all, and after nominating Publius Cornelius as dictator, he was himself appointed master of the horse. He furnished an example to his colleagues, as they compared his position with their own, of the way in which high office and popularity come sometimes most readily to those who do not covet them. The war was far from being a memorable one. The enemy were defeated with great slaughter at Antium in a single easily won battle. The victorious army devastated the Volscian territory. The fort at Lake Fucinus was stormed, and the garrison of 3,000 men taken prisoners, whilst the rest of the Volscians were driven into their walled towns, leaving their fields at the mercy of the enemy. After making what use he could of fortune's favors in the conduct of the war, the dictator returned home with more success than glory and laid down his office. The consular tribunes waived all proposals for the election of consuls, owing, I believe, to their resentment at the appointment of a dictator, and issued orders for the election of consular tribunes. This increased the anxiety of the senators, for they saw that their cause was being betrayed by men of their own party. Accordingly, as in the previous year, they had excited disgust against all plebeian candidates, however worthy, by means of those who were perfectly worthless. So now the leaders of the Senate appeared as candidates, surrounded by everything that could lend distinction or strengthen personal influence. They secured all the places and prevented the entrance of any plebeian. 4 were elected, all of whom had previously held office, that is, Lucius Furius Medullinus, Gaius Valerius Potitus, Numerius Fabius Vibulanus, and Gaius Servilius Ahala. The latter owed his continuance in office to the popularity he had won by his singular moderation as much as to his other merits. Chapter 58. Hostilities threatened with Veii. During this year, the armistice with the Veii expired, and ambassadors and fetials were sent to demand satisfaction. When they reached the frontier, they were met by a deputation from Veii, who begged them not to go there before they themselves had an audience of the Roman Senate. They obtained from the Senate the withdrawal of the demand for satisfaction, owing to the internal troubles from which Veii was suffering. So far were the Romans from seeking their opportunity in the misfortunes of others. A disaster was incurred on Volscian ground in the loss of the garrison at Verugo. So much depended here upon a few hours that the soldiers who were being besieged by the Volscians and begging for assistance could have been relieved if prompt measures had been taken. As it was, the relieving force only arrived in time to surprise the enemy, who, fresh from the massacre of the garrison, were scattered in quest of plunder. The responsibility for the delay rested more with the Senate than with the consular tribunes. They heard that the garrison were offering a most determined resistance, and they did not reflect that there are limits to human strength which no amount of courage can transcend. The gallant soldiers were not unavenged either in their lives or their deaths. The following year the consular tribunes were Publius Cornelius Casus, Cnaeus Cornelius Casus, Numerius Fabius Ambustus, and Lucius Valerius Potitus. Owing to the action of the Senate of Veii, a war with that city was threatened. The envoys whom Rome had sent to demand satisfaction received the insolent reply that, unless they speedily departed from the city and crossed the frontiers, the Veientines would give them what Lars Tolumnius had given. The Senate were indignant and passed a decree that the consular tribunes should bring before the people at the earliest possible day a proposal to declare war against Veii. No sooner was the subject brought forward than the men who were liable for service protested. They complained that the war with the Volscians had not been brought to a close. The garrisons of 2 forts had been annihilated, and the forts, though recaptured, were held with difficulty. There was not a single year in which there was not fighting, and now, as if they had not enough work on hand, they were preparing for a fresh war with a most powerful neighbor who would rouse the whole of Etruria. This disaffection amongst the plebs was fanned by their tribunes, who were continually giving out that the most serious war was the one going on between the Senate and the plebs, who were purposely harassed by war and exposed to be butchered by the enemy, and kept, as it were, in banishment, far from their homes, lest the quiet of city life might awaken memories of their liberties and lead them to discuss schemes for distributing the state lands amongst colonists and securing a free exercise of their franchise. They got hold of the veterans, counted up each man's campaigns and wounds and scars, and asked what blood was still left in him which could be shed for the state. By raising these topics in public speeches and private conversations, they produced amongst the plebeians a feeling of opposition to the projected war. The subject was therefore dropped for the time, as it was evident that in the then state of opinion it would, if brought forward, be rejected. Chapter 59. Capture of Anxur. Meantime, the consular tribunes decided to lead the army into the territory of the Volscians. Cneius Cornelius was left in charge of the city. The 3 tribunes ascertained that there was no camp of the Volscians anywhere, and that they would not risk a battle, so they divided into 3 separate forces to ravage the country. Valerius made Antium his objective, Cornelius Ecytre. Wherever they marched, they destroyed the homesteads and crops far and wide to divide the forces of the Volscians. Fabius marched to Anxur, which was the chief objective, without losing time in devastating the country. This city is now called Terracina. It was built on the side of a hill and sloped down to the marshes. Fabius made a show of attacking the city on that side. 4 cohorts were dispatched with Gaius Servilius Ahala by a circuitous route to seize the hill which overhung the town on the other side. After doing so, they made an attack amidst loud shouts and uproar from their higher position upon that part of the town where there was no defense. Those who were holding the lower part of the city against Fabius were stupefied with astonishment at the noise, and this gave him time to plant his scaling ladders. The Romans were soon in all parts of the city, and for some time a ruthless slaughter went on of fugitives and fighters, armed and unarmed alike. As there was no hope of quarter, the defeated enemy were compelled to keep up the fight, till suddenly an order was issued that none but those taken with arms should be injured. On this, the whole of the population threw down their arms. Prisoners to the number of 2,500 were taken. Fabius would not allow his men to touch the other spoils of war until the arrival of his colleagues, for those armies too had taken their part in the capture of Anxur, since they had prevented the Volscians from coming to its relief. On their arrival, the three armies sacked the town, which, owing to its long-continued prosperity, contained much wealth. This generosity on the part of the generals was the first step towards the reconciliation of the plebs and the Senate. Institution of military pay. This was followed by a boon which the Senate, at a most opportune moment, conferred on the plebeians. Before the question was mooted either by the plebs or their tribunes, the Senate decreed that the soldiery should receive pay from the public treasury. Previously, each man had served at his own expense. Chapter 60. Nothing, it is recorded, was ever welcomed by the plebs with such delight. They crowded round the Senate House, grasped the hands of the senators as they came out, acknowledged that they were rightly called fathers, and declared that after what they had done, no one would ever spare his person or his blood, as long as any strength remained for so generous a country. They saw with pleasure that their private property, at all events, would rest undisturbed at such times as they were impressed and actively employed in the public service, and the fact of the boon being spontaneously offered, without any demand on the part of their tribunes, increased their happiness and gratitude immensely. The only people who did not share the general feeling of joy and goodwill were the tribunes of the plebs. They asserted that the arrangement would not turn out such a pleasant thing for the Senate, or such a benefit to the whole community as they supposed. The policy was more attractive at first sight than it would prove in actual practice. From what source, they asked, could the money be raised, except by imposing a tax on the people? They were generous at other people's expense. Besides, those who had served their time would not, even if the rest approved, permit others to serve on more favorable terms than they themselves had done, and after having had to provide for their own expenses, now provide for those of others. These arguments influenced some of the plebeians. At last, after the tax had been imposed, the tribunes actually gave notice that they would protect anyone who refused to contribute to the war tax. The senators were determined to uphold a measure so happily inaugurated. They were themselves the first to contribute, and as coined money was not yet introduced, they carried the copper by weight in wagons to the treasury, thereby drawing public attention to the fact of their contributing. After the senators had contributed most conscientiously the full amount at which they were assessed, the leading plebeians, personal friends of the nobles, began, as had been agreed, to pay in their share. When the crowd saw these men applauded by the Senate and looked up to by the men of military age as patriotic citizens, they hastily rejected the proffered protection of the tribunes and vied with one another in their eagerness to contribute. The proposal authorizing the declaration of war against Veii was carried, and the new consular tribunes marched thither an army composed to a large extent of men who volunteered for service. Chapter 61. Beginning of the war against Veii. These tribunes were Titus Quinctius Capitolinus, Quintus Quinctius Cincinnatus, Gaius Julius Jullus for the second time, Aulus Manlius, Lucius Furius Medullinus for the third time, and Manius Aemilius Mamercus. It was by them that Veii was first invested. Immediately after the siege had commenced, a largely attended meeting of the National Council of the Etruscans was held at the fane of Voltumna, but no decision was arrived at as to whether the Veientines should be defended by the armed strength of the whole nation. The following year, the siege was prosecuted with less vigor, owing to some of the tribunes and a portion of the army being called off to the Volscian War. The consular tribunes for the year were Gaius Valerius Potitus for the third time, Manius Sergius Fidenis, Publius Cornelius Maluginensis, Cneius Cornelius Cosus, Caeso Fabius Ambustus and Spurius Nautius Rutilis, for the second time. A pitched battle was fought with the Volscians between Ferentinum and Ecitre, which resulted in favor of the Romans. Then the tribunes commenced the siege of Artena, a Volscian town. In attempting a sortie, the enemy were driven back into the town, giving thereby an opportunity to the Romans of forcing an entrance, and with the exception of the citadel, the whole place was captured. A body of the enemy retired into the citadel, which was protected by the nature of its position. Below the citadel, many were killed or taken prisoners. The citadel was then invested, but it could not be taken by assault, as the defenders were quite sufficient for the extent of the fortifications, nor was there any hope of its surrendering, as all the corn from the public magazines had been conveyed there before the city was taken. The Romans would have retired in disgust had not a slave betrayed the place to them. The soldiers, guided by him up some steep ground, effected its capture, and after they had massacred those on guard, the rest, panic-struck, surrendered. After the town and citadel had been demolished, the legions were withdrawn from Volscian territory, and the whole strength of Rome was directed against Veii. The traitor was rewarded not only with his freedom, but also with the property of 2 households, and was called Servius Romanus. Some suppose that Artena belonged to the Veientines, not the Volscians. The mistake arises from the fact that there was a city of the same name between Caere and Veii, but it was destroyed in the time of the kings of Rome, and it belonged to Caere, not Veii. The other town of the same name, whose destruction I have mentioned, was in the Volscian territory. End of section 27. Read by Linda Johnson, January 2022. Section 28 of The History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Rome, Volume 1 by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, Chapters 1 to 9. Veii and the Destruction of Rome by the Gauls. Chapter 1. The Siege of Veii, Appius and the plebeian tribunes. Whilst peace prevailed elsewhere, Rome and Veii were confronting each other in arms, animated by such fury and hatred that utter ruin clearly awaited the vanquished. Each elected their magistrates, but on totally different principles. The Romans increased the number of their consular tribunes to 8, a larger number than had ever been elected before. They were Manius Aemilius Mamercus for the 2nd time, Lucius Valerius Potitus for the 3rd time, Appius Claudius Crassus, Marcus Quinctilius Varus, Lucius Julius Jullus, Marcus Postumius, Marcus Furius Camillus, and Marcus Postumius Albinus. The Veientines, on the other hand, tired of the annual canvassing for office, elected a king. This gave great offense to the Etruscan cantons, owing to their hatred of monarchy and their personal aversion to the one who was elected. He was already obnoxious to the nation through his pride of wealth and overbearing temper, for he had put a violent stop to the festival of the games, the interruption of which is an act of impiety. His candidature for the priesthood had been unsuccessful, another being preferred by the vote of the 12 cantons, and in revenge he suddenly withdrew the performers, most of whom were his own slaves, in the middle of the games. The Etruscans as a nation were distinguished above all others by their devotion to religious observances, because they excelled in the knowledge and conduct of them, and they decided in consequence that no assistance should be given to the Veientines as long as they were under a king. The report of this decision was suppressed at Veii through fear of the king. He treated those who mentioned anything of the kind not as authors of an idle tale, but as ringleaders of sedition. Although the Romans had received intelligence that there was no movement on the part of the Etruscans, still, as it was reported that the matter was being discussed in all their councils, they so constructed their lines as to present a double face, the one fronting Veii to prevent sorties from the city, the other looking towards Etruria to intercept any succor from that side. Chapter 2. As the Roman generals placed more reliance on a blockade than on an assault, they began to build huts for winter quarters, a novelty to the Roman soldier. Their plan was to keep up the war through the winter. The tribunes of the plebs had for a long time been unable to find any pretext for creating a revolt. When, however, news of this was brought to Rome, they dashed off to the assembly and produced great excitement by declaring that this was the reason why it had been settled to pay the troops. They, the tribunes, had not been blind to the fact that this gift from their adversaries would prove to be tainted with poison. The liberties of the plebs had been bartered away, their able-bodied men had been permanently sent away, banished from the city and the state, without any regard to winter or, indeed, to any season of the year, or to the possibility of their visiting their homes or looking after their property. What did they think was the reason for this continuous campaigning? They would most assuredly find it to be nothing else but the fear that if a large body of these men, who formed the whole strength of the plebs, were present, it would be possible to discuss reforms in favor of the plebeians. Besides, they were suffering much more hardship and oppression than the Veientines, for these passed the winter under their own roofs, in a city protected by its magnificent walls and the natural strength of its position, whilst the Romans, amidst labor and toil, buried in frost and snow, were roughing it patiently under their skin-covered tents, and could not lay aside their arms even in the season of winter, when there is a respite from all wars, whether by land or sea. This form of slavery, making military service perpetual, was never imposed either by the kings or by the consuls, who were so domineering before the institution of the tribuneship, or during the stern rule of the dictator, or by the unscrupulous decemvirs. It was the consular tribunes who were exercising this regal despotism over the Roman plebs. What would these men have done had they been consuls or dictators, seeing that they have made their proconsular authority, which is only a shadow of the other, so outrageously cruel? But the commons had got what they had deserved. Amongst all the 8 consular tribunes, not a single plebeian had found a place. Hitherto, with their utmost efforts, the patricians had usually filled only 3 places at a time. Now, a team of 8 were bent on maintaining their power. Even in such a crowd, not a single plebeian could get a footing, to warn his colleagues, if he could do nothing else, that those who were serving as soldiers were free men, their own fellow citizens and not slaves, and that they ought to be brought back, at all events in the winter, to their houses and their homes, and during some part of the year visit their parents and wives and children, and exercise their rights as free citizens in electing the magistrates. Whilst indulging in declamations of this sort, they found an opponent who was quite a match for them in Appius Claudius. He had, from early manhood, taken his part in the contests with the plebs, and, as stated above, had some years previously recommended the Senate to break down the power of the tribunes by securing the intervention of their colleagues. He was not only a man of ready and versatile mind, but by this time an experienced debater. He delivered the following speech on this occasion. Quote, "If," Quae writes, "there has ever been any doubt as to whether it was in your interest or their own that the tribunes have always been the advocates of sedition, I feel quite certain that this year all doubt has ceased to exist. Whilst I rejoice that an end has at last been put to a long-standing delusion, I congratulate you, and on your behalf the whole state, that its removal has been effected just at the time when your circumstances are most prosperous. Is there anyone who doubts that whatever wrongs you may have at any time suffered, they never annoyed and provoked the tribunes so much as the generous treatment of the plebs by the Senate in establishing the system of pay for the soldiers? What else do you suppose it was that they were afraid of at that time and would today gladly upset, except the harmony of the two orders which they look upon as most of all calculated to destroy their power? They are really like so many quack doctors looking for work, always anxious to find some diseased spot in the republic, that there may be something which you can call them in to cure." End quote. Then, turning to the tribunes, quote, "Are you defending or attacking the plebs? Are you trying to injure the men on service, or are you pleading their cause? Or perhaps this is what you're saying: whatever the Senate does, whether in the interest of the plebs or against them, we object to. Just as masters forbid strangers to hold any communication with their slaves, and think it right that they should abstain from showing them either kindness or unkindness, so you interdict the patricians from all dealings with the plebs, lest we should appeal to their feelings by our graciousness and generosity, and secure their loyalty and obedience. How much more dutiful it would have been in you if you had had a spark, I will not say of patriotism, but of common humanity, to have viewed with favor, and as far as in you lay, to have fostered the kindly feelings of the patricians and the grateful goodwill of the plebeians. And if this harmony should prove to be lasting, who would not be bold enough to guarantee that this empire will, in a short time, be the greatest among the neighboring states?" Chapter 4. I shall subsequently show not only the expediency, but even the necessity of the policy which my colleagues have adopted of refusing to withdraw the army from Veii until their object was effected. For the present, I prefer to speak of the actual conditions under which it is serving, and if I were speaking not before you only, but in the camp as well, I think that what I say would appear just and fair in the judgment of the soldiers themselves. Even if no arguments presented themselves to my mind, I should find those of my opponents quite sufficient for my purpose. They were saying lately that pay ought not to be given to the soldiers because it never had been given. How, then, can they now profess indignation at those who have gained additional benefits, being required to undergo additional exertion in proportion? Nowhere do we find labor without its reward, nor, as a rule, reward without some expenditure of labor. Toil and pleasure, utterly dissimilar by nature, have been brought by nature into a kind of partnership with each other. Formerly, the soldier felt it a grievance that he gave his services to the state at his own cost. He had the satisfaction, however, of cultivating his land for a part of the year, and acquiring the means of supporting himself and his family, whether he were at home or on service. Now he has the pleasure of knowing that the state is a source of income to him, and he is glad to receive his pay. Let him, therefore, take it patiently that he is a little longer absent from his home and his property, on which no heavy expense now falls. If the state were to call him to an exact reckoning, would it not be justified in saying, "You receive a year's pay, put in a year's work"? Do you think it fair to receive a whole 12 months' pay for 6 months' service? It is with reluctance, Quae writes, that I dwell on this topic, For it is those who employ mercenaries who ought to deal thus with them. But we want to deal with you as with fellow citizens, and we think it only fair that you should deal with us as with your fatherland. Either the war ought not to have been undertaken, or it ought to be conducted as befits the dignity of Rome, and brought to a close as soon as possible. It will certainly be brought to a close if we press on the siege, but not if we retire before we have fulfilled our hopes by the capture of Veii. Why, good heavens, if there were no other reason, the very discredit of the thing ought to inspire us with perseverance. A city was once besieged by the whole of Greece for 10 years, for the sake of one woman, and at what a distance from home! How many lands and seas lay between! Are we growing tired of keeping up a siege for 1 year, not 20 miles off, almost within sight of the city? I suppose you think the reason for the war is a trivial one, and we do not feel enough just resentment to urge us to persevere. 7 times have they recommenced war against us. They have never loyally kept to the terms of peace. They have ravaged our fields 1,000 times. They forced the Fidenates to revolt. They slew the colonists whom we settled there. They instigated the impious murder of our ambassadors in violation of the law of nations. They wanted to raise the whole of Etruria against us, and they are trying to do so today. When we sent our ambassadors to demand satisfaction, they very nearly outraged them. Chapter 5. Are these the men with whom war ought to be carried on in a half-hearted and dilatory fashion? If such just reasons for resentment have no force with us, do not the following considerations, I pray you, possess any weight? The city is hemmed in by immense siege works, which confine the enemy within his walls. He has not tilled his land, and what was tilled before has been devastated by war. If we bring our army back again, has anybody the slightest doubt that they will invade our territory not only from a thirst for revenge, but also through the sheer necessity they are under of plundering other people's property since they have lost their own? If we adopt your policy, we do not postpone the war. We simply carry it within our own frontiers. Well now, what about the soldiers in whom these worthy tribunes have suddenly become interested after vainly endeavoring to rob them of their pay? What about them? They have carried a rampart and a fosse, each requiring enormous labor over all that extent of ground. They have built forts, few at first, but after the army was increased, very numerous. They have raised defenses not only against the city, but also as a barrier against Etruria in case any succors came from there. What need to describe the towers, the vinae, the testudines, and the other engines used in storming cities? Now that so much labor has been spent, and the work of investment at last completed, do you think that they ought to be abandoned in order that by next summer we may be again exhausted by the toil of constructing them all afresh? How much less trouble to defend the works already constructed, to press on and persevere, and so bring our cares and labors to an end. For assuredly, the undertaking is not a lengthy one if it is carried through by one continuous effort, if we do not by our own interruptions and stoppages delay the fulfillment of our hopes. I have been speaking of the work and the loss of time. Now there are frequent meetings of the National Council of Etruria to discuss the question of sending succors to Veii. Do these allow us to forget the danger we incur by prolonging the war? As matters now stand, they are angry, resentful, and say that they will not send any. Veii may be captured as far as they are concerned. But who will guarantee that if the war is prolonged, they will continue in the same mind? For if you give the Veientines a respite, they will send a more numerous and influential embassy, and what now gives such displeasure to the Etruscans, namely, the election of a king, may after a time be annulled, either by the unanimous act of the citizens in order to win the sympathies of Etruria, or by voluntary abdication on the part of the king himself, through his unwillingness to allow his crown to endanger the safety of his people. See how many disastrous consequences follow from the policy you recommend: the sacrifice of works constructed with so much trouble, the threatening devastation of our borders, a war with the whole of Etruria instead of one with the Veii alone. This, tribunes, is what your proposals amount to. Very much, upon my word, as if anyone were to tempt a sick person, who by submitting to strict treatment could speedily recover, to indulge in eating and drinking, and so lengthen his illness and perhaps make it incurable. Chapter 6. Though it might not affect this present war, it would, you may depend upon it, be of the utmost importance to our military training that our soldiers should be habituated not only to enjoy a victory when they have won one, but also, when a campaign progresses slowly, to put up with its tediousness and await the fulfillment of their hopes, though deferred. If a war has not been finished in the summer, they must learn to go through the winter, and not, like birds of passage, look out for roofs to shelter them the moment autumn comes. The passion and delight of hunting carries men through frost and snow to the forests and the mountains. Pray tell me, shall we not bring to the exigencies of war the same powers of endurance which are generally called out by sport or pleasure? Are we to suppose that the bodies of our soldiers are so effeminate and their spirits so enfeebled that they cannot hold out in camp or stay away from their homes for a single winter? Are we to believe that, like those engaged in naval warfare, who have to watch the seasons and catch the favorable weather, so these men cannot endure times of heat and cold? They would indeed blush if anyone laid this to their charge, and would stoutly maintain that both in mind and body they were capable of manly endurance, and could go through a campaign in winter as well as in summer. They would tell you that they had not commissioned their tribunes to act as protectors of the effeminate and the indolent, nor was it in cool shade or under sheltering roofs that their ancestors had instituted this very tribunician power. The valor of your soldiers, the dignity of Rome, demand that we should not limit our view to Veii and this present war, but seek for reputation in time to come in respect of other wars and amongst all other nations. Do you imagine that the opinion men form of us in this crisis is a matter of slight importance? Is it a matter of indifference whether our neighbors regard Rome in such a light that when any city has sustained her first momentary attack, it has nothing more to fear from her? Or whether, on the other hand, the terror of our name is such that no weariness of a protracted siege, no severity of winter, can dislodge a Roman army from any city which it has once invested, that it knows no close to a war but victory, and that it conducts its campaigns by perseverance as much as by dash? Perseverance is necessary in every kind of military operation, but especially in the conduct of sieges, for the majority of cities are impregnable, owing to the strength of their fortifications and their position, and time itself conquers them with hunger and thirst, and captures them as it will capture Veii, unless the tribunes of the plebs extend their protection to the enemy, and the Veientines find in Rome the support which they are vainly seeking in Etruria. Can anything happen to the Veientines more in accordance with their wishes than that the city of Rome should be filled with sedition, and the contagion of it spread to the camp? But amongst the enemy there is actually so much respect for law and order that they have not been goaded into revolution either by weariness of the siege or even aversion to absolute monarchy, nor have they shown exasperation at the refusal of succors by Etruria. The man who advocates sedition will be put to death on the spot, and no one will be allowed to say the things which are uttered amongst you with impunity. With us, the man who deserts his standard or abandons his post is liable to be cudgeled to death. But those who urge the men to abandon the standards and desert from the camp are listened to, not by one or two only. They have the whole army for an audience. To such an extent have you habituated yourselves to listen calmly to whatever a tribune of the plebs may say, even if it means the betrayal of your country and the destruction of the republic. Captivated by the attraction which that office has for you, you allow all sorts of mischief to lurk under its shadow. The one thing left for them is to bring forward in the camp, before the soldiers, the same arguments which they have so loudly urged here, and so corrupt the army that they will not allow it to obey its commanders. For evidently, liberty in Rome simply means that the soldiers cease to feel any reverence for either the Senate, or the magistrates, or the laws, or the traditions of their ancestors, or the institutions of their fathers, or military discipline." End quote. Chapter 7. The siege of Veii pressed with greater vigor. Appius was already quite a match for the tribunes, even on the platform, and now his victory over them was assured by the sudden intelligence of a most unexpected disaster, the effect of which was to unite all classes in an ardent resolve to prosecute the siege of Veii more vigorously. A raised way had been carried up to the city, and the Venae had almost been placed in contact with the walls, but more attention had been devoted to their construction by day than to their protection by night. Suddenly the gates were flung open, and an enormous multitude, armed mostly with torches, flung the flaming missiles on to the works, and in 1 short hour the flames consumed both the raised way and the Venae, the work of so many days. Many poor fellows who vainly tried to render assistance perished either in the flames or by the sword. When the news of this reached Rome, there was universal mourning, and the Senate were filled with apprehension lest disturbances should break out in the city and the camp beyond their power to repress, and the tribunes of the plebs exult over the vanquished republic. Suddenly, however, a number of men who, though assessed as knights, had not been provided with horses, after concerting a common plan of action, went to the Senate House, and on permission being given to address the Senate, they engaged to serve as cavalry on their own horses. The Senate thanked them in the most complimentary terms. When the news of this incident had circulated through the forum and the city, the plebeians hastily assembled at the Senate House and declared that they were now part of the infantry force, and though it was not their turn to serve, they promised to give their services to the Republic, to march to Veii or wherever else they were led. If, they said, they were led to Veii, they would not return till the city was taken. On hearing this, it was with difficulty that the Senate restrained their delight. They did not, as in the case of the knights, pass a resolution of thanks to be conveyed through the presiding magistrates, nor were any summoned into the house to receive their reply, nor did they themselves remain within the precincts of their house. They came out on the raised space in front, and each independently signified by voice and gesture to the people standing in the comitium the joy they all felt, and expressed their confidence that this unanimity of feeling would make Rome a blessed city, invincible and eternal. They applauded the knights, they applauded the commons, they showered encomiums on the very day itself, and frankly admitted that the Senate had been outdone in courtesy and kindness. Senators and plebeians alike shed tears of joy. At last the sitting was resumed, and a resolution was carried that the consular tribunes should convene a public meeting and return thanks to the infantry and the knights, and say that the Senate would never forget this proof of their affection for their country. They further decided that pay should be reckoned from that day for those who, though not called out, had volunteered to serve. A fixed sum was assigned to each knight. This was the first occasion on which the knights received military pay. The army of volunteers marched to Veii and not only reconstructed the works that had been lost, but constructed new ones. More care was taken in bringing up supplies from the city, that nothing might be wanting for the use of an army that had behaved so well. Chapter 8. Disaster incurred before Veii. The consular tribunes for the following year were Gaius Servilius Ahala for the third time, Quintus Servilius, Lucius Virginius, Quintus Sulpicius, Aulus Manlius for the second time, and Manius Sergius also for the second time. During their term of office, whilst everyone was preoccupied with the Veientine War, Anxur was lost. The garrison had become weakened through the absence of men on furlough, and Volscian traders were admitted indiscriminately, with the result that the guard before the gates were surprised and the fortified post taken. The loss in men was slight, as with the exception of the sick, they were all scattered about the fields and neighboring towns, driving bargains like so many camp followers. At Veii, the chief point of interest, things went no better. Not only were the Roman commanders opposing one another more vigorously than they opposed the enemy, but the war was rendered more serious by the sudden arrival of the Capanates and the Faliscans. As these two states were nearest in point of distance, they believed that if Veii fell, they would be the next on whom Rome would make war. The Faliscans had their own reasons for fearing hostilities, since they were mixed up in the previous war against Fidenae. So both states, after mutually dispatching commissioners for the purpose, swore alliance with each other, and their two armies arrived unexpectedly at Veii. It so happened that they attacked the entrenchments on the side where Manius Sergius was in command, and they created great alarm, for the Romans were convinced that all Etruria had risen and was present in great force. The same conviction roused the Veientines in the city to action, so the Roman lines of investment were attacked from within and from without. Rushing from side to side to meet first the one attack, then the other, they were unable to confine the Veientines sufficiently within their fortifications, or repel the assault from their own works, and defend themselves from the enemy outside. Their only hope was if help came from the main camp, so that the legions might fight back to back, some against the Capanates and Faliscans, and others against the sortie from the town. But Virginius was in command of that camp, and he and Sergius mutually detested each other. When it was reported to him that most of the forts had been attacked, and the connecting lines surmounted, and that the enemy were forcing their way in from both sides, he kept his men halted under arms, and repeatedly declared that if his colleague needed assistance he would send to him. This selfishness on his part was matched by the other's obstinacy, for Sergius, to avoid the appearance of having sought help from a personal foe, preferred defeat at the hands of the enemy, rather than owe success to a fellow countryman. For some time the soldiers were being slaughtered between the two attacking forces. At last a very small number abandoned their lines and reached the main camp. Sergius himself, with the greatest part of his force, made his way to Rome. Here he threw all the blame on his colleague, and it was decided that Virginius should be summoned from the camp and his lieutenants put in command during his absence. The case was then discussed in the Senate. Few studied the interests of the Republic. Most of the senators supported one or other of the disputants as their party feeling or private sympathy prompted them. Chapter 9. The leaders of the Senate gave it as their opinion that whether it was through the fault or the misfortune of the commanders that such a disgraceful defeat had been incurred, they ought not to wait until the regular time for the elections, but proceed at once to appoint new consular tribunes to enter office on October 1. On their proceeding to vote on this proposal, the other consular tribunes offered no opposition, but, strange to say, Sergius and Virginius, the very men on whose account obviously the Senate were dissatisfied with the magistrates for that year, after protesting against such humiliation, vetoed the resolution. They declared that they would not resign office before December 13, the usual day for new magistrates to take office. On hearing this, the tribunes of the plebs, who had maintained a reluctant silence while the state was enjoying concord and prosperity, now made a sudden attack upon the consular tribunes and threatened, if they did not bow to the authority of the Senate, to order them to be imprisoned. Thereupon Gaius Servilius Ahala, the consular tribune, replied, quote, "As for you and your menaces, tribunes of the plebs, I should very much like to put it to the proof how your threats possess as little legality as you possess courage to carry them out. But it is wrong to storm against the authority of the Senate. Cease, therefore, to look for a chance of making mischief by meddling in our disputes. Either my colleagues will act upon the Senate's resolution, or, if they persist in their obstinacy, I shall at once nominate a dictator that he may compel them to resign." End quote. This speech was received with universal approval, and the Senate were glad to find that without bringing in the bugbear of the plebeian tribune's power, another and a more effectual method existed for bringing pressure to bear on the magistrates. In deference to the universal feeling, the two recalcitrant tribunes held an election for consular tribunes who entered office on October 1, they themselves having previously resigned office. End of section 28. Read by Linda Johnson, February 2022.
Section 29 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacob Sung. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, Chapters 10 to 14. Chapter 10. Internal Troubles. Impeachment of Sergius and Verginius. The newly elected tribunes were Lucius Valerius Potitus, for the 4th time, Marcus Furius Camillus, for the 2nd time, Manius Aemilius Mamercus, for the 3rd time, Cneius Cornelius Cossus, for the 2nd time, Caeso Fabius Ambustus, and Lucius Iulius Iulus. Their year of office was marked by many incidents at home and abroad. There was a multiplicity of wars going on at once, at Veii, at Capena, at Falerii, and against the Volscians for the recovery of Anxur. In Rome, the simultaneous demands of the levy and the war tax created distress. There was a dispute about the co-opting of tribunes of the plebs, and the trial of 2 men who had recently held consular power caused great excitement. The consular tribunes made it their first business to raise a levy. Not only were the juniors enrolled, but the seniors were also compelled to give in their names, that they might act as city guards. But the increase in the number of soldiers necessitated a corresponding increase in the amount required for their pay, and those who remained at home were unwilling to contribute their share, because in addition they were to be harassed by military duties in defense of the city, as servants of the state. This was in itself a serious grievance, but it was made to appear more so by the seditious harangues of the tribunes of the plebs, who asserted that the reason why military pay had been established was that one half of the plebs might be crushed by the war tax, and the other by military service. One single war was now dragging along into its third year, and it was being badly managed deliberately in order that they might have it the longer to manage. Then, again, armies had been enrolled for 4 separate wars in one levy, and even boys and old men had been torn from their homes. There was no difference made now between summer and winter, in order that the wretched plebeians might never have any respite. And now, to crown all, they even had to pay a war tax, so that when they returned, worn out by toil and wounds, and last of all by age, and found all their land untilled through want of the owner's care, they had to meet this demand out of their wasted property and return to the state their pay as soldiers many times over, as though they had borrowed it on usury. What with the levy and the war tax and the preoccupation of men's minds with still graver anxieties, it was found impossible to get the full number of plebeian tribunes elected. Then a struggle began to secure the co-optation of patricians into the vacant places. This proved to be impossible, but in order to weaken the authority of the Tribonian law, it was arranged, doubtless through the influence of the patricians, that Gaius Lucerius and Marcus Acutius should be co-opted as tribunes of the plebs. Chapter 11. As chance would have it, Gnaeus Trebonius was a tribune of the plebs that year, and he came forward as a champion of the Tribonian law, as a duty apparently to his family and the name he bore. He declared in excited tones that the position which the Senate had assailed, though they had been repulsed in their first attack, had been at last carried by the consular tribunes. The Tribonian law had been set aside, and the tribunes of the plebs had not been elected by the vote of the people, but co-opted at the command of the patricians. Matters had now come to this pass, that they must have either patricians or the hangers-on to patricians as tribunes of the plebs. The sacred laws were being wrested from them. The power and authority of their tribunes was being torn away. This, he contended, was done through the craft and cunning of the patricians and the treacherous villainy of his colleagues. The flame of popular indignation was now beginning to scorch not only the Senate, but even the tribunes of the plebs, co-opted and co-opters alike, when 3 members of the Tribunician College, Publius Curatius, Marcus Metilius, and Marcus Minucius, trembling for their own safety, instituted proceedings against Sergius and Verginius, the consular tribunes of the preceding year. By fixing a day for their trial, they diverted from themselves onto these men the rage and resentment of the plebs. They reminded the people that those who had felt the burden of the levy, the war tax, and the long duration of the war, those who were distressed at the defeat sustained at Veii, those whose homes were in mourning for the loss of children, brothers, and relations, had every one of them the right and the power to visit upon 2 guilty heads their own personal grief and that of the whole state. The responsibility for all their misfortunes rested on Sergius and Verginius. This was not more clearly proved by the prosecutor than admitted by the defendants, for whilst both were guilty, each threw the blame on the other. Verginius denouncing the flight of Sergius, and Sergius the treachery of Verginius. They had behaved with such incredible madness that it was in all probability a concerted plan carried out with the general connivance of the patricians. These men had previously given the Veientines an opening for firing the siege works. Now they had betrayed the army and delivered a Roman camp up to the Faliscans. Everything was being done to compel their young men to grow old at Veii, and to make it impossible for their tribunes to secure the support of a full assembly in the city, either in their resistance to the concerted action of the Senate, or for their proposals regarding the distribution of land and other measures in the interest of the plebs. Judgment had already been passed upon the accused by the Senate, the Roman people, and their own colleagues, for it was a vote of the Senate which removed them from office. It was their own colleagues who, upon their refusal to resign, compelled them to do so by the threat of a dictator, whilst it was the people who had elected consular tribunes to enter upon office, not on the usual day, December 13th, but immediately after their election on October 1st, for the Republic could no longer be safe if these men remained in office. And yet, shattered as they were by so many adverse verdicts and condemned beforehand, they were presenting themselves for trial and fancying that they had purged their offense and suffered an adequate punishment because they had been relegated to private life 2 months before the time. They did not understand that this was not the infliction of a penalty, but simply the depriving them of power to do further mischief, since their colleagues also had to resign and they, at all events, had committed no offense. The tribunes continued, "Recall the feelings, Quirites, with which you heard of the disaster which we sustained, and watched the army staggering through the gates, panic-stricken fugitives, covered with wounds, accusing not fortune or any of the gods, but these generals of theirs. We are confident that there is not a man in this assembly who did not on that day call down curses on the persons and homes and fortunes of Lucius Verginius and Manius Sergius. It would be utterly inconsistent for you not to use your power, when it is your right and duty to do so, against the men on whom each of you has called down the wrath of heaven. The gods never lay hands themselves on the guilty. It is enough when they arm the injured with the opportunity for vengeance." Chapter 12. The passions of the plebs were roused by these speeches, and they sentenced the accused to a fine of 10,000 asses each, in spite of Sergius's attempt to throw the blame on fortune and the chances of war, and Verginius's appeal that he might not be more unfortunate at home than he had been in the field. The first plebeian consular tribune. The turning of the popular indignation in this direction threw into the shade the memories of the co-optation of tribunes and the evasion of the Tribonian law. As a reward to the plebeians for the sentence they had passed, the victorious tribunes at once gave notice of an agrarian measure. They also prevented contributions being paid in for the war tax, though pay was required for all those armies, and such successes as had been gained only served to prevent any of the wars from being brought to a close. The camp at Veii, which had been lost, was recaptured and strengthened with forts and men to hold them. The consular tribunes, Manius Aemilius and Caeso Fabius, were in command. Marcus Furius in the Faliscan territory and Gnaeus Cornelius in that of Capenae found no enemy outside his walls. Booty was carried off and the territories were ravaged, the farms and crops being burnt. The towns were attacked but not invested. Anxur, however, in the Volscian territory and situated on high ground, defied all assaults, and after direct attack had proved fruitless. A regular investment by Rampart and Foss was commenced. The product of the Volscian campaign had fallen to Valerius Potitus. Whilst military affairs were in this position, internal troubles were more difficult to manage than the foreign wars. Owing to the tribunes, the war tax could not be collected, nor the necessary funds remitted to the commanders. The soldiers clamored for their pay, and it seemed as though the camp would be polluted by the contagion of the seditious spirit, which prevailed in the city. Taking advantage of the exasperation of the plebs against the Senate, the tribunes told them that the long-wished-for time had come for securing their liberties and transferring the highest office in the state from people like Sergius and Verginius to strong and energetic plebeians. They did not, however, get further in the exercise of their rights than to secure the election of one member of the plebs as consular tribunes, viz. Publius Licinius Calvus. The rest were patricians, Publius Manlius, Lucius Titinus, Publius Maelius, Lucius Furius Medullinus, and Lucius Popilius Volscus. The plebeians were no less surprised at such a success than the tribune-elect himself. He had not previously filled any high office of state, and was only a senator of long standing, and now advanced in years. Our authorities are not agreed as to the reason why he was selected first and foremost to taste the sweets of this new dignity. Some believe that he was thrust forward to so high a position through the popularity of his brother, Cneius Cornelius, who had been consular tribune the previous year, and had given triple pay to the knights. Others attribute it to a well-timed speech he delivered on the agreement of the two orders, which was welcomed by both patricians and plebeians. In their exultation over this electoral victory, the tribunes of the plebs gave way over the war tax, and so removed the greatest political difficulty. It was paid in without a murmur and remitted to the army. Chapter 13. Recovery of Anxur, Pestilence in Rome, Battle before Veii. The Volscian Anxur was recaptured owing to the laxity of the guard during a festival. The year was remarkable for such a cold and snowy winter that the roads were blocked and the Tiber rendered unnavigable. There was no change in the price of corn owing to a previous accumulation of supplies. Publius Licinius had won his position without exciting any disturbance, more to the delight of the people than to the annoyance of the Senate, and he discharged his office in such a way that there was a general desire to choose the consular tribunes out of the plebeians at the next election. The only patrician candidate who secured a place was Marcus Veturius. The rest, who were plebeians, received the support of nearly all the centuries. Their names were Marcus Pomponius, Gnaeus Duilius, Valero Publilius, and Gnaeus Genucius. In consequence, either of the unhealthy weather occasioned by the sudden change from cold to heat, or from some other cause, the severe winter was followed by a pestilential summer, which proved fatal to man and beast. As neither a cause nor a cure could be found for its fatal ravages, the Senate ordered the Sibylline books to be consulted. The priests who had charge of them appointed for the first time in Rome a lectisternium. Apollo and Latona, Diana and Hercules, Mercury and Neptune were for 8 days propitiated on 3 couches decked with the most magnificent coverlets that could be obtained. Solemnities were conducted also in private houses. It is stated that throughout the city, the front gates of the houses were thrown open and all sorts of things placed for general use in the open courts, all comers, whether acquaintances or strangers, being brought in to share the hospitality. Men who had been enemies held friendly and sociable conversations with each other and abstained from all litigation. The manacles even were removed from prisoners during this period, and afterwards it seemed an act of impiety that men to whom the gods had brought such relief should be put in chains again. In the meanwhile, at Veii, there was increased alarm created by the 3 wars being combined in one. For the men of Capenae and Falerii had suddenly arrived to relieve the city, and as on the former occasion, the Romans had to fight a back-to-back battle round the entrenchments against 3 armies. What helped them most of all was the recollection of the condemnation of Sergius and Verginius. From the main camp, where on the former occasion there had been inaction, forces were rapidly brought round and attacked the Capenates in the rear while their attention was concentrated on the Roman lines. The fighting which ensued created panic in the Philistine ranks also, and whilst they were wavering, a well-timed charge from the camp routed them, and the victors, following them up, caused immense losses amongst them. Not long afterwards, the troops who were devastating the territory of Capenae came upon them whilst straggling in disorder as though safe from attack, and those whom the battle had spared were annihilated. Of the Veientines, also, many who were fleeing to the city were killed in front of the gates, which were closed to prevent the Romans from breaking in, and so the hindmost of the fugitives were shut out. Chapter 14. These were the occurrences of the year. And now the time for the election of consular tribunes was approaching. The Senate were almost more anxious about this than about the war, for they recognized that they were not simply sharing the supreme power with the plebs, but had almost completely lost it. An understanding was come to by which their most distinguished members were to come forward as candidates. They believed that for very shame they would not be passed over. Besides this, they resorted to every expedient, just as if they were every one of them candidates, and called to their aid not men alone, but even the gods. They made a religious question of the last two elections. In the former year, they said, an intolerably severe winter had occurred, which seemed to be a divine warning. In the last year, they had not warnings only, but the judgments themselves. The pestilence which had visited the country districts and the city was undoubtedly a mark of the divine displeasure, for it had been found in the books of fate that to avert that scourge the gods must be appeased. The auspices were taken before an election, and the gods deemed it an insult that the highest offices should be made common, and the distinction of classes thrown into confusion. Men were awestruck not only by the dignity and rank of the candidates, but by the religious aspect of the question, and they elected all the consular tribunes from the patricians, the great majority being all men of high distinction. Those elected were Lucius Valerius Potitus, for the 5th time, Marcus Valerius Maximus, Marcus Furius Camillus, for the 2nd time, Lucius Furius Medullinus, for the 3rd time, Quintus Servilius Fidenates, for the 2nd time, and Quintus Sulpicius Camerinus, for the 2nd time. During their year of office, nothing of any importance was done at Veii. Their whole activity was confined to raids. 2 of the commanders-in-chief carried off an enormous quantity of plunder, Potitus from Falerii and Camillus from Capenae. They left nothing behind which fire or sword could destroy. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, Chapters 15 to 23. 15. The Rise of the Alban Lake. During this period, many portents were announced, but as they rested on the testimony of single individuals, and there were no soothsayers to consult as to how to expiate them, owing to the hostile attitude of the Etruscans, these reports were generally disbelieved and disregarded. One incident, however, caused universal anxiety. The Alban Lake rose to an unusual height, without any rainfall or other cause which could prevent the phenomenon from appearing supernatural. Envoys were sent to the oracle of Delphi to ascertain why the god sent the portent, but an explanation was afforded nearer at hand. An aged Veientine was impelled by destiny to announce, amidst the jeers of the Romans and Etruscan outposts, in prophetic strain, that the Romans would never get possession of Veii until the water had been drawn off from Alban Lake. This was at first treated as a wild utterance, but afterwards it began to be talked about. Owing to the length of the war, there were frequent conversations between the troops on both sides, and a Roman on outpost duty asked one of the townsmen who was nearest to him who the man was who was throwing out such dark hints about the Alban Lake. When he heard that he was a soothsayer, being himself a man not devoid of religious fears, he invited the prophet to an interview on the pretext of wishing to consult him, if he had time, about a portent which demanded his own personal expiation. When the two had gone some distance from their respective lines, unarmed, apprehending no danger, the Roman, a young man of immense strength, seized the feeble old man in the sight of all, and in spite of the outcry of the Etruscans, carried him off to his own side. He was brought before the commander-in-chief, and then sent to the Senate in Rome. In reply to inquiries as to what he wanted people to understand by his remark about the Alban Lake, he said that the gods must certainly have been wroth with the people of Veii on the day when they inspired him with the resolve to disclose the ruin which the fates had prepared for his native city. What he had then predicted under divine inspiration he could not now recall or unsay, and perhaps he would incur as much guilt by keeping silence about things which it was the will of heaven should be revealed as by uttering what ought to be concealed. It stood recorded in the books of fate, and had been handed down by the occult science of the Etruscans, that whenever the water of the Alban lake overflowed, and the Romans drew it off in the appointed way, the victory over the Veientines would be granted them. Until that happened, the gods would not desert the walls of Veii. Then he explained the prescribed mode of drawing off the water. The Senate, however, did not regard their informant as sufficiently trustworthy in a matter of such importance, and determined to wait for the return of their embassy with the oracular reply of the Pythian god. 16. War with Tarquini. The answer of the oracle. Previous to their return, and before any way of dealing with the Alban portent was discovered, the new consular tribunes entered upon office. There were Lucius Iulius Iulus, Lucius Furius Medulinus, for the fourth time, Lucius Sergius Fedinus, Aulus Postumus Regilensis, Publius Cornelius Maloginensis, and Aulus Manlius. This year a new enemy arose. The people of Tarquinii saw that the Romans were engaged in numerous campaigns against the Volscians at Anxur, where the garrison was blockaded, against the Aequi at Labici, who were attacking the Roman colonists, and, in addition to these, at Veii, Falerii, Capenai, whilst, owing to the contentions between the plebs and the Senate, things were no quieter within the walls of the city. Regarding this as a favourable opportunity for mischief, they dispatched some light-armed cohorts to harry the Roman territory, in the belief that the Romans would either let the outrage pass unpunished to avoid having another war on their shoulders, or would resent it with a small and weak force. The Romans felt more indignation than anxiety at the raid, and without making any great effort, took prompt steps to avenge it. Aulus Postumius and Lucius Iulius raised a force, not by a regular levy, for they were obstructed by the tribunes of the plebs, but consisting mostly of volunteers, whom they had induced by strong appeals to come forward. With this, they advanced by cross marches through the territory of Caere, and surprised the Tarquinians as they were returning heavily laden with booty. They slew great numbers, stripped the whole force of their baggage, and returned with the recovered possessions from their farms to Rome. 2 days were allowed for the owners to identify their property. What was unclaimed on the 3rd day, most of it belonging to the enemy, was sold under the spear, and the proceeds distributed amongst the soldiers. The issues of the other wars, especially of that against Veii, were still undecided, and the Romans were already despairing of success through their own efforts, and were looking to the fates and the gods, when the embassy returned from Delphi with the sentence of the oracle. It was in accord with the answer given by the Veientine soothsayer, and ran as follows, quote, "See to it, Roman, that the rising flood at Alba flow not o'er its banks and shape, its channel seawards, harmless through thy fields, shalt thou disperse it, scattered into rills, then fiercely press it upon thy foeman's walls. For now the fates have given thee victory. That city which long years thou hast besieged shall now be thine, and when the war hath end, do thou, the victor, bear an ample gift into my temple, and the ancestral rites, now in disuse, see that thou celebrate anew with all their wonted pomp." End quote. 17. From that time the captive prophet began to be held in very high esteem, and the consular tribunes, Cornelius and Postumius, began to make use of him for the expiation of the Alban portent, and the proper method of appeasing the gods. At length it was discovered why the gods were visiting men for neglected ceremonies and religious duties unperformed. It was, in fact, due to nothing else but the fact that there was a flaw in the election of the magistrates, and consequently they had not proclaimed the festival of the Latin League and the sacrifice on the Alban Mount with due formalities. There was only one possible mode of expiation, and that was that the consular tribune should resign office, the auspices to be taken entirely afresh, and an interrex appointed. All these measures were carried out by a decree of the Senate. There were 3 interrogees in succession: Lucius Valerius, Quintus Servilius Fidenas, and Marcus Furius Camillus. During all this time there were incessant disturbances owing to the tribunes of the plebs hindering the elections, until an understanding was come to that the majority of the consular tribunes should be elected from the plebeians. Whilst this was going on, the National Council of Etruria met at the fane of Vol.1. The Capenates and the Faliscans demanded that all the cantons of Etruria should unite in common action to raise the siege of Veii. They were told in reply that assistance had been previously refused to the Veientians, because they had no right to seek help from those whose advice they had not sought in a matter of such importance. Now, however, it was their unfortunate circumstances, and not their will, that compelled them to refuse. The Gauls, a strange and unknown race, had recently overrun the greatest part of Etruria, and they were not on terms of either assured peace or open war with them. They would, however, do this much for those of their blood and name, considering the imminent danger of their kinsmen. If any of their younger men volunteered for the war, they would not prevent their going. The report spread in Rome that a large number had reached Veii, and in the general alarm the internal dissensions, as usual, began to calm down. 18. The prerogative centuries elected Publius Licinius Calvus consular tribune, though he was not a candidate. His appointment was not at all distasteful to the Senate, for when in office before, he had shown himself a man of moderate views. He was, however, advanced in years. As the voting proceeded, it became clear that all who had been formerly his colleagues in office were being reappointed one after another. They were Lucius Titinius, Publius Manius, Quintus Manlius, Cneius Genucius, and Lucius Attilius. After the tribes had been duly summoned to hear the declaration of the poll, but before it was actually published, Publius Licinius Calvus, by permission of the interrex, spoke as follows, quote, "I see, Quirites, that from what you remember of our former tenure of office, you are seeking in these elections an omen of concord for the coming year, a thing most of all helpful in the present state of affairs. But whilst you are re-electing my old comrades, who have become wiser and stronger by experience, you see in me not the man I was, but only a mere shadow, and name of Publius Licinius. My bodily powers are worn out, my sight and hearing are impaired, my memory is failing, my mental vigour is dulled. Here," he said, holding his son by the hand, "is a young man, the image and counterpart of him who, in days gone by, you elected as the first consular tribune, taken from the ranks of the plebs. This young man, whom I have trained and moulded, I now hand over and dedicate to the Republic to take my place, and I beg you, Quirites, to confer this honour which you have bestowed unsought on me, on him who is seeking it, and whose candidature I would fain support and further by my prayers." End quote. His request was granted, and his son Publius Licinius was formally announced as consular tribune with those above mentioned. Titinius and Genucius marched against the Faliscans and Capanates, but they proceeded with more courage than caution, and fell into an ambuscade. Genucius atoned for his rashness by an honourable death, and fell fighting amongst the foremost. Titinius rallied his men from the disorder into which they had fallen, and gained some rising ground, where he reformed his line, but would not come down to continue the fight on level terms. More disgrace was incurred than loss, but it almost resulted in a terrible disaster, so great the alarm it created not only in Rome, where very exaggerated accounts were received, but also in the camp before Veii. Here a rumour had gained ground that after the destruction of the generals and their army, the victorious Capanates and Faliscans, and the whole military strength of Etruria had proceeded to Veii, and were at no great distance. In consequence of this, the soldiers were with difficulty restrained from taking to flight. Still more disquieting rumours were current in Rome. At one moment they imagined that the camp before Veii had been stormed, at another that a part of the enemy's forces was in full march to the city. They hurried to the walls. The matrons, whom the general alarm had drawn from their homes, made prayers and supplications in the temples. Solemn petitions were offered up to the gods that they would ward off destruction from the houses and temples of the city, and from the walls of Rome, and divert the fears and alarms to Veii, if the sacred rites had been duly restored, and the portents expiated. 19. The capture of Veii. By this time the games and the Latin festival had been celebrated afresh, and the water drawn off from the Alban lake in the fields, and now fated doom was closing over Veii. Accordingly, the commander destined by the fates for the destruction of that city and the salvation of his country, Marcus Furius Camillus, was nominated dictator. He appointed as his master of the horse Publius Cornelius Scipio. With the change in the command, everything else suddenly changed. Men's hopes were different, their spirits were different, even the fortunes of the city wore a different aspect. His first measure was to execute military justice upon those who had fled during the panic from the camp, and he made the soldiers realize that it was not the enemy who was the most to be feared. He then appointed a day for the enrolment of troops, and in the interim went to Veii to encourage the soldiers, after which he returned to Rome to raise a fresh army. Not a man tried to escape enlistment. Even foreign troops, Latins and Hernicans, came to offer assistance for the war. The dictator formally thanked them in the Senate, and as all the preparations for war were now sufficiently advanced, he vowed, in pursuance of a senatorial decree, that on the capture of Veii he would celebrate the great games and restore and dedicate the temple of Matuta the Mother, which had been originally dedicated by Servius Tullius. He left the city with his army amid a general feeling of anxious expectation rather than of hopeful confidence on the part of the citizens, and his first engagement was with the Faliscans and Capanates in the territory of Nepete. As usual, where everything was managed with consummate skill and prudence, success followed. He not only defeated the enemy in the field, but he stripped them of their camp and secured immense booty. The greater part was sold, and the proceeds paid over to the quaestor, the smaller share was given to the soldiers. From there the army was led to Veii. The forts were constructed more closely together. Frequent skirmishes had occurred at random in the space between the city wall and the Roman lines, and an edict was issued that none should fight without orders, thereby keeping the soldiers to the construction of the siege works. By far the greatest and most difficult of these was a mine, which was commenced and designed to lead into the enemy's citadel. That the work might not be interrupted, or the troops exhausted by the same men being continuously employed in underground labour, he formed the army into 6 divisions. Each division was told off in rotation to work for 6 hours at a time. The work went on without any intermission until they had made a way into the citadel. 20. When the dictator saw that victory was now within his grasp, that a very wealthy city was on the point of capture, and that there would be more booty than had been amassed in all the previous wars taken together, he was anxious to avoid incurring the anger of the soldiers through too niggardly a distribution of it on the one hand, and the jealousy of the Senate through too lavish a grant of it on the other. He sent a dispatch to the Senate, in which he stated that, through the gracious favour of heaven, his own generalship, and the persevering efforts of his soldiers, Veii would, in a very few hours, be in the power of Rome, and he asked for their decision as to the disposal of the booty. The Senate were divided. It is reported that the aged Publius Licinius, who was the first to be asked his opinion by his son, urged that the people should receive public notice that whoever wanted to share in the spoils should go to the camp at Veii. Appius Claudius took the opposite line. He stigmatized the proposed largesse as unprecedented, wasteful, unfair, reckless. If, he said, they once thought it sinful for money taken from the enemy to line the treasury, drained as it had been by the wars, he would advise that the pay of soldiers be supplied from that source, so that the plebs might have so much less tax to pay. Quote, the homes of all would feel alike the benefit of a common boon. The rewards won by brave warriors would not be filched by the hands of city loafers, ever greedy for plunder, for it so constantly happens that those who usually seek the foremost place in toil and danger are the least active in appropriating the spoils. End quote. Licinius, on the other hand, said that, quote, this money would always be regarded with suspicion and aversion, and would supply material for indictments before the plebs, and consequently bring about disturbances and revolutionary measures. It was better, therefore, that the plebs should be conciliated by this gift, that those who had been crushed and exhausted by so many years of taxation should be relieved and get some enjoyment from the spoils of war, in which they had almost become old men. When anyone brings home something he has taken from the enemy with his own hand, it affords him more pleasure and gratification than if he were to receive many times its value at the bidding of another. The dictator had referred the question to the Senate because he wanted to avoid the odium and misrepresentations which it might occasion. The Senate, in its turn, ought to entrust it to the plebs, and allow each to keep what fortune of war has given him. End quote. This was felt to be the safer course, as it would make the Senate popular. Notice accordingly was given that those who thought fit should go to the dictator in camp to share in the plunder of Veii. 21. An enormous crowd went and filled the camp. After the dictator had taken the auspices and issued orders for the soldiers to arm for battle, he uttered this prayer, quote, Pythian Apollo, guided and inspired by thy will, I go forth to destroy the city of Veii, and 1/10 part of its spoils I devote to thee. Thee too, Queen Juno, who now dwellest in Veii, I beseech that thou wouldst follow us, after our victory, to the city which is ours, and which will soon be thine, where a temple worthy of thy majesty will receive thee." End quote. After this prayer, finding himself superior in numbers, he attacked the city on all sides to distract the enemy's attention from the impending danger of the mine. The Veientines, all unconscious that their doom had already been sealed by their own prophets and by oracles in foreign lands, that some of the gods had already been invited to share in the spoils, whilst others, called upon in prayer to leave their city, were looking to new abodes in the temples of their foes, all unconscious that they were spending their last day, without the slightest suspicion that their walls had been undermined, and their citadel, already filled with the enemy, hurried with their weapons to the walls, each as best he could, wondering what had happened to make the Romans, after never stirring from their lines for so many days, now run recklessly up to the walls as though struck with sudden frenzy. At this point, a tale is introduced to the effect that whilst the king of the Veientines was offering sacrifice, the soothsayer announced that victory would be granted to him who had cut out the sacrificial parts of the victim. His words were heard by the soldiers in the mine. They burst through, seized the parts, and carried them to the dictator. But in questions of such remote antiquity, I should count it sufficient if what bears the stamp of probability be taken as true. Statements like this, which are more fitted to adorn a stage which delights in the marvellous than to inspire belief, it is not worthwhile either to affirm or deny. The mine, which was now full of picked soldiers, suddenly discharged its armed force in the temple of Juno, which was inside the citadel of Veii. Some attacked the enemy on the walls from behind, others forced back the bars of the gates, others again set fire to the houses from which the stones and tiles were being hurled by women and slaves. Everything resounded with the confused noise of terrifying threats and shrieks of despairing anguish, blended with the wailing of women and children. In a very short time, the defenders were driven from the walls, and the city gates flung open. Some rushed in close order, others scaled the deserted walls. The city was filled with Romans. Fighting went on everywhere. At length, after great carnage, the fighting slackened, and the dictator ordered the heralds to proclaim that the unarmed were to be spared. That put a stop to the bloodshed. Those who were unarmed began to surrender, and the soldiers dispersed with the dictator's permission in quest of booty. This far surpassed all expectation, both in its amount and its value, and when the dictator saw it before him, he is reported to have raised his hands to heaven, and prayed that if any of the gods deemed the good fortune which had befallen him and the Romans to be too great, the jealousy which it caused might be allayed by such a calamity as would be least injurious to him and to Rome. The tradition runs that whilst he was turning round during this devotion, he stumbled and fell. To those who judged after the event, it appeared as if that omen pointed to Camillus's own condemnation and the subsequent capture of Rome, which occurred a few years later. That day was spent in the massacre of the enemy and the sack of the city with its enormous wealth. 22. The following day, the dictator sold all freemen who had been spared as slaves. The money so realized was the only amount paid into the public treasury, but even that proceeding roused the ire of the plebs. As for the spoil they brought home with them, they did not acknowledge themselves under any obligation for it either to their general, who they thought had referred a matter within his own competence to the Senate, in the hope of getting their authority for his niggardliness, nor did they feel any gratitude to the Senate. It was the Licinian family to whom they gave the credit, for it was the father who had advocated the popular measure, and the son who had taken the opinion of the Senate upon it. When all that belonged to man had been carried away from Veii, they began to remove from the temples the votive gifts that had been made to the gods, and then the gods themselves. But this they did as worshippers rather than as plunderers. The deportation of Queen Juno to Rome was entrusted to a body of men selected from the whole army, who, after performing their ablutions and arraying themselves in white vestments, reverently entered the temple, and, in a spirit of holy dread, placed their hands on the statue, for it was, as a rule, only the priest of one particular house who, by Etruscan usage, touched it. Then one of them, either under a sudden inspiration or in a spirit of youthful mirth, said, "Art thou willing, Juno, to go to Rome?" The rest exclaimed that the goddess nodded assent. An addition to the story was made to the effect that she was heard to say, "I am willing." At all events, we have it that she was moved from her place by appliances of little power, and proved light and easy of transport, as though she were following of her own accord. She was brought without mishap to the Aventine, her everlasting seat, whither the prayers of the Roman dictator had called her, and where this same Camillus afterwards dedicated the temple which he had vowed. Such was the fall of Veii, the most wealthy city of the Etruscan League, showing its greatness even in its final overthrow, since after being besieged for 10 summers and winters, and inflicting more loss than it sustained, it succumbed at last to destiny, being after all carried by a mine, and not by direct assault. 23. Although the portents had been averted by due expiation, and the answers given by the soothsayer and the oracle were matters of common knowledge, and all that man could do had been done by the selection of Marcus Furius, the greatest of all commanders, notwithstanding all this, when the capture of Veii was announced in Rome, after so many years of undecided warfare and numerous defeats, the rejoicing was as great as if there had been no hope of success. Anticipating the order of the Senate, all the temples were filled with Roman mothers, offering thanksgiving to the gods. The Senate ordered that the public thanksgivings should be contained for 4 days, a longer period than for any previous war. The arrival of the dictator, too, whom all classes poured out to meet, was welcomed by a greater concourse than that of any general before. His triumph went far beyond the usual mode of celebrating the day. Himself the most conspicuous object of all, he was drawn into the city by a team of white horses, which men thought unbecoming even for a mortal man, let alone a Roman citizen. They saw with superstitious alarm the dictator putting himself on a level with his equipage with Jupiter and Sol, and this one circumstance made his triumph more brilliant than popular. After this, he signed a contract for building the temple of Queen Juno on the Aventine, and dedicated one to Matuta, the mother. After having thus discharged his duties to gods and men, he resigned his dictatorship. Subsequently, a difficulty arose about the offering to Apollo. Camillus stated that he had vowed 1/10 of the spoils to the deity, and the College of Pontiffs decided that the people must fulfill their religious obligation. But it was not easy to find a way of ordering the people to restore their share of booty, so that the due proportion might be set apart for sacred purposes. At length, recourse was had to what seemed the smoothest plan, namely, that anyone who wished to discharge the obligation for himself and his household should make a valuation of his share and contribute the value of 1/10 of it to the public treasury, in order that out of the proceeds a golden crown might be made, worthy of the grandeur of the temple, and the august divinity of the god, and such as the honour of the Roman people demanded. This contribution still further estranged the feelings of the plebeians from Camillus. During these occurrences, envoys from the Volscians and the Aequi came to sue for peace. They succeeded in obtaining it, not so much because they deserved it, as that the Commonwealth, wearied with such a long war, might enjoy repose. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tad Davis. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy. Translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, Chapters 24 to 32. Chapter 24. Internal dissensions arising from the conquest of Veii. The year following the capture of Veii had, for the 6 consular tribunes, 2 of the Publii Cornelii, namely Cassus and Scipio, Marcus Valerius Maximus, for the 2nd time, Caeso Fabius Ambustus, for the 3rd time, Lucius Furius Medullinus, for the 5th time, and Quintus Servilius, for the 3rd time. The war against the Faliscans was allotted to the Cornelii, that against Capini to Valerius and Servilius. They did not make any attempt to take cities, either by assault or investment, but confined themselves to ravaging the country and carrying off the property of the agriculturists. Not a single fruit tree, no produce whatever, was left on the land. These losses broke the resistance of the Capanates. They sued for peace, and it was granted them. Amongst the Faliscans the war went on. In Rome, meanwhile, disturbances arose on various matters. In order to quiet them, it had been decided to plant a colony on the Volscian frontier, and the names of 3,000 Roman citizens were entered for it. Triumvirs appointed for the purpose had divided the land into lots of 3 7/12 jugera per man. This grant began to be looked upon with contempt. They regarded it as a sop offered to them to divert them from hoping for something better. Why, they asked, were plebeians to be sent into banishment amongst the Volscians when the splendid city of Veii and the territory of the Veientines was within view, more fertile and more ample than the territory of Rome? Whether in respect of its situation or of the magnificence of its public and private buildings and its open spaces, they gave that city the preference over Rome. They even brought forward a proposal, which met with still more support after the capture of Rome by the Gauls, for migrating to Veii. They intended, however, that Veii should be inhabited by a portion of the plebs and a part of the Senate. They thought it a feasible project that 2 separate cities should be inhabited by the Roman people and form one state. In opposition to these proposals, the nobility went so far as to declare that they would sooner die before the eyes of the Roman people than that any of those schemes should be put to the vote. If, they argued, there was so much dissension in one city, what would there be in 2? Could anyone possibly prefer a conquered to a conquering city and allow Veii to enjoy a greater good fortune after its capture than while it stood safe? It was possible that in the end they might be left behind in their native city by their fellow citizens, but no power on earth would compel them to abandon their native city and their fellow citizens in order to follow Titus Livius, the proposer of this measure, to Veii as its new founder, and so abandon Romulus, a god and the son of a god, the father and creator of the city of Rome. Chapter 25. This discussion was attended by disgraceful quarrels, for the Senate had drawn over a section of the tribunes of the plebs to their view, and the only thing that restrained the plebeians from offering personal violence was the use which the patricians made of their personal influence. Whenever shouts were raised to get up a brawl, the leaders of the Senate were the first to go into the crowd and tell them to vent their rage on them, to beat and kill them. The mob shrank from offering violence to men of their age and rank and distinction, and this feeling prevented them from attacking the other patricians. Camillus went about delivering harangues everywhere, and saying that it was no wonder that the citizens had gone mad, for though bound by a vow, they showed more anxiety about everything than about discharging their religious obligations. He would say nothing about the contribution, which was really a sacred offering rather than a tithe, and since each individual bound himself to a tenth, the state as such was free from the obligation. But his conscience would not allow him to keep silence about the assertion that the tenth only applied to movables, and that no mention was made of the city and its territory, which were also really included in the vow. As the Senate considered the question a difficult one to decide, they referred it to the pontiffs, and Camillus was invited to discuss it with them. They decided that of all that had belonged to the Veientines before the vow was uttered, and had subsequently passed into the power of Rome, a tenth part was sacred to Apollo. Thus the city and territory came into the estimate. The money was drawn from the treasury, and the consular tribunes were commissioned to purchase gold with it. As there was not a sufficient supply, the matrons, after meeting to talk the matter over, made themselves by common consent responsible to the tribunes for the gold, and sent all their trinkets to the treasury. The Senate were in the highest degree grateful for this, and the tradition goes that in return for this munificence, the matrons had conferred upon them the honor of driving to sacred festivals and games in a carriage, and on holy days and work-days in a two-wheeled car. The gold received from each was appraised in order that the proper amount of money might be paid for it, and it was decided that a golden bowl should be made and carried to Delphi as a gift to Apollo. When the religious question no longer claimed their attention, the tribunes of the plebs renewed their agitation. The passions of the populace were aroused against all the leading men, most of all against Camillus. They said that by devoting the spoils of Veii to the state and to the gods, he had reduced them to nothing. They attacked the senators furiously in their absence. When they were present and confronted their rage, shame kept them silent. As soon as the plebeians saw that the matter would be carried over into the following year, they reappointed the supporters of the proposal as their tribunes. The patricians devoted themselves to securing the same support for those who had vetoed the proposal. Consequently, nearly all the same tribunes of the plebs were re-elected. Chapter 26. The Conquest of Falerii. In the election of consular tribunes, the patricians succeeded by the utmost exertions in securing the return of Marcus Furius Camillus. They pretended that in view of the wars they were providing themselves with a general. Their real object was to get a man who would oppose the corrupt policy of the plebeian tribunes. His comrades in the tribuneship were Lucius Furius Medullinus, for the 6th time, Gaius Aemilius, Lucius Valerius Publicola, Spurius Postumius, and Publius Cornelius for the 2nd time. At the beginning of the year, the tribunes of the plebs made no move until Camillus left for operations against the Faliscans, the theater of war assigned to him. This delay took the heart out of their agitation, whilst Camillus, the adversary whom they most dreaded, was gaining fresh glory amongst the Faliscans. At first the enemy kept within their walls, thinking this the safest course, but by devastating their fields and burning their farms, he compelled them to come outside their city. They were afraid to go very far, and fixed their camp about a mile away. The only thing which gave them any sense of security was the difficulty of approaching it, as all the country round was rough and broken, and the roads narrow in some parts, in others steep. Camillus, however, had gained information from a prisoner captured in the neighborhood, and made him act as guide. After breaking up his camp in the dead of night, he showed himself at daybreak in a position considerably higher than the enemy. The Romans of the third line began to entrench. The rest of the army stood ready for battle. Note: the third line were veteran troops, generally acting as reserves, and their steadiness often restored a battle when the first and second lines had given way. End of note. When the enemy attempted to hinder the work of entrenchment, he defeated them and put them to flight, and such a panic seized the Faliscans that in their disorderly flight they were carried past their own camp, which was nearer to them, and made for their city. Many were killed and wounded before they could get inside their gates. The camp was taken, the booty sold, and the proceeds paid over to the quaestors, to the intense indignation of the soldiers. But they were overawed by the sternness of their general's discipline, and though they hated his firmness, at the same time they admired it. The city was now invested, and regular siege works were constructed. For some time the townsmen used to attack the Roman outposts whenever they saw an opportunity, and frequent skirmishes took place. Time went on, and hope inclined to neither side. Corn and other supplies had been previously collected, and the besieged were better provisioned than the besiegers. The task seemed likely to be as long as it had been at Veii, had not fortune given the Roman commander an opportunity of displaying that greatness of mind which had already been proved in deeds of war, and so secured him an early victory. Chapter 27. It was the custom of the Faliscans to employ the same person as the master and also as the attendant of their children, and several boys used to be entrusted to one man's care, a custom which prevails in Greece at the present time. Naturally, the man who had the highest reputation for learning was appointed to instruct the children of the principal men. This man had started the practice in the time of peace of taking the boys outside the gates for games and exercise, and he kept up the practice after the war had begun, taking them sometimes a shorter, sometimes a longer distance from the city gate. Seizing a favorable opportunity, he kept up the games and the conversations longer than usual, and went on till he was in the midst of the Roman outposts. He then took them into the camp and up to Camillus in the headquarters tent. There he aggravated his villainous act by a still more villainous utterance. He had, he said, given Falerii into the hands of the Romans, since those boys whose fathers were at the head of affairs in the city were now placed in their power. On hearing this, Camillus replied, "You, villain, have not come with your villainous offer to a nation or a commander like yourself. Between us and the Faliscans there is no fellowship based on a formal compact, as between man and man, but the fellowship which is based on natural instincts exists between us, and will continue to do so. There are rights of war as there are rights of peace, and we have learnt to wage our wars with justice no less than with courage. We do not use our weapons against those of an age which is spared even in the capture of cities, but against those who are armed as we are, and who, without any injury or provocation from us, attacked the Roman camp at Veii. These men you, as far as you could, have vanquished by an unprecedented act of villainy. I shall vanquish them, as I vanquished Veii, by Roman arts, by courage and strategy and force of arms." He then ordered him to be stripped and his hands tied behind his back, and delivered him up to the boys, to be taken back to Falerii, and gave them rods with which to scourge the traitor into the city. The people came in crowds to see the sight. The magistrates thereupon convened the Senate to discuss the extraordinary incident, and in the end such a revulsion of feeling took place that the very people who in the madness of their rage and hatred would almost sooner have shared the fate of Veii than obtained the peace which Capena enjoyed, now found themselves in company with the whole city asking for peace. The Roman sense of honor, the commander's love of justice, were in all men's mouths in the Forum and in the Senate, and in accordance with the universal wish, ambassadors were dispatched to Camillus in the camp, and with his sanction to the Senate in Rome, to make the surrender of Falerii. On being introduced to the Senate, they are reported to have made the following speech. Senators, vanquished by you and your general through a victory which none, whether God or man, can censure, we surrender ourselves to you, for we think it better to live under your sway than under our own laws, and this is the greatest glory that a conqueror can attain. Through the issue of this war, 2 salutary precedents have been set for mankind. You have preferred the honor of a soldier to a victory which was in your hands. We, challenged by your good faith, have voluntarily given you that victory. We are at your disposal. Send men to receive our arms, to receive the hostages, to receive the city whose gates stand open to you. Never shall you have cause to complain of our loyalty, nor we of your rule. Thanks were accorded to Camillus both by the enemy and by his own countrymen. The Faliscans were ordered to supply the pay of the troops for that year, in order that the Roman people might be free from the war tax. After the peace was granted, the army was marched back to Rome. Chapter 28. After thus subduing the enemy by his justice and good faith, Camillus returned to the city invested with a much nobler glory than when white horses drew him through it in his triumph. The Senate could not withstand the delicate reproof of his silence, but at once proceeded to free him from his vow. Lucius Valerius, Lucius Sergius, and Aulus Manlius were appointed as a deputation to carry the golden bowl, made as a gift to Apollo, to Delphi, but the solitary warship in which they were sailing was captured by Liparian pirates not far from the Straits of Sicily and taken to the islands of Lipari. Piracy was regarded as a kind of state institution, and it was the custom for the government to distribute the plunder thus acquired. That year the supreme magistracy was held by Timesitheus, a man more akin to the Romans in character than to his own countrymen. As he himself reverenced the name and office of the ambassadors, the gift they had in charge, and the God to whom it was being sent, so he inspired the multitude, who generally share the views of their ruler, with a proper religious sense of their duty. The deputation were conducted to the state guest house, and from there sent on their way to Delphi with the protecting escort of ships. He then brought them back safe to Rome. Friendly relations were established with him on the part of the state, and presents bestowed upon him. War with the Aequi. During this year there was war with the Aequi, of so undecided a character that it was a matter of uncertainty, both in the armies themselves and in Rome, whether they were victorious or vanquished. The 2 consular tribunes, Gaius Aemilius and Spurius Postumius, were in command of the Roman army. At first they carried on joint operations. After the enemy had been routed in the field, they arranged that Aemilius should hold Virugo, whilst Postumius devastated their territory. Whilst he was marching somewhat carelessly after his success, with his men out of order, he was attacked by the Aequi, and such a panic ensued that his troops were driven to the nearest hills, and the alarm spread even to the other army at Virugo. After they had retreated to a safe position, Postumius summoned his men to assembly, and severely rebuked them for their panic and flight, and for having been routed by such a cowardly and easily defeated foe. With one voice the army exclaimed that his reproaches were deserved. They had, they confessed, behaved disgracefully, but they would themselves repair their fault. The enemy would not long have cause for rejoicing. They asked him to lead them at once against the enemy's camp. It was in full view down in the plain, and no punishment would be too severe if they failed to take it before nightfall. He commended their eagerness, and ordered them to refresh themselves and to be ready by the 4th watch. The enemy, expecting the Romans to attempt a nocturnal flight from their hill, were posted to cut them off from the road leading to Virugo. The action commenced before dawn, but as there was a moon all night, the battle was as clearly visible as if it had been fought by day. The shouting reached Virugo, and they believed that the Roman camp was being attacked. This created such a panic that, in spite of all the appeals of Aemilius in his efforts to restrain them, the garrison broke away and fled in scattered groups to Tusculum. Thence the rumor was carried to Rome that Postumius and his army were slain. As soon as the rising dawn had removed all apprehensions of a surprise, in case the pursuit was carried too far, Postumius rode down the ranks, demanding the fulfillment of their promise. The enthusiasm of the troops was so roused that the Aequi no longer withstood the attack. Then followed a slaughter of the fugitives, such as might be expected where men are actuated by rage even more than by courage. The army was destroyed. The doleful report from Tusculum and the groundless fears of the city were followed by a laurel dispatch from Postumius announcing the victory of Rome and the annihilation of the Aequian army. Note: the dispatch, in which a victorious general announced his success, was wrapped in a wreath of bay leaves. End of note. Chapter 29. Domestic Politics. As the agitation of the tribunes of the plebs had so far been without result, the plebeians exerted themselves to secure the continuance in office of the proposers of the land measure, whilst the patricians strove for the re-election of those who had vetoed it. The plebeians, however, carried the election, and the Senate, in revenge for this mortification, passed a resolution for the appointment of consuls, the magistracy which the plebs detested. After 15 years, consuls were once more elected in the persons of Lucius Lucretius Flavus and Servius Sulpicius Camerinus. At the beginning of the year, as none of their college was disposed to interpose his veto, the tribunes were combined in a determined effort to carry their measure, while the consuls, for the same reason, offered a no less strenuous resistance. Whilst all the citizens were preoccupied with this struggle, the Aequi successfully attacked the Roman colony at Vitellia, which was situated in their territory. Most of the colonists were uninjured, for the fact of its treacherous capture taking place in the night gave them the chance of escaping in the opposite direction from the enemy and reaching Rome. That field of operations fell to Lucius Lucretius. He advanced against the enemy and defeated them in a regular engagement, and then came back victorious to Rome, where a still more serious contest awaited him. A day had been fixed for the prosecution of Aulus Virginius and Quintus Pomponius, who had been tribunes of the plebs 2 years previously. The Senate unanimously agreed that their honor was concerned in defending them, for no one brought any charge against them touching their private life or their public action. The only ground of indictment was that it was to please the Senate that they had exercised their veto. The influence of the Senate, however, was overborne by the angry temper of the plebeians, and a most vicious precedent was set by the condemnation of those innocent men to a fine of 10,000 asses each. The Senate were extremely distressed. Camillus openly accused the plebeians of treason in turning against their own magistrates, because they did not see that through this iniquitous judgment they had taken from their tribunes the power of veto, and in depriving them of that had overthrown their power. They were deceived if they expected the Senate to put up with the absence of any restraint upon the license of that magistracy. If the violence of tribunes could not be met by the veto of tribunes, the Senate would find another weapon. He poured blame on the consuls also for having silently allowed the honor of the state to be compromised in the case of tribunes who had followed the instructions of the Senate. By openly repeating these charges, he embittered the feeling of the populace more every day. Chapter 30. The Senate, on the other hand, he was perpetually inciting to oppose the measure. Note: that is, the proposal to make Veii a second Rome. End of note. They must not, he said, go down to the forum when the day came for voting on it in any other temper than that of men who realized that they would have to fight for their hearths and altars, for the temples of the gods, and even for the soil on which they had been born. As for himself, if he dared to think of his own reputation when his country's existence was at stake, it would be indeed an honor to him that the city which he had taken should become a popular resort, that that memorial of his glory should give him daily delight, that he should have before his eyes the city which had been carried in his triumphal procession, and that all should tread in the track of his renown. Note: Livy is thinking here of the custom, at a later time, of carrying pictures or models of conquered towns in the triumphal procession. End of note. But he considered it an offense against heaven for a city to be repeopled after it had been deserted and abandoned by the gods, or for the Roman people to dwell on a soil enslaved and change the conquering country for a conquered one. Roused by these appeals of their leader, the senators, old and young, came down in a body to the forum when the proposal was being put to the vote. They dispersed among the tribes, and each taking his fellow tribesmen by the hand, implored them with tears not to desert the fatherland, for which they and their fathers had fought so bravely and so successfully. They pointed to the capital, the Temple of Vesta, and the other divine temples round them, and besought them not to drive the Roman people as homeless exiles from their ancestral soil and their household gods into the city of their foes. They even went so far as to say that it were better that Veii had never been taken than that Rome should be deserted. As they were having recourse not to violence but to entreaties, and were interspersing their entreaties with frequent mention of the gods, it became for the majority of voters a religious question, and the measure was defeated by a majority of one tribe. The Senate were so delighted at their victory that on the following day a resolution was passed, at the instance of the consuls, that 7 jugera of the Veientine territory should be allotted to each plebeian, and not to the heads of families only. Account was taken of all the children in the house, that men might be willing to bring up children in the hope that they would receive their share. Chapter 31. Various Wars. This bounty soothed the feelings of the plebs, and no opposition was offered to the election of consuls. The two elected were Lucius Valerius Potitus and Marcus Manlius, who afterwards received the title of Capitolinus. They celebrated the great games which Marcus Furius had vowed when dictator in the Veientine War. In the same year, the temple of Queen Juno, which he had also vowed at the same time, was dedicated, and the tradition runs that this dedication excited great interest amongst the matrons, who were present in large numbers. An unimportant campaign was conducted against the Aequi on Algidus. The enemy were routed almost before they came to close quarters. Valerius had shown greater energy in following up the fugitives. He was accordingly decreed a triumph, Manlius an ovation. In the same year a new enemy appeared in the Volsinians. Owing to famine and pestilence in the district round Rome, in consequence of excessive heat and drought, it was impossible for an army to march. This emboldened the Volsinians in conjunction with the Salpinates to make inroads upon Roman territory. Thereupon war was declared against the two states. Gaius Julius the censor died, and Marcus Cornelius was appointed in his place. This proceeding was afterwards regarded as an offense against religion, because it was during that lustrum that Rome was taken, and no one has ever since been appointed as censor in the room of one deceased. The consuls were attacked by the epidemic, so it was decided that the auspices should be taken afresh by an interrex. The consuls accordingly resigned office in compliance with a resolution of the Senate, and Marcus Furius Camillus was appointed interrex. He appointed Publius Cornelius Scipio as his successor, and Scipio appointed Lucius Valerius Potitus. The last named appointed 6 consular tribunes, so that if any of them became incapacitated through illness, there might still be a sufficiency of magistrates to administer the republic. Chapter 32. These were Lucius Lucretius, Servius Sulpicius, Marcus Aemilius, Lucius Furius Medellinus for the 7th time, Agrippa Furius, and Gaius Aemilius for the 2nd time. They entered upon office on the 1st of July. Lucius Lucretius and Gaius Aemilius were charged with the campaign against the Volsinians, Agrippa Furius and Servius Sulpicius with the one against the Salpinates. The first action took place with the Volsinians. An immense number of the enemy were engaged, but the fighting was by no means severe. Their line was scattered at the first shock. 8,000 who were surrounded by the cavalry laid down their arms and surrendered. On hearing of this battle, the Salpinates would not trust themselves to a regular engagement in the field, but sought the protection of their walls. The Romans carried off plunder in all directions from both the Salbonati and Volsinian territories without meeting any resistance. At last the Volsinians, tired of the war, obtained a truce for 20 years on condition that they paid an indemnity for their previous raid and supplied the year's pay for the army. Banishment of Camillus. It was in this year that Marcus Caedicius, a member of the plebs, reported to the tribunes that whilst he was in the Via Nova, where the chapel now stands, above the Temple of Vesta, he heard in the silence of the night a voice more powerful than any human voice, bidding the magistrates be told that the Gauls were approaching. No notice was taken of this, partly owing to the humble rank of the informant, and partly because the Gauls were a distant and therefore an unknown nation. It was not the monitions of the gods only that were set at naught in face of the coming doom. The one human aid which they had against it, Marcus Furius Camillus, was removed from the city. He was impeached by the plebeian tribune Lucius Apuleius for his action with reference to the spoils of Veii, and at the time had just been bereaved of his son. He invited the members of his tribe and his clients, who formed a considerable part of the plebs, to his house, and sounded their feelings towards him. They told him that they would pay whatever fine was imposed, but it was impossible for them to acquit him. Thereupon he went into exile, after offering up a prayer to the immortal gods that if he were suffering wrongfully as an innocent man, they would make his ungrateful citizens very soon feel the need of him. He was condemned in his absence to pay a fine of 15,000 asses. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Maynard. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, Chapters 33 to 42. Chapter 33. The Migrations of the Gauls into Italy. After the expulsion of that citizens whose presence, if there is anything certain in human affairs, would have made the capture of Rome impossible, the doom of the fated city swiftly approached. Ambassadors came from Clusium, begging for assistance against the Gauls. The tradition is that this nation, attracted by the report of the delicious fruits and especially of the wine, a novel pleasure to them, crossed the Alps and occupied the lands formerly cultivated by the Etruscans, and that Aruns of Clusium imported wine into Gaul in order to allure them into Italy. His wife had been seduced by a Lucumo, to whom he was guardian, and from whom, being a young man of considerable influence, it was impossible to get redress without getting help from abroad. In revenge, Aruns led the Gauls across the Alps and prompted them to attack Clusium. I would not deny that the Gauls were conducted to Clusium by Aruns or someone else living there, but it is quite clear that those who attacked that city were not the first who crossed the Alps. As a matter of fact, Gauls crossed into Italy 2 centuries before they attacked Clusium and took Rome. Nor were the Clusines the first Etruscans with whom the Gaulish armies came into conflict. Long before that, they had fought many battles with the Etruscans who dwelt between the Apennines and the Alps. Before the Roman supremacy, the power of the Tuscans was widely extended both by sea and land. How far it extended over the 2 seas by which Italy is surrounded like an island is proved by the names, for the nations of Italy call the one the Tuscan Sea, from the general designation of the people, and the other the Adriatic, from Atria, a Tuscan colony. The Greeks also call them the Tyrrhene and the Adriatic. The districts stretching towards either sea were inhabited by them. They first settled on this side the Apennines by the western sea in 12 cities. Afterwards they founded 12 colonies beyond the Apennines, corresponding to the number of the mother cities. These colonies held the whole of the country beyond the Po as far as the Alps, with the exception of the corner inhabited by the Veneti, who dwelt round an arm of the sea. The Alpine tribes are undoubtedly of the same stock, especially the Rhaeti, who had, through the nature of their country, become so uncivilized that they retained no trace of their original condition except their language, and even this was not free from corruption. Chapter 34. About the passage of the Gauls into Italy, we have received the following account. Whilst Tarquinius Priscus was king of Rome, the supreme power among the Celts, who formed a third part of the whole of Gaul, was in the hands of the Bituriges. They used to furnish the king for the whole Celtic race. Ambigatus was king at that time, a man eminent for his own personal courage and prosperity, as much as for those of his dominions. During his sway, the harvests were so abundant and the population increased so rapidly in Gaul that the government of such vast numbers seemed almost impossible. He was now an old man, and anxious to relieve his realm from the burden of overpopulation. With this view he signified his intention of sending his sister's sons, Belovisus and Segovisus, both enterprising young men, to settle in whatever locality the gods should by augury assign to them. They were to invite as many as wished to accompany them, sufficient to prevent any nation from repelling their approach. When the auspices were taken, the Hercynian forest was assigned to Segovisus. To Belovisus the gods gave their far pleasanter way into Italy. He invited the surplus population of 6 tribes, the Bituriges, the Averni, the Senones, the Aedui, the Ambari, the Carnutes, and the Alarchi. Starting with an enormous force of horse and foot, he came to the Tricastini. Beyond stretched the barrier of the Alps, and I am not at all surprised that they appeared insurmountable, for they had never yet been surmounted by any route, as far at least as unbroken memory reaches, unless you choose to believe the fables about Hercules. Whilst the mountain heights kept the Gauls fenced in, as it were, there, and they were looking everywhere to see by what path they could cross the peaks which reached to heaven and so enter a new world, they were also prevented from advancing by a sense of religious obligation, for news came that some strangers in quest of territory were being attacked by the Salii. These were Massilians who had sailed from Phocaea. The Gauls, looking upon this as an omen of their own fortunes, went to their assistance and enabled them to fortify the spot where they had first landed, without any interference from the Salii. After crossing the Alps by the passes of the Taurini and the valley of the Douro, they defeated the Tuscans in battle not far from the Ticinus, and when they learnt that the country in which they had settled belonged to the Insubres, a name also borne by a canton of the Haedui, they accepted the omen of the place and built a city which they called Mediolanum. Chapter 35. Subsequently another body, consisting of the Cenomani, under the leadership of Elitovius, followed the track of the former, and crossed the Alps by the same pass, with the good will of Belovisus. They had their settlements where the cities of Brixia and Verona now stand. The Libui came next, and the Saluvii. They settled near the ancient tribe of the Ligurian Livy, who lived about the Ticinus. Then the Boii and the Lingones crossed the Pennine Alps, and as all the country between the Po and the Alps was occupied, they crossed the Po on rafts and expelled not only the Etruscans, but the Umbrians as well. They remained, however, north of the Apennines. Then the Senones, the last to come, occupied the country from the Eutis to the Isis. It was this last tribe, I find, that came to Clusium, and from there to Rome, but it is uncertain whether they came alone or helped by the contingents from all the Cisalpine peoples. The destruction of Rome. The people of Clusium were appalled by this strange war, when they saw the numbers, the extraordinary appearance of the men, and the kind of weapons they used, and heard that the legions of Etruria had been often routed by them on both sides of the Po. Although they had no claim on Rome, either on the ground of alliance or friendly relations, unless it was that they had not defended their kinsmen at Veii against the Romans, they nevertheless sent ambassadors to ask the Senate for assistance. Active assistance they did not obtain. The 3 sons of Marcus Fabius Ambustus were sent as ambassadors to negotiate with the Gauls, and warn them not to attack those from whom they had suffered no injury, who were allies and friends of Rome, and who, if circumstances compelled them, must be defended by the armed force of Rome. They preferred that actual war should be avoided, and that they should make acquaintance with the Gauls, who were strangers to them, in peace rather than in arms. Chapter 36. A peaceable enough mission, had it not contained envoys of a violent temper, more like Gauls than Romans. After they had delivered their instructions in the council of the Gauls, the following reply was given. Quote, "Although we are hearing the name of Romans for the first time, we believe, nevertheless, that you are brave men, since the Clusians are imploring your assistance in their time of danger. Since you prefer to protect your allies against us by negotiation rather than by armed force, we on our side do not reject the peace you offer, on condition that the Clusians cede to us Gauls, who are in need of land, a portion of that territory which they possess to a greater extent than they can cultivate. On any other conditions peace cannot be granted. We wish to receive their reply in your presence, and if territory is refused us, we shall fight, whilst you are still here, that you may report to those at home how far the Gauls surpass all other men in courage." The Romans asked them what right they had to demand, under threat of war, territory from those who were its owners, and what business the Gauls had in Etruria. The haughty answer was returned that they carried their right in their weapons, and that everything belonged to the brave. Passions were kindled on both sides. They flew to arms and joined battle. Thereupon, contrary to the law of nations, the envoys seized their weapons, for the fates were already urging Rome to its ruin. The fact of the three of the noblest and bravest Romans fighting in the front line of the Etruscan army could not be concealed, so conspicuous was the valor of the strangers. And what was more, Quintus Fabius rode forward at a Gaulish chieftain who was impetuously charging right at the Etruscan standards, ran his spear through his side, and slew him. Whilst he was in the act of despoiling the body, the Gauls recognized him, and the word was passed through the whole army that it was a Roman ambassador. Forgetting their rage against the Clusians, and breathing threats against the Romans, they sounded the retreat. Some were for an instant advance on Rome. The older men thought that ambassadors should first be sent to Rome to make a formal complaint and demand the surrender of the Fabii as satisfaction for the violation of the law of nations. After the ambassadors had stated their case, the Senate, whilst disapproving of the conduct of the Fabii and recognizing the justice of the demand which the barbarians made, were prevented by political interests from placing their convictions on record in the form of a decree in the case of men of such high rank. In order, therefore, that the blame for any defeat which might be incurred in a war with the Gauls might not rest on them alone, they referred the consideration of the Gauls' demand to the people. Here personal popularity and influence had so much more weight than the very men whose punishment was under discussion were elected consular tribunes for the next year. The Gauls regarded this procedure as it deserved to be regarded, namely, as an act of hostility, and after openly threatening war, returned to their people. The other consular tribunes elected with the Fabii were Quintus Sepulchus Longus, Quintus Servilius, for the fourth time, and Publius Cornelius Maluginensis. Chapter 37. To such an extent does fortune blind men's eyes when she will not have her threatened blows parried, that though such a weight of disaster was hanging over the state, no special steps were taken to avert it. In the wars against Fidenae and Veii and other neighboring states, a dictator had on many occasions been nominated as a last resource. But now, when an enemy never seen or even heard of before was rousing up war from ocean and the furthest corners of the world, no recourse was had to a dictator. No extraordinary efforts were made. Those men through whose recklessness the war had been brought about were in supreme commands as tribunes, and the levy they raised was not larger than had been usual in ordinary campaigns. They even made light of the reports as to the seriousness of the war. Meantime, the Gauls learnt that their embassy had been treated with contempt, and that honors had actually been conferred upon men who had violated the law of nations. Burning with rage, as a nation they cannot control their passions, they seized their standards and hurriedly set out on their march. At the sound of their tumult, as they swept by, the affrighted cities flew to arms, and the country folk took to flight. Horses and men, spread far and wide, covered an immense tract of country. Wherever they went, they made it understood by loud shouts that they were going to Rome. But though they were preceded by rumors and by messages from Clusium, and then from one town after another, it was the swiftness of their approach that created most alarm in Rome. An army hastily raised by a levy en masse marched out to meet them. The two forces met hardly 11 miles from Rome, at a spot where the Allia, flowing in a very deep channel from the Crustuminian mountains, joins the river Tiber a little below the road to Crustumerium. The whole country in front and around was now swarming with the enemy, who, being as a nation given to wild outbreaks, had by their hideous howls and discordant clamour filled everything with dreadful noise. Chapter 38. The consular tribunes had secured no position for their camp, had constructed no entrenchments behind which to retire, and had shown as much disregard of the gods as of the enemy, for they formed their order of battle without having obtained favourable auspices. They extended their line on either wing to prevent their being outflanked, but even so they could not make their front equal to the enemy's, whilst by thus thinning their line they weakened the centre so that it could hardly keep in touch. On their right was a small eminence which they decided to hold with reserves, and this disposition, though it was the beginning of the panic and flight, proved to be the only means of safety to the fugitives. For Benus, the Gaulish chieftain, fearing some ruse in the scanty numbers of the enemy, and thinking that the rising ground was occupied in order that the reserves might attack the flank and rear of the Gauls, while their front was engaged with the legions, directed his attack upon the reserves, feeling quite certain that if he drove them from their position, his overwhelming numbers would give him an easy victory on the level ground. So not only fortune, but tactics also were on the side of the barbarians. In the other army there was nothing to remind one of Romans either amongst the generals or the private soldiers. They were terrified, and all they thought about was flight, and so utterly had they lost their heads that a far greater number fled to Veii, a hostile city, though the Tiber lay in their way, than by the direct road to Rome, to their wives and children. For a short time the reserves were protected by their position. In the rest of the army no sooner was the battle shout heard on their flank by those nearest to the reserves, and then by those at the other end of the line heard in their rear, than they fled, whole and unhurt, almost before they had seen their untried foe, without any attempt to fight or even to give back the battle shout. None were slain while actually fighting. They were cut down from behind whilst hindering one another's flight in a confused, struggling mass. Along the bank of the Tiber, whither the whole of the left wing had fled, after throwing away their arms, there was great slaughter. Many who were unable to swim, or were hampered by the weight of their cuirasses and other armour, were sucked down by the current. The greater number, however, reached Veii in safety. Yet not only were no troops sent from there to defend the city, but not even was a messenger despatched to report the defeat to Rome. All the men on the right wing, which had been stationed some distance from the river and nearer to the foot of the hill, made for Rome and took refuge in the citadel without even closing the city gates. Chapter 39. The Gauls, for their part, were almost dumb with astonishment at so sudden and extraordinary a victory. At first they did not dare to move from the spot, as though puzzled by what had happened. Then they began to fear a surprise. At last they began to despoil the dead, and, as their custom is, to pile up the arms in heaps. Finally, as no hostile movement was anywhere visible, they commenced their march and reached Rome shortly before sunset. The cavalry, who had ridden on in front, reported that the gates were not shut, that there were no pickets on guard in front of them, no troops on the walls. This second surprise, as extraordinary as the previous one, held them back, and fearing a nocturnal conflict in the streets of an unknown city, they halted and bivouacked between Rome and the Anio. Reconnoitering parties were sent out to examine the circuit of the walls and the other gates, and to ascertain what plans their enemies were forming in their desperate plight. As for the Romans, since the greater number had fled from the field in the direction of Veii instead of Rome, It was universally believed that the only survivors were those who had found refuge in Rome, and the mourning for all who were lost, whether living or dead, filled the whole city with the cries of lamentation. But the sounds of private grief were stifled by the general terror when it was announced that the enemy were at hand. Presently the yells and wild war-whoops of the squadrons were heard as they rode round the walls. All the time until the next day's dawn, the citizens were in such a state of suspense that they expected from moment to moment an attack on the city. They expected it first when the enemy approached the walls, for they would have remained at the Alia had this not been their object. Then just before sunset, they thought the enemy would attack because there was not much daylight left, and then when night was fallen, they imagined that the attack was delayed till then to create all the greatest terror. Finally, the approach of the next day deprived them of their senses. The entrance of the enemy's standards within the gates was the dreadful climax to fears that had known no respite. But all through that night and the following day, the citizens afforded an utter contrast to those who had fled in such terror at the Alia. Realizing the hopelessness of attempting any defense of the city with the small numbers that were left, they decided that the men of military age and the able-bodied amongst the senators should, with their wives and children, withdraw into the citadel and the capital, and, after getting in stores of arms and provisions, should from that fortified position defend their gods, themselves, and the great name of Rome. The flamen and priestesses of Vesta were to carry the sacred things of the state far away from the bloodshed and the fire, and their sacred cult should not be abandoned as long as a single person survived to observe it. If only the citadel and the capital, the abode of the gods, if only the Senate, the guiding mind of the national policy, if only the men of military age survived the impending ruin of the city, then the loss of the crowd of the old men left behind in the city could be easily borne. In any case, they were certain to perish. To reconcile the aged plebeians to their fate, the men who had been consuls and enjoyed triumphs gave out that they would meet their fate side by side with them, and not burden the scanty force of fighting men with bodies too weak to carry arms or defend their country. Chapter 40. Thus they sought to comfort one another, these aged men doomed to death. Then they turned with words of encouragement to the younger men on their way to the citadel and capital, and solemnly commended to their strength and courage all that was left of the fortunes of a city which for 360 years had been victorious in all its wars. As those who were carrying with them all hope and succor finally separated from those who had resolved not to survive the fall of the city, the misery of the scene was heightened by the distress of the women. Their tears, their distracted running about as they followed first their husbands, then their sons, their imploring appeals to them not to leave them to their fate, made up a picture in which no element of human misery was wanting. A great many of them actually followed their sons into the capital, none forbidding or inviting them, for though to diminish the number of non-combatants would have helped the besieged, it was too inhuman a step to take. Another crowd, mainly of plebeians, for whom there was not room on so small a hill, or food enough in the scanty store of corn, poured out of the city in one continuous line and made for the Janiculum. From there they dispersed, some over the country, others toward the neighboring cities, without any leader or concerted action, each following his own aims, his own ideas, and all despairing of the public safety. While all this was going on, the Flamen of Quirinus and the Vestal Virgins, without giving a thought to their own property, were deliberating as to which of the sacred things they ought to take with them, and which to leave behind, since they had not the strength enough to carry all, and also what place would be the safest for their custody. They thought best to conceal what they could not take in earthen jars, and bury them under the chapel next to the Flamen's house, where spitting is now forbidden. The rest they divided amongst them and carried off, taking the road which leads by the Pons Sublicius to the Janiculum. Whilst ascending that hill, they were seen by Lucius Albinius, a Roman plebeian who, with the rest of the crowd who were unfit for war, was leaving the city. Even in that critical hour, the distinction between sacred and profane was not forgotten. He had his wife and children with him in a wagon, and it seemed to him an act of impiety for him and his family to be seen in a vehicle whilst the national priest should be trudging along on foot bearing the sacred vessels of Rome. He ordered his wife and children to get down, put the virgins and their sacred burden in the wagon, and drove them to Caere, their destination. Chapter 41. After all the arrangements that circumstances permitted had been made for the defense of the capital, the old men returned to their respective homes, and, fully prepared to die, awaited the coming of the enemy. Those who had filled curule offices resolved to meet their fate wearing the insignia of their former rank and honor and distinctions. They put on the splendid dress which they wore when conducting the chariots of the gods or riding in triumph through the city, and thus arrayed, they seated themselves in their ivory chairs in front of their houses. Some writers record that, led by Marcus Fabius, the Pontifex Maximus, they recited the solemn formula in which they devoted themselves to death for their country and the Quirites. As the Gauls were refreshed by a night's rest after a battle which had at no point been seriously contested, and as they were now taking the city by assault or storm, their entrance the next day was not marked by any signs of excitement or anger. Passing the Colline Gate, which was standing open, they came to the Forum and gazed round at the temples and at the citadel, which alone wore any appearance of war. They left there a small body to guard against any attack from the citadel or capital, whilst they were scattered, and then they dispersed in quest of plunder through streets in which they did not meet a soul. Some poured in a body into all the houses near, others made for the most distant ones, expecting to find them untouched and full of spoils. Appalled by the very desolation of the place, and dreading lest some stratagem should surprise the stragglers, they returned to the neighborhood of the Forum in close order. The houses of the plebeians were barricaded, the halls of the patricians stood open, but they felt greater hesitation about entering the open houses than those which were closed. They gazed with feelings of real veneration upon the men who were seated in the porticos of their mansions, not only because of the superhuman magnificence of their apparel and their whole bearing and demeanor, but also because of the majestic expression of their countenances, wearing the very aspect of gods. So they stood, gazing at them as if they were statues, till, as it is asserted, one of the patricians, Marcus Papirius, roused the passion of a Gaul, who began to stroke his beard, which in those days was universally worn long, by smiting him on the head with his ivory staff. He was the first to be killed, the others were butchered in their chairs. After this slaughter of the magnates, no living being was thenceforth spared. The houses were rifled and then set on fire. Chapter 42. Now, whether it was that the Gauls were not all animated by a passion for the destruction of the city, or whether their chiefs had decided on the one hand to present the spectacle of a few fires as a means of intimidating the besieged into surrender from a desire to save their homes, and on the other by abstaining from a universal conflagration, hold what remained of the city as a pledge by which to weaken their enemies' determination, certain it is that the fires were far from being so indiscriminate or so extensive as might be expected on the first day of a captured city. As the Romans beheld from the citadel the city filled with the enemy who were running about in all the streets, while some new disaster was constantly occurring, first in one quarter, then in another, they could no longer control their eyes and ears, let alone their thoughts and feelings. In whatever direction their attention was drawn by the shouts of the enemy, the shrieks of the women and boys, the roar of the flames, and the crash of the houses falling in, thither they turned their eyes and minds as though set by fortune to be spectators of their country's fall, powerless to protect anything left of all they possessed beyond their lives. Above all others who have ever stood a siege were they to be pitied, cut off as they were from the land of their birth, and seeing all that had been theirs in the possession of the enemy. The day which had been spent in such misery was succeeded by a night not one whit more restful, this again by a day of anguish. There was not a single hour free from the sight of some ever-fresh calamity. And yet, though weighed down and overwhelmed with so many misfortunes, they had watched everything laid low in flame and ruin. They did not for a moment relax their determination to defend by their courage the one spot still left to freedom, the hill which they held, however small and poor it might be. At length, as this state of things went on day by day, they became, as it were, hardened to misery, and turned their thoughts from the circumstances round them to their arms and the sword in the right hand, which they gazed upon as the only things left to give them hope. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the History of Rome, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tad Davis. The History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts. Book 5, chapters 43 to 55. Chapter 43. Unsuccessful Attack on the Citadel. For some days the Gauls had been making useless war merely upon the houses of the city. Now that they saw nothing surviving amidst the ashes and ruin of the captured city, except an armed foe whom all these disasters had failed to appall, and who would entertain no thought of surrender unless force were employed, they determined as a last resort to make an assault on the citadel. At daybreak the signal was given, and the whole of their number formed up in the forum. Raising their battle shout and locking their shields together over their heads, they advanced. The Romans awaited the attack without excitement or fear. The detachments were strengthened to guard all the approaches, and in whatever direction they saw the enemy advancing, there they posted a picked body of men and allowed the enemy to climb up, for the steeper the ground they got onto, the easier they thought it would be to fling them down the slope. About midway up the hill, the Gauls halted. Then, from the higher ground, which of itself almost hurled them against the enemy, the Romans charged and routed the Gauls with such loss and overthrow that they never again attempted that mode of fighting, either with detachments or in full strength. All hope, therefore, of forcing a passage by direct assault being laid aside, they made preparations for a blockade. Up to that time they had never thought of one. All the corn in the city had been destroyed in the conflagrations, whilst that in the fields around had been hastily carried off to Veii since the occupation of the city. So the Gauls decided to divide their forces. One division was to invest the citadel, the other to forage amongst the neighboring states so that they could supply corn to those who were keeping up the investment. Camillus at Ardea. It was Fortune herself who led the Gauls after they left the city to Ardea, that they might have some experience of Roman courage. Camillus was living there as an exile, grieving more over his country's fortunes than his own, eating his heart out in reproaches to gods and men, asking in indignant wonder where the men were with whom he had taken Veii and Falerii, men whose valor in all their wars was greater even than their success. Suddenly he heard that the Gaulish army was approaching, and that the Ardeates were engaged in anxious deliberation about it. He had generally avoided the council meetings, but now, seized with an inspiration nothing short of divine, he hastened to the assembled councillors and addressed them as follows. Chapter 44. Men of Ardea, friends of old, and now my fellow citizens, for this your kindness has granted, this my fortunes have compelled, let none of you imagine that I have come here in forgetfulness of my position. Note, as a refugee, he did not possess full civic rights, and had therefore no place in their assembly. End of note. The force of circumstances and the common danger constrain every man to contribute what help he can to meet the crisis. When shall I ever be able to show my gratitude for all the obligations you have conferred if I fail in my duty now? When shall I ever be of any use to you, if not in war? It was by that I held my position in my native city, as having never known defeat. In times of peace my ungrateful countrymen banished me. Now the chance is offered to you, men of Ardea, of proving your gratitude for all the kindness that Rome has shown you. You have not forgotten how great it is, nor need I bring it up against those who so well remember it. The chance of winning for your city a vast reputation for war at the expense of our common foe. Those who are coming here in loose and disorderly fashion are a race to whom nature has given bodies and minds distinguished by bulk rather than by resolution and endurance. It is for this reason that they bring into every battle a terrifying appearance rather than real force. Take the disaster of Rome as a proof. They captured the city because it lay open to them. A small force repelled them from the citadel and capital. Already the irksomeness of an investment has proved too much for them. They are giving it up and wandering through the fields in straggling parties. When they are gorged with food and the wine they drink so greedily, they throw themselves down like wild beasts on the approach of night in all directions by the streams without entrenching themselves or setting any outposts or pickets on guard. And now, after their success, they are more careless than ever. If it is your intention to defend your walls and not to allow all this country to become a second Gaul, seize your arms and muster in force by the first watch, and follow me to what will be a massacre, not a battle. If I do not deliver them, whilst enchained by sleep, into your hands to be slaughtered like cattle, I am ready to accept the same fate in Ardea which I met with in Rome. Chapter 45. Reverses of the Gauls and Etruscans. Friends and foes were alike persuaded that nowhere else was there at that time so great a master of war. After the council broke up, they refreshed themselves and waited eagerly for the signal to be given. When it was given in the silence of the night, they were at the gates ready for Camillus. After marching no great distance from the city, they came upon the camp of the Gauls, unprotected, as he had said, and carelessly open on every side. They raised a tremendous shout and rushed in. There was no battle. It was everywhere sheer massacre. The Gauls, defenseless and dissolved in sleep, were butchered as they lay. Those in the furthest part of the camp, however, startled from their lairs, and not knowing whence or what the attack was, fled in terror, and some actually rushed unawares amongst their assailants. A considerable number were carried into the neighborhood of Antium, where they were surrounded by the townsmen. A similar slaughter of Etruscans took place in the district of Veii. So far were these people from feeling sympathy with a city which for almost 4 centuries had been their neighbor and was now crushed by an enemy never seen or heard of before, that they chose that time for making forays into Roman territory, and after loading themselves with plunder, intended to attack Veii, the bulwark and only surviving hope of the Roman name. The Roman soldiers at Veii had seen them dispersed through the fields, and afterwards, with their forces collected, driving their booty in front of them. Their first feelings were those of despair, then indignation and rage took possession of them. "Are even the Etruscans," they exclaimed, "from whom we have diverted the arms of Gaul onto ourselves, to find amusement in our disasters?" With difficulty they restrained themselves from attacking them. Cadicius, a centurion whom they had placed in command, induced them to defer operations till nightfall. The only thing lacking was a commander like Camillus. In all other respects, the ordering of the attack and the success achieved were the same as if he had been present. Not content with this, they made some prisoners who had survived the night's massacre act as guides, and, led by them, surprised another body of Tuscans at the salt works, and inflicted a still greater loss upon them. Exultant at this double victory, they returned to Veii. Chapter 46. Camillus appointed dictator. During these days there was little going on in Rome. The investment was maintained for the most part with great slackness. Both sides were keeping quiet, the Gauls being mainly intent on preventing any of the enemy from slipping through their lines. Suddenly a Roman warrior drew upon himself the admiration of foes and friends alike. The Fabian house had an annual sacrifice on the Quirinal, and Gaius Fabius Dorsuo, wearing his toga in the Gabine cincture and bearing in his hands the sacred vessels, came down from the Capitol, passed through the middle of the hostile pickets, unmoved by either challenge or threat, and reached the Quirinal. Note: in the Gabine cincture, the loose flowing toga was gathered up and wound round the body, allowing freer movement for the limbs. It was adopted in certain cults, especially those which were accompanied by marches and solemn dances. End of note. There he duly performed all the solemn rites and returned with the same composed expression and gait, feeling sure of the divine blessing, since not even the fear of death had made him neglect the worship of the gods. Finally he re-entered the Capitol and rejoined his comrades. Either the Gauls were stupefied at his extraordinary boldness, or else they were restrained by religious feelings, for as a nation they are by no means inattentive to the claims of religion. At Veii there was a steady accession of strength as well as courage. Not only were the Romans who had been dispersed by the defeat and the capture of the city gathering there, but volunteers from Latium also flocked to the place that they might be in for a share of the booty. The time now seemed ripe for the recovery of their native city out of the hands of the enemy. But though the body was strong, it lacked a head. The very place reminded men of Camillus. The majority of the soldiers had fought successfully under his auspices and leadership, and Caduceus declared that he would give neither gods nor men any pretext for terminating his command. He would rather himself, remembering his subordinate rank, ask for a commander-in-chief. It was decided by general consent that Camillus should be invited from Ardea, but the Senate was to be consulted first. To such an extent was everything regulated by reverence for law. The proper distinctions of things were observed, even though the things themselves were almost lost. Frightful risk would have to be incurred in passing through the enemy's outposts. Pontius Cominius, a fine soldier, offered himself for the task. Supporting himself on a cork float, he was carried down the Tiber to the city. Selecting the nearest way from the bank of the river, he scaled a precipitous rock which, owing to its steepness, the enemy had left unguarded, and found his way into the capital. On being brought before the supreme magistrates, he delivered his instructions from the army. After receiving the decree of the Senate, which was to the effect that after being recalled from exile by the Comitia Curiata, Camillus should be forthwith nominated dictator by order of the people, and the soldiers should have the commander they wanted, the messenger returned by the same route and made the best of his way to Veii. A deputation was sent to Ardea to conduct Camillus to Veii. The law was passed in the Comitia Curiata, annulling his banishment and nominating him dictator, and it is, I think, more likely that he did not start from Ardea until he learnt that this law had been passed, because he could not change his domicile without the sanction of the people, nor could he take the auspices in the name of the army until he had been duly nominated dictator. Chapter 47. Unsuccessful attack on the capital. Marcus Manlius. While these proceedings were taking place at Veii, the citadel and capital of Rome were in imminent danger. The Gauls had either noticed the footprints left by the messenger from Veii, or had themselves discovered a comparatively easy ascent up the cliff to the Temple of Carmentus. Choosing a night when there was a faint glimmer of light, they sent an unarmed man in advance to try the road. Then, handing one another their arms where the path was difficult, and supporting each other or dragging each other up as the ground required, they finally reached the summit. So silent had their movements been that not only were they unnoticed by the sentinels, but they did not even wake the dogs, an animal peculiarly sensitive to nocturnal sounds. but they did not escape the notice of the geese, which were sacred to Juno, and had been left untouched in spite of the extremely scanty supply of food. This proved the safety of the garrison, for their clamor and the noise of their wings aroused Marcus Manlius, the distinguished soldier, who had been consul 3 years before. He snatched up his weapons and ran to call the rest to arms, and while the rest hung back, he struck with the boss of his shield a Gaul who had got a foothold on the summit and knocked him down. He fell on those behind and upset them, and Manlius slew others who had laid aside their weapons and were clinging to the rocks with their hands. By this time others had joined him, and they began to dislodge the enemy with volleys of stones and javelins, till the whole body fell helplessly down to the bottom. When the uproar had died away, the remainder of the night was given to sleep, as far as was possible under such disturbing circumstances, whilst their peril, though past, still made them anxious. At daybreak the soldiers were summoned by sound of trumpet to a council in the presence of the tribunes, when the due rewards for good conduct and for bad would be awarded. First, Manlius was commended for his bravery, and rewarded not by the tribunes alone, but by the soldiers as a body, for every man brought to him at his quarters, which were in the citadel, 1/2 pound of meal and 1/4 of a pint of wine. This does not sound much, but the scarcity made it an overwhelming proof of the affection felt for him, since each stinted himself of food and contributed in honor of that one man what had to be taken from his necessaries of life. Next, the sentinels, who had been on duty at the spot where the enemy had climbed up without their noticing it, were called forward. Quintus Sulpicius, the consular tribune, declared that he should punish them all by martial law. He was, however, deterred from this course by the shouts of the soldiers, who all agreed in throwing the blame upon one man. As there was no doubt of his guilt, he was, amidst general approval, flung from the top of the cliff. A stricter watch was now kept on both sides, by the Gauls, because it had become known that messengers were passing between Rome and Veii, by the Romans, who had not forgotten the danger they were in that night. Chapter 48. Final Surrender of the Defenders. But the greatest of all the evils arising from the siege and the war was the famine which began to afflict both armies, whilst the Gauls were also visited with pestilence. They had their camp on low-lying ground between the hills, which had been scorched by the fires and was full of malaria, and the least breath of wind raised not dust only, but ashes. Accustomed as a nation to wet and cold, they could not stand this at all, and tortured as they were by heat and suffocation, disease became rife among them, and they died off like sheep. They soon grew weary of burying their dead singly, so they piled the bodies into heaps and burned them indiscriminately, and made the locality notorious. It was afterwards known as the Busta Gallica. Subsequently, a truce was made with the Romans, and with the sanction of the commanders, the soldiers held conversations with each other. The Gauls were continually bringing up the famine and calling upon them to yield to necessity and surrender. To remove this impression, it is said that bread was thrown in many places from the capital into the enemy's pickets. But soon the famine could neither be concealed nor endured any longer. So, at the very time that the dictator was raising his own levy at Ardea, and ordering his master of the horse, Lucius Valerius, to withdraw his army from Veii, and making preparations for a sufficient force with which to attack the enemy on equal terms, the army of the capital, worn out with incessant duty, but still superior to all human ills, had nature not made famine alone insuperable by them, were day by day eagerly watching for signs of any help from the dictator. At last not only food, but hope failed them. Whenever the sentinels went on duty, their feeble frames almost crushed by the weight of their armor, the army insisted that they should either surrender or purchase their ransom on the best terms they could, for the Gauls were throwing out unmistakable hints that they could be induced to abandon the siege for a moderate consideration. A meeting of the Senate was now held, and the consular tribunes were empowered to make terms. A conference took place between Quintus Sulpicius, the consular tribune, and Brennus, the Gaulish chieftain, and an agreement was arrived at, by which 1,000 pounds of gold was fixed as the ransom of a people destined ere long to rule the world. This humiliation was great enough as it was, but it was aggravated by the despicable meanness of the Gauls, who produced unjust weights, and when the tribune protested, the insolent Gaul threw his sword into the scale with an exclamation intolerable to Roman ears, "Woe to the vanquished!" Chapter 49. Camillus saves Rome. But gods and men alike prevented the Romans from living as a ransomed people. By a dispensation of fortune it came about that before the infamous ransom was completed and all the gold weighed out, whilst the dispute was still going on, the dictator appeared on the scene and ordered the gold to be carried away and the Gauls to move off. As they declined to do so and protested that a definite compact had been made, he informed them that when he was once appointed dictator no compact was valid which was made by an inferior magistrate without his sanction. He then warned the Gauls to prepare for battle and ordered his men to pile their baggage into a heap, get their weapons ready, and win their country back by steel, not by gold. They must keep before their eyes the temples of the gods, their wives and children, and their country's soil disfigured by the ravages of war, everything, in a word, which it was their duty to defend, to recover, or to avenge. He then drew up his men in the best formation that the nature of the ground, naturally uneven and now half burnt, admitted, and made every provision that his military skill suggested for securing the advantage of position and movement for his men. The Gauls, alarmed at the turn things had taken, seized their weapons and rushed upon the Romans with more rage than method. Fortune had now turned, divine aid and human skill were on the side of Rome. At the very first encounter, the Gauls were routed as easily as they had conquered at the Allia. In a second and more sustained battle, at the 8th milestone on the road to Gabii, where they had rallied from their flight, they were again defeated under the generalship and auspices of Camillus. Here the carnage was complete. The camp was taken, and not a single man was left to carry tidings of the disaster. After thus recovering his country from the enemy, the dictator returned in triumph to the city, and amongst the homely jests which soldiers are wont to bandy, he was called, in no idle words of praise, a Romulus, the father of his country, the second founder of the city. He had saved his country in war, and now that peace was restored, he proved beyond all doubt to be its savior again when he prevented the migration to Veii. The tribunes of the plebs were urging this course more strongly than ever now that the city was burnt, and the plebs were themselves more in favor of it. This movement and the pressing appeal which the Senate made to him not to abandon the Republic while the position of affairs was so doubtful determined him not to lay down his dictatorship after his triumph. Chapter 50. The Rebuilding of Rome. Regulations touching religion. As he was most scrupulous in discharging religious obligations, the very first measures he introduced into the Senate were those relating to the immortal gods. He got the Senate to pass a resolution containing the following provisions. All the temples, so far as they had been in possession of the enemy, were to be restored and purified, and their boundaries marked out afresh. The ceremonies of purification were to be ascertained from the sacred books by the duumvirs. Friendly relations as between state and state were to be established with the people of Caere, because they had sheltered the sacred treasures of Rome and her priests, and by this kindly act had prevented any interruption to the divine worship. Capitoline games were to be instituted, because Jupiter Optimus Maximus had protected his dwelling place and the citadel of Rome in the time of danger, and the dictator was to form a college of priests for that object from amongst those who were living on the Capitol and in the citadel. Mention was also made of offering propitiation for the neglect of the nocturnal voice, which was heard announcing disaster before the war began, and orders were given for a temple to be built in the Nova Via to Ius Locutius. Note: a member of the plebs had reported that whilst he was in the Via Nova, he heard a voice more powerful than any human voice, bidding the magistrates be told that the Gauls were approaching. No notice was taken of this. End of note. The gold which had been rescued from the Gauls, and that which during the confusion had been brought from the other temples, had been collected in the temple of Jupiter. As no one remembered what proportion ought to be returned to the other temples, the whole was declared sacred and ordered to be deposited under the throne of Jupiter. The religious feeling of the citizens had already been shown in the fact that when there was not sufficient gold in the treasury to make up the sum agreed upon with the Gauls, they accepted the contribution of the matrons to avoid touching that which was sacred. The matrons received public thanks, and the distinction was conferred upon them of having funeral orations pronounced over them, as in the case of men. It was not till after those matters were disposed of which concerned the gods, and which therefore were within the province of the Senate, that Camillus's attention was drawn to the tribunes, who were making incessant harangues to persuade the plebs to leave the ruins and migrate to Veii, which was ready for them. At last he went up to the assembly, followed by the whole of the Senate, and delivered the following speech. Chapter 51. The speech of Camillus against migrating to Veii. So painful to me, Quirites, are controversies with the tribunes of the plebs, that all the time I lived at Ardea, my one consolation in my bitter exile was that I was far removed from these conflicts. As far as they are concerned, I would never have returned even if you recalled me by 1,000 senatorial decrees and popular votes. And now that I am returned, it was not change of mind on my part, but change of fortune on yours that compelled me. The question at stake was whether my country was to remain unshaken in her seat, not whether I was to be in my country at any cost. Even now I would gladly remain quiet and hold my peace, if I were not fighting another battle for my country. To be wanting to her as long as life shall last would be for other men a disgrace, for Camillus a downright sin. Why did we win her back? Why did we, when she was beset by foes, deliver her from their hands, if now that she has recovered we desert her? Whilst the Gauls were victorious, and the whole of the city in their power, the gods and men of Rome still dwelt in the capital and the citadel. And now that the Romans are victorious, and the city recovered, are the citadel and capital to be abandoned? Shall our good fortune inflict greater desolation on this city than our evil fortune wrought? Even had there been no religious institutions established when the city was founded and passed down from hand to hand, still so clearly has Providence been working in the affairs of Rome at this time, that I for one would suppose that all neglect of divine worship has been banished from human life. Look at the alternations of prosperity and adversity during these late years. You will find that all went well with us when we followed the divine guidance, and all was disastrous when we neglected it. Take first of all the war with Veii. For what a number of years, and with what immense exertions it was carried on! It did not come to an end before the water was drawn off from the Alban lake at the bidding of the gods. What again of this unparalleled disaster to our city? Did it burst upon us before the voice sent from heaven announcing the approach of the Gauls was treated with contempt, before the law of nations had been outraged by our ambassadors, before we had, in the same irreligious spirit, condoned that outrage when we ought to have punished it? And so it was that defeated, captured, ransomed, we received such punishment at the hands of gods and men that we were a lesson to the whole world. Then, in our adversity, we bethought us of our religious duties. We fled to the gods in the capital, to the seat of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Amidst the ruin of all that we possessed, we concealed some of the sacred treasures in the earth. The rest we carried out of the enemy's sight to neighboring cities. abandoned as we were by gods and men, we still did not intermit the divine worship. It is because we acted thus that they have restored to us our native city, and victory and the renown in war, which we had lost. But against the enemy, who, blinded by avarice, broke treaty and troth in the weighing of the gold, they have launched terror and rout and death. Chapter 52. When you see such momentous consequences for human affairs flowing from the worship or the neglect of the gods, do you not realize, Quirites, how great a sin we are meditating whilst hardly yet emerging from the shipwreck caused by our former guilt and fall? We possess a city which was founded with the divine approval as revealed in auguries and auspices. In it there is not a spot which is not full of religious associations and the presence of a god. The regular sacrifices have their appointed places no less than they have their appointed days. Are you, Quirites, going to desert all these gods, those whom the state honors, those whom you worship, each at your own altars? How far does your action come up to that of the glorious youth Gaius Fabius during the siege, which was watched by the enemy with no less admiration than by you, when he went down from the citadel, threw the missiles of the Gauls, and celebrated the appointed sacrifice of his house on the Quirinal? Whilst the sacred rites of the patrician houses are not interrupted even in time of war, are you content to see the state offices of religion and the gods of Rome abandoned in a time of peace? Are the pontiffs and flamens to be more neglectful of their public functions than a private individual is of the religious obligations of his house? Someone may possibly reply that we can either discharge these duties at Veii or send priests to discharge them here. But neither of these things can be done if the rites are to be duly performed. Not to mention all the ceremonies or all the deities individually, where else, I would ask, but in the Capitol can the couch of Jupiter be prepared on the day of his festal banquet? What need is there for me to speak about the perpetual fire of Vesta, and the image, the pledge of our dominion, which is in the safekeeping of her temple? And you, Mars Gradivus, and you, Father Quirinus, what need to speak of your sacred shields? Is it your wish that all these holy things, coeval with the city, some of even greater antiquity, should be abandoned and left on unhallowed soil? See, too, how great the difference between us and our ancestors. They left to us certain rites and ceremonies which we can only duly perform on the Alban Mount or at Lavinium. If it was a matter of religion that these rites should not be transferred from cities which belong to an enemy to us at Rome, shall we transfer them from here to the enemy's city, Veii, without offending heaven? Call to mind, I pray you, how often ceremonies are repeated, because through negligence or accident some detail of the ancestral ritual has been omitted. What remedy was there for the Republic when crippled by the war with Veii after the portent of the Alban Lake, except the revival of sacred rites and the taking of fresh auspices? And more than that, as though after all we reverence the ancient faiths, we have transferred foreign deities to Rome and have established new ones. Queen Juno was lately carried from Veii and dedicated on the Aventine, and how splendidly that day was celebrated through the grand enthusiasm of our matrons. We ordered a temple to be built to Aius Lucutius because of the divine voice which was heard in the Via Nova. We have added to our annual festivals the Capitoline Games, and on the authority of the Senate we have founded a college of priests to superintend them. What necessity was there for all these undertakings if we intended to leave the city of Rome at the same time as the Gauls, if it was not of our own free will that we remained in the capital through all those months, but the fear of the enemy which shut us up there? We are speaking about the temples and the sacred rites and ceremonies. But what, pray, about the priests? Do you not realize what a heinous sin will be committed? For the Vestals, surely, there is only that one abode, from which nothing has ever removed them but the capture of the city. The Flamen of Jupiter is forbidden by divine law to stay a single night outside the city. Are you going to make these functionaries priests of Veii instead of priests of Rome? Will thy Vestals desert thee, Vesta? Is the Flamen to bring fresh guilt upon himself and the state for every night he sojourns abroad? Think of the other proceedings which, after the auspices have been duly taken, we conduct almost entirely within the city boundaries. To what oblivion, to what neglect are we consigning them? The assembly of the curiaes, which confers the supreme command. The assembly of the centuries, in which you elect the consuls and consular tribunes. Where can they be held, and the auspices taken, except where they are wont to be held? Shall we transfer these to Veii, or are the people, when an assembly is to be held, to meet at vast inconvenience in this city, after it has been deserted by gods and men? Chapter 53. But you may say it is obvious that the whole city is polluted, and no expiatory sacrifices can purify it. Circumstances themselves compel us to quit a city devastated by fire, and all in ruins, and migrate to Veii, where everything is untouched. We must not distress the poverty-stricken plebs by building here. I fancy, however, Quirites, that it is evident to you, without my telling you, that this suggestion is a plausible excuse rather than a true reason. You remember how this same question of migrating to Veii was mooted before the Gauls came, whilst public and private buildings were still safe and the city stood secure. And mark you, tribunes, how widely my view differs from yours. Even supposing it ought not to have been done then, you think that at any rate it ought to be done now, whereas, do not express surprise at what I say before you have grasped its purport, I am of opinion that even had it been right to migrate then, when the city was wholly unhurt, we ought not to abandon these ruins now. For at that time the reason for our migrating to a captured city would have been a victory glorious for us and for our posterity, but now this migration would be glorious for the Gauls, but for us shame and bitterness. For we shall be thought not to have left our native city as victors, but to have lost it because we were vanquished. It will look as though it was the flight at the Alia, the capture of the city, the beleaguering of the capital, which had laid upon us the necessity of deserting our household gods and dooming ourselves to banishment from a place which we were powerless to defend. Was it possible for Gauls to overthrow Rome, and shall it be deemed impossible for Romans to restore it? What more remains except for them to come again with fresh forces? We all know that their numbers surpass belief, and elect to live in the city which they captured and you abandoned, and for you to allow them to do so. Why, if it were not Gauls who were doing this, but your old enemies, the Aequi and Volscians, who migrated to Rome, would you wish them to be Romans, and you Veientines? Or would you rather that this were a desert of your own than the city of your foes? I do not see what could be more infamous. Are you prepared to allow this crime and endure this disgrace because of the trouble of building? If no better or more spacious dwelling could be put up in the whole city of Rome than that hut of our founder, would it not be better to live in huts after the manner of herdsmen and peasants surrounded by our temples and our gods than to go forth as a nation of exiles? Our ancestors, shepherds and refugees, built a new city in a few years when there was nothing in these parts but forests and swamps. Are we shirking the labor of rebuilding what has been burnt, though the citadel and capital are intact, and the temples of the gods still stand? What we would each have done in our own case had our houses caught fire, are we as a community refusing to do now that the city has been burnt? Chapter 54. Well, now suppose that either through crime or accident a fire broke out in Veii, and the flames, as is quite possible, fanned by the wind, consumed a great part of the city. Are we going to look out for Fidenae or Gabii or any other city you please, as a place to which to migrate? Has our native soil, this land we call our motherland, so slight a hold upon us? Does our love for our country cling only to its buildings? Unpleasant as it is to recall my sufferings, still more your injustice, I will nevertheless confess to you that whenever I thought of my native city, all these things came into my mind: the hills, the plains, the Tiber, this landscape so familiar to me, this sky beneath which I was born and bred, and I pray that they may now move you by the affection they inspire to remain in your city, rather than that, after you have abandoned it, they should make you pine with homesickness. Not without good reason did gods and men choose this spot as the site of a city with its bracing hills, its commodious river, by means of which the produce of inland countries may be brought down and oversea supplies obtained, a sea near enough for all useful purposes, but not so near as to be exposed to danger from foreign fleets. A district in the very center of Italy, in a word, a position singularly adapted by nature for the expansion of a city. The mere size of so young a city is a proof of this. This is the 365th year of the city, Quirites, yet in all the wars you have for so long been carrying on amongst all those ancient nations, not to mention the separate cities, the Volscians in conjunction with the Aequi, and all their strongly fortified towns, the whole of Etruria, so powerful by land and sea, and stretching across Italy from sea to sea, none have proved a match for you in war. This has hitherto been your fortune. What sense can there be, perish the thought, in making trial of another fortune, even granting that your valor can pass over to another spot? Certainly the good fortune of this place cannot be transferred. Here is the capital, where in the old days a human head was found, and this was declared to be an omen, for in that place would be fixed the head and supreme sovereign power of the world. Here it was that whilst the capital was being cleared with augural rites, Juventus and Terminus, to the great delight of your fathers, would not allow themselves to be moved. Here is the fire of Vesta. Here are the shields sent down from heaven. Here are all the gods, who, if you remain, will be gracious to you. Chapter 55. The people begin to rebuild Rome. It is stated that this speech of Camillus made a profound impression, particularly that part of it which appealed to the religious feelings. But whilst the issue was still uncertain, a sentence opportunely uttered decided the matter. The Senate shortly afterwards were discussing the question in the Curia Hostilia, and some cohorts returning from guard happened to be marching through the forum. They had just entered the comitium when the centurion shouted, "Halt, standard-bearer! Plant the standard! It will be best for us to stop here." On hearing these words, the senators rushed out of the Senate House, exclaiming that they welcomed the omen, and the people crowding round them gave an emphatic approval. The proposed measure for migration was dropped, and they began to rebuild the city in a haphazard way. Tiling was provided at the public expense. Everyone was given the right to cut stone and timber where he pleased, after giving security that the building should be completed within the year. In their haste, they took no trouble to plan out straight streets. As all distinctions of ownership in the soil were lost, they built on any ground that happened to be vacant. That is the reason why the old sewers, which originally were carried under public ground, now run everywhere under private houses, and why the conformation of the city resembles one casually built upon by settlers rather than one regularly planned out. End of section 33. End of the History of Rome, Volume 1, by Livy, translated by William Masfen Roberts.